renting out advertising space in said vehicle.
All right.
I think that this is an uproar for nothing. Would you care if a Spider-Man ad?
I think they should ask you if you want to opt in or opt out on the ads.
You know me, I have Spotify and there's ads.
Right.
I love them.
Well, you're the only person in America that doesn't pay for Spotify.
Well, because all these cool things, like I wouldn't. Maybe I'm like, all right, this ad's got me wanting to go see Spider-Man now.
Very bizarre.
This is Michael in the car. Michael, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? I was at the concert on Sunday.
Yes.
And anybody that's complaining about getting free cruise tickets is an idiot. First of all, it was a great show, as he always does. He gave away 4 of those at every other city, and he gave 37,000 away at Boston.
Yeah.
It's obvious that he's not going to pay for your flight and your hotel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I paid $100 for my ticket and I came away with like $1,000 voucher for a cruise. I'm going to go to Florida, spend a few days in Florida doing other things, and then go on a cruise for free.
Wiggy says it's false advertising, and he doesn't like that.
Yeah, for me, I want the liquor too.
Right.
And then I got to know what type of cruise ship am I getting on? Am I getting on one that I'm going to have the norovirus as soon as we get 6 miles off land because there's.
Well, you loved the Margaritaville Resort when we stayed there for spring training.
Oh, I love that place.
Well, that place is beautiful.
I'm sure the cruise is very similar.
Well, I mean, have you seen some of these cruise ships out there? I mean, the one we were doing a whole thing on that the guys with the stuck out there, they didn't even have a pool on it. It was like an inflatable pool.
The way
this is a nice one.
The way we're discussing this cruise is like Zach Brown said at the end of this concert, you cannot leave. We are leaving Fenway Park. You are boarding a plane to Florida. You have to take only the things on you, and then once you're there, you're getting on this boat for a week.
And you have to drink alcohol.
And we're going to charge you. You don't have to go.
Right.
What cruise ship is it?
Margaritaville at sea.
Margaritaville. I've said it multiple
times.
times.
I thought you said that I like
there's a Zach Brown bar on board. He went through the whole thing.
Coconut margaritas injected into my veins.
I never even knew Margaritaville had a cruise line. That's why I was like, when you said
what we were saying.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking
That's the whole
about.
thing.
Oh, I didn't. That was the first time I heard Margaritaville.
And there's
We've only said it like 12 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what else, Courtney?
We're going to end in Somerville, where a firefighter, Robert Whelan, has been arrested and charged in connection with an alleged World Cup ticket scam. So prosecutors are saying that the firefighter is accused of larceny and forgery after he sold fraudulent tickets in a group message to at least 30 buyers, taking 14 grand from them. So he said, hey, I'm a Patriots season ticket holder, and I have this way of getting World Cup tickets for a cheaper price. 30 people in this group message took him up on it. In all, they paid him 14 grand.
Is he still a firefighter in Somerville?
He's on paid administrative leave.
Paid leave?
Yep. The tickets never arrived for these people.
Well, right.
Yeah. So the victims asked for refunds. He said that the ticket broker failed to hold up their end of the bargain.
That's not right.
It's not right. But it's under internal review, and he is on paid administrative leave right now. He makes over $100,000 a year.
Oh, well, he shouldn't be. They should fire him.
Well,
or at least suspend him until the case is adjudicated or whatever. But, why is he on paid leave?
Because he's saying he's not guilty.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
That's it for the news.
That is the news with Courtney. Curtis, we're going to get to another list coming up. Is that correct?
Yeah, so The Athletic published, Mike Sando has the annual tiers list for quarterbacks, and I don't think Shime's going to be too thrilled.
Okay, get to that coming up next.
Hi, I'm John.
Jones and Keith coming up at 10 from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win on what I assume will be another Would You Rather Wednesday. Where did Curtis go? Is he participating in the show this morning, or what is he doing? On the phone again?
Probably checking the weather.
Oh, is he checking the weather?
Yeah, you know, you go outside.
I
Yeah.
see. All right. Well, he was very excited about another list, and then he's therefore not available.
It's a weather list.
He likes the cafe here.
He does?
Yes.
What does
yeah.
he do in the cafe here?
I don't know. I went to the restroom the other day, and he said, "Do you want anything from the cafe?" I said, "I didn't even know that there was a cafe."
Oh, there's nothing in there.
Oh.
There's just a water machine and a fridge.
No, like the cafeteria in the lobby.
Oh, he goes all the way downstairs
think.
and gets a
I had to get a Diet Coke. They don't have Diet Coke up here. I'm sorry. It took a minute.
I mean, my lord. All right, Curtis, your list focused again this morning.
Sorry, I was with the TriCaster. Let's see here. The Athletic, Mike Sando has a list. He has the quarterback tier list. You ready for it?
Sure.
He asks 50 executives across the NFL, rank 35 veteran quarterbacks, so not this year's rookie class.
Okay.
Number one, I think we can all agree in terms of career accomplishment, is tier one is one person. It is Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I mean, it's either he or Josh Allen, I guess. I would. That's where I would be, but okay.
Tier two, very simple.
So these are all tier one, Curtis. That's just number one overall is Patrick Mahomes.
So tier one
There's
is
4 guys on tier one.
accomplishments as well in there, right?
So there's 4 guys on tier one because this was going to be my lead this morning that I pivoted away from because I didn't want to do yet another
I'm sorry,
list.
top tier one is Patrick Mahomes. He stands above. He's a very big picture. With him is 2 players tied at number 2 in the top tier of the NFL quarterback position. Matthew Stafford, the reigning MVP, and Josh Allen are tied right beneath Patrick Mahomes in tier one. Where do you guys stand on that?
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
They also have Joe Burrow in tier one, though, which I hate.
Right. Joe Burrow is 4th.
What is with the Joe Burrow hate from you lately?
What is it?
You called him a fraud yesterday.
Yeah, he's kind of been a bit of a fraud, Greg. He hasn't made the playoffs in, 4 years?
He's been dealing with legit injury.
Yeah.
And the one season he played 17 games, they went 9-8. What are we doing? You can't be a top 4 quarterback in football and go 9-8 in a season you played 17 games in. Josh Allen plays every game of every season, and there is no question at any point in time is he going to make the playoffs. Never. At any single point is he going to make the playoffs, and everybody knows he is, and he does every single year.
So if you're going to put Joe Burrow in that category and kind of give him a couple excuses here and there, then one person that should be in that category should be Lamar Jackson.
Tell him, Wicks.
Right?
Right. So tier 2.
This is where Scheim gets all upset about Lamar Jackson hate, and then I'm sure Drake May hate. This is what's coming.
Well, you can't.
So tier 1, let's just go this quickly here, and then we can all do it. So I apologize. Tier 1, Patrick Mahomes, number 1. Stafford and Allen tied at number 2, and then Joe Burrow. So those are the 4 in the top tier, according to the 50 executives across the NFL.
Okay.
And this is league executives.
Yes.
Right.
It's not media.
Right.
It's not
right.
insiders.
And I asked the gentleman at the kiosk downstairs at Guest Street, and he agreed with that list as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 2, Lamar Jackson, number 5. Justin Herbert, number 6. Dak Prescott, number 7. And then we get to Drake May at 8, tied with Jared Goff. The hate, so I'll finish out the second tier. So just to go back, tier 2 begins with Lamar Jackson, goes to Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott,
Right.
Drake May, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts, and that's it. So that is a massive upper middle class according to the 50 NFL executives. And I have to tell you this right now. Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, I'm fine with Lamar Jackson ahead of Drake May. That's perfectly fine.
Yep. Yeah.
But Justin Herbert, I don't get it.
There's a fascination with him.
I don't understand it. And Dak Prescott has been in the league now for what, a decade?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, these guys making tiers. What are we doing?
Yeah.
We got like 12 guys in the second tier.
They should look
What
at
are we
Jones
doing?
and Keith. They have much better tiers.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. This is unbelievable.
And it's also, and I think for Dak and Justin Herbert, it's really about statistically because they usually put up good numbers. I mean, I would have had, like, if you want to have that, like, I thought, like, all right, they're all in the same tier. I would say that, like Drake May is kind of in that world with those guys. I would have had Lamar in the first tier with Joe Burrow and those guys. But to me, they're all in that world. I think a lot of Drake May, not necessarily the hate or the criticism, I think just the knock is, all right, let's see you do it again this year. Where you could say what you want about Dak. He hasn't performed in the playoffs or, he hasn't won nothing. Statistically, he's been, at the top of the league when it comes to stats year in and year out. So if that's part of the way that they view it, some of these executives, and they're putting Justin Herbert same way, then they're looking at what those guys are able to do statistically.
And I think that that's what they're doing because last season, I believe Drake was a tier 3 quarterback.
Correct.
So
Yep.
he makes the jump pretty much from being quite low on the list to pretty high.
Yeah, I also think it's important to note, too, like Lamar Jackson only received 22 tier 1 votes, where he got 28 tier 2 votes. Justin Herbert got 19 tier 1 votes. Do we really believe that Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson are relative equals?
No.
What
No.
are like?
There's a clear-cut first tier of quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yep.
That's Mahomes, Josh Allen. I'll throw Stafford in there. Lamar Jackson.
I wouldn't throw Stafford in there. Like, I know he's the MVP and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame and all of that,
but his
he
numbers year in and year out, Curtis, you can't deny his numbers.
He has we all agree, 1 or 2, 1A or 1B, the best offensive coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
He has incredible weaponry around him.
Okay.
Arguably one of the best top 3 receiver in football.
And, like, he's been in the NFL a long time. He's put up numbers, but he's put up great numbers when he's had this incredible supporting cast. He plays at a dome. Like, I don't know. To me, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson are the elite, in my view. And then you could put Stafford with Drake May right beneath them, and I think that's fair. Like, I don't get why Scheim hates Joe Burrow. If Joe Burrow was the quarterback of this team, they would have played better in the Super Bowl, without a doubt.
Well, 774.
Joe Burrow would have been hurt.
Curtis, a texter
Drake May was hurt, and he stunk.
You and
He at least gets on the field.
You and I know nothing about football. Asking Scheim why he hates on Joe Burrow. That's what it tells
I mean, have you seen Joe Burrow? He's awesome. He basically was Mahomes' daddy until the NFL fixed it.
He's had a putrid offensive line virtually his entire career on that football team. Like,
He hasn't made the playoffs in 4 years, guys. 4. Like that's unacceptable. You cannot be a top 5 quarterback in football and not have appeared in a playoff game since the 2022 season. You can't. I'm sorry. Like, also, I understand Joe Burrow's been good, but like even in the MVP race, he hasn't finished higher than 4th once. Like, look, Matthew Stafford absolutely deserves to be in the first tier.
Got to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and lost to Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford, I think, deserves to be in the first tier. I think the first tier, like Wiggy said, is Patrick Mahomes is there just because he's Patrick Mahomes. What he has done to this point is unquestionable. Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Lamar Jackson should be the next 3 because they have played the position better than any other quarterbacks in all of football over the last couple of years.
When is it going to be time in your mind to call Lamar Jackson out and say he cannot win in the playoffs?
Wiggy and I have said that to you. Like, we understand that he struggles in the playoffs.
Right.
Totally understand that. But like, you can't then in one hand say that it doesn't punish Justin Herbert at all either.
I agree.
Or Dak Prescott.
If you ask Patrick Mahomes, Greg, today, he could face one of these 3 quarterbacks in the playoffs: Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, or Joe Burrow. Who would he least like to play in the playoffs?
I would say Josh Allen.
I would agree.
I would say Joe Burrow because he's the only guy that's actually beaten him in the playoffs of those 3.
Yeah, I mean,
and he nearly beat him again in KC until the Cincinnati Bengals coach said it's fixed.
Josh Allen had him beat, and then his defense somehow gave up 50 yards on 2 plays in 13 seconds.
He has not beat him in the playoffs once.
All right. Interesting. That's in the Athletic, Curtis.
That is. Mike Sando gets 50 people together. The top tier was not just Mahomes. My apologies. It was Mahomes, Stafford, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow.
All right. Drake May was something to prove again this season. And a reminder that we are always on the lookout for Hill Notes. So if you want to give your input into this or anything else that we have discussed or something we have not, leave it in the form of a voicemail on the Odyssey app. Very simple to do. And we will pick the best Hill Notes and play them back at 9:30. I get questions also about the Odyssey app. When this show and this station is available on SiriusXM on September 1st, will the Odyssey app still be available? Of course it will. We'll still be on the radio. You can still stream us at weei.com. We'll still be on the iHeart app. We'll be wherever you are, wherever your ears are. That is our mission, and we'll be right back.
At FlexCar,
Well, as Curtis mentioned this morning, in the 125-year history of the franchise, we are witnessing the glory of the best 34-game run of this baseball team ever, Curtis. It's astonishing.
29-5.
Astonishing. And 781 texter, speaking of lists and tiers, is requesting an emergency top 5 when it comes to the reasons for Tracy's turnaround. I don't know if you're game for it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Greg challenging Craig Breslow, saying he's more likely to go on a run.
That could be on there.
Mm-hmm.
They deny it, but I think the less of a reliance on the driveline nerds
Mm-hmm.
and more of a reliance on pure baseball, guys who know baseball, letting them think on their own has been a factor.
Getting that party animal out of the clubhouse to Fort Myers.
I mean, would you throw the Durbinator in there? The way he's been hitting the baseball?
Yeah, I'd throw the Durbin at him, Sadan.
What some would argue, I guess, Alex Cora, removing Alex Cora and his crew from the equation.
The arrival of Bennett, who was dominant his first like 5 or 6 starts.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me that, though? Like the Alex Cora turnaround, I obviously wasn't here when that all happened. What were the reports that, like, was his message just being lost? Because I don't know how you can go from spring training, where all you hear about is players singing his praises, to then his message being lost. Like, could it really be that Chad Tracy has such a big effect on these players? And I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just asking the question.
When it comes to Tracy's turnaround,
Yes.
Do you want to give a lot of credit to Chad Tracy?
Yeah. It just, to me, I don't understand the drop off when it comes to Alex Cora, who all we were told for so many years was that he was a player's manager. All these players loved him. All these players wanted to play for him. Guys were coming to Boston just to play for Alex Cora. How that could just change in such a short period of time, it still does not.
Well, you weren't here for it, but basically Wiggy got him fired.
Yeah.
I mean, Wiggy came at him with like a strike down the right down the middle.
Bulldog, and I guess it's called in the world of journalism. But I think the thing with Alex Cora is this: is his guys were the Trevor Stories of the world, the Roman Anthonys of the world, guys that really weren't contributing. Then you had the new guys like Durbin, Contreras, Sonny Gray, Ranger Suarez, where maybe these guys might have viewed maybe his message differently from those other guys. I just think maybe his message and we had said this, somebody had said this one time, that he looked checked out at one point in the dugout at a game. And I think maybe that was part of him not being able to get certain guys to buy into what they're trying to do. And maybe his message fell on deaf ears.
The only thing that could make sense to me was the Alex Bregman situation, and if that rubbed a lot of players the wrong way. The way in which that Alex Bregman was welcomed in by Alex Cora, and he had this relationship, and did he...
I mean, it sounded like certainly the young guys and I'm always accused of being a Bregman stan, but it seemed like they loved having him around.
Yeah.
So
it just if you want to talk about who were Alex Cora's guys, and you bring up guys like Trevor Story, you also have to bring up a guy like Alex Bregman, who was brought in because
yeah, but that was last year though.
I know, but
talking about a new squad this year. Like we were talking when we got down to.
But at the beginning of spring training, we were still talking about Alex Bregman.
Right, but
in that situation,
I think the question was.
We also didn't have the issues with the young guys. Again, I'm going to sound like I'm on his payroll, and I'm not. But you didn't have the issues with the young guys off the field when Alex Bregman was around.
Yeah, I would, of course. And going back to spring training, to a man, everybody said they don't envision the Red Sox without Alex Cora. That they all credited Cora last year for why they got to the playoffs. And Roman Anthony was more despondent than anyone that Bregman wasn't here. He talked about how he missed him. Remember the World Baseball Classic? Bregman and he were teammates again, and everybody was talking about how much they missed him here and why didn't they get that done? Because Roman Anthony credited Bregman with his performance at the WBC. So I think the team stunk. for many reasons. They just didn't open the season well. There was pressure. There was a lot of guys that were not really playing up to their capabilities, and that's what happens. Things unravel. Great managers don't always remain forever. Winston
also didn't
Churchill
want
lost the next election after World War II. I mean, leaders don't stay on forever for whatever reason.
also made a point to make a few comments before this season about how he didn't want to be a manager forever. Like this wasn't a long-term thing for him the rest of his career. And so
did
maybe
he check out?
checked out.
Yeah. And so and I get that the players, like Curtis just said it, a lot of those players, they weren't even playing to like average major league player level. So a lot of those guys were well underperforming, and that obviously played a factor into them getting off to such a horrible start. And then the horrible start, guys not playing to the level that they should be playing at. Maybe certain guys are checking out, messages going in one ear and out the other. And Bresbot says, all right, maybe what we have to do is get a new voice in here that is just different. And that's what they're able to do. And then guys started performing to a better level. And you had the pitching all year long. And that ultimately what happened. And I think the vibe of these guys, it didn't seem like at the first half of the season, it just seemed like these guys were just a bunch of dudes that really didn't want to be here. And then when you got Tracy and you started to get on a little bit of a roll, you won a couple of games.
With Tracy, you were the same as Cora for a month or two.
Yeah, and then I think what ends up happening, then they kind of figure out who they were. Like you said, they go away from Driveline.
They went away from Driveline. Like I think I'm sure the issue at times between Alex Cora and Craig Breslow was the over-reliance on the analytics. And that you can just look at the fact that they allowed Chad Tracy to allow players to bunt the baseball.
Craig.
They controlled every single aspect of what they were doing, and they were unable to manufacture runs in that situation.
And I believe that it happens where Breslow and Cora's relationship was strained to a point that Breslow refused to listen to Cora's ideas even when they were the right ones.
Good morning.
And then you have Chad Tracy here. And Breslow, we all agree when they were making that pivot and Dr. Hill was with Sam Kennedy that Breslow's job was on the line, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so when your job's on the line, you tend to be more open to other things that may save it.
Yeah.
And he did many of the things that Cora was begging him to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great. It's worked out. Tracy's the guy going forward, but don't you think Cora's somewhere on a beach right now or, hanging out with his family, sitting back saying, if they had done this when I was there, I'd probably still have my job?
He would probably take advantage of the free cruise from Zach Brown if he were offered it right now, I would say.
My question is, what would you rather Zach Brown do? Not offer it?
Right.
Well, there are just fans that are upset. That's the news.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not upset about it, but there are people who.
I think it's the way you word it to people. When people hear free, and they're thinking like that comes with everything. Like, so all I got to do is show up.
Right.
That's what they think. Then they're like, wait a second, not only I got to show up, I got to spend a night
You
there.
don't have to show up. You don't have to do anything.
Bingo.
But the opportunity is there to go on a trip that maybe you couldn't have afforded before you went
right,
to the trip,
but when,
to the show.
When people say, when you're hearing something and people say, oh, this is free for you, you're not in that moment thinking about like, oh, I got to get there. I
actually am. Like, if somebody tells me
you're
it's
a
free.
rare breed, though.
If someone tells me, yeah, this is free, I'm like, what's the catch?
Of course, because you're an adult.
But you're a rare breed. It's like when we go to road shows and they go, hey, we're going to road shows. Everything's going to be cool. We ain't got to come out of pocket nothing. We got to show up to this place and do an event there. You ain't expecting at the end of the night that there's going to be a check that's being pulled out that you have to pay.
Huh?
774 text.
Huh? You don't get that? Huh? We go to every road show and we're like,
people go to the road show. They know they have to pay for their food.
No. Oh my God.
I don't know. I mean, Greg paid for our dinner when we were in
If we go
Rhode
to
Island.
dinner on a road show, you're expecting.
Oh, I just assume Greg's buying.
No. When we go to a place and we're talking, we're going to be at this place for 2 hours.
What?
And we're going to be here shaking hands, taking pictures. And it's like, okay, food and
Why
drink.
do you expect that you're going to get a free dinner?
Well, the purposes of us going there and plugging.
The purpose is to go and hang out with people. That
Yeah,
listen
I know,
to the
but
show.
then you would think that
the
like
purpose isn't for you to get a free dinner. You get a per diem for that.
Oh, the per diem doesn't cover that. Believe that.
Oh, I get what you're saying, Wiggy. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like us, when they
I
say.
thought you meant the audience.
No,
was
not
expecting it
the
to be
audience.
free.
He's talking about that one time down the Cape.
Yeah.
It's not one time.
Greg had 3
But
of
that
your
one time
dinners.
down the Cape.
Wait, no, it wasn't one time.
No, and the one in Connecticut, to be fair, we didn't get a per diem that day.
And Courtney, you didn't go to any road. You went to one road show this year, right?
Well, yes, I was on leave.
You know how many tabs? Well, I didn't pay for it. I was going to pay for the one in Marlboro. There was a tab that we had to pay for. So it was
that's
like,
right.
Yeah, so it's like
APD had 7 Zimas
it
on
wasn't
that.
just one in the Cape. It was pretty much every road show.
Wait a minute. Does Angry Principal Dave drink Zimas?
I saw him drinking Zima.
Really?
Yeah.
This is Zima.
What about
It's like a.
what about Bartles and James? Is he still on the Bartles and James occasionally?
Have a great day.
My good friend.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking you plug a restaurant. You
That's not how it works, bud.
Well, that's.
It's not about getting you a free meal. It's about.
I will say I'm with Wiggy on this. If we're talking about a place and hundreds of people go there, I would expect my Bang Bang Shrimp to be comped.
Yeah, that's how I feel like Zach Brown.
That's a bit of an entitlement thing. That we got going
No,
on
it's
here.
not. What does it cost the restaurant?
Yeah, we're going there where people are coming, they're hanging out, we're taking pictures, we're plugging it.
There was one time though that it was outrageous.
There was literally a line around the block for this place.
And Curtis and I split like a order of pretzel bites,
Right.
and the bill was astronomical.
It was almost a year of James's Montessori.
Courtney, every road show this year, pre-game party, we got a bill at the
Not
end
everyone,
of
because the one I was at, I believe, was comped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And that was a nice one.
which one was that? That was that was the big one though.
Yeah.
But we didn't really have food and sex. That was the outdoor place, right?
Well,
And
I was
Ken
talking about the
I think-
food before.
I think Ken covered Long John Silver's for us, which was really
We were
nice.
talking about the food before.
I met you guys at a place for food before.
Oh, yeah, over there. Okay, I
You
see what
talking about the Pelham House?
Yes,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, John, who runs that place,
Yeah, that
he's
place.
aces.
Yeah, that
I met him.
He took care of you guys there.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was the
Good
one.
martinis.
I met him when we went to see Mumford, Greg. He was
Yes.
at the
Yes.
Mixed Beach House.
Yeah,
Wicked nice guy.
yeah. You guys were. I think you were playing hacky sack.
Nope, just chat it up.
Is that
All
what
right,
they call it?
we're going to take a quick break, and by quick I mean 2 minutes, and we will be right back. Timeouts coming up at 9:30, so time to leave one on any topic. There's a text message about why we're avoiding. We're not avoiding, but why we're avoiding talking about Jaylen Brown. I have kind of had it on the Jaylen Brown bashing. I don't know where everybody stands.
Why?
on
What
it.
happened now?
Agreed.
Did I miss something?
People are just reading it. We went into a little bit of the stream, what he said on the stream yesterday, and people are now reacting to what they think is a shot at Jason Tatum. And I mean, I don't know. Curtis, where are you on it? You set the dialogue for the city.
Sure do. Yeah, I am on the right on the edge of just being about done until the season.
Yeah.
That the point's been made. They don't like each other.
Right.
This was a point of no return. Brad had to make the deal. He made the deal. He did the best he could. And it will be fascinating to see these two. But anybody that ever thought that there was a relationship beyond just playing basketball is being proven to be wrong. It is not a media creation.
Yeah.
But to be candid, I'm just kind of tired of hearing Jaylen Brown talk about how big of a victim he is.
Greg, do you want to just hear the audio from his stream? We have it if you'd like it.
I'm kind of done with it. But if you feel like the people would like to hear it, then I'm fine. Go ahead.
We got Bron. Like, what an opportunity that is. Like, obviously, everybody's going to say whatever they want to say, and it's going to be a bunch of media this whole entire season. But, like, for me, like, what an opportunity is to learn. Like, one of my favorite things to do is to learn. Despite what people may say, despite what people may feel about, my favorite thing to do is to learn. I love learning. So, like, to have the opportunity to learn, one from one of the, if not the greatest player of all time, you know, I get an opportunity to, like, on the court, off the court, learn and gather experiences that can accumulate to my own knowledge base.
Of course it's a shot. Of
Yeah.
course.
That's a direct shot.
Yeah, I
I don't
mean-
think there's any veiled shot at all of this. That is a direct shot at Jason Tatum.
And if you thought that he was going to hear what Jason Tatum said at that camp and not have a shot, then you haven't been following Jaylen Brown the entire time. Like, of course he was going to do that.
So you're talking about learning off the field with, learning off the court with LeBron?
Well,
That's the
'cause-
shot?
Yeah,
No,
remember what
No, I know that, but I don't really.
Jason Tatum said that he doesn't
No, I
like
know,
to be
remember-
with
I
somebody
remember-
who's the smartest person in the room.
Right.
He likes to learn, and now Jaylen Brown's talking about learning from LeBron,
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, it's direct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I just think
But
people,
it was a media creation.
people got really angry if anybody suggested that the two J's were not as presented.
Just say my name.
No,
I,
no,
I,
not
I,
only
but
you.
I was a problem.
Yeah,
I was
yes,
the problem
yeah,
there.
it's fine.
I know that I turned a blind eye to the
Mhm.
situation because
thought
I
you-
wanted to believe that
Right.
the two J's were mature enough to be able to play together, and that Jaylen, in my opinion, was the alpha on this team, and that Jason was okay with that, and that both could coexist and win
Right.
and bring us champions.
See, you were pot right. You were pot right. They were mature enough to play with each other, right?
Yeah.
That part you were right. The part where I think you were wrong is the fact that they were willing to like subjugate their egos and like, you know, not feel a certain way where they would still be able to be like Kiki and Kumbaya, right? So that's the part where you were wrong, but you were right. And this is why I think you could have brought Jaylen Brown back for one more year because they were more mature enough to play with each other
Right.
and not let that stuff trickle out while they're playing together.
Well,
It's
it
not
trickled-
that Jason Tatum was okay with it. Your anger at Brad Stevens is entirely misguided. Jason Tatum was done with Jaylen Brown. The Paul George return, the entire trade this offseason, the fact that Jaylen Brown wasn't going to Milwaukee, wasn't getting you Giannis, it is Jason Tatum. Brad Stevens was forced to eat this sandwich, and he did the best he could.
No, he didn't. Because, Sissy, this is where you and I disagree because this is where I think where Courtney might where she was right in the case. They have not liked each other or effed with each other for a long time, and they've been able to coexist, right?
until one of them was hurt and was out for the season, and the other one decided to go public with how great that was.
But even with that,
that's the problem,
but
and
even-
you refuse to acknowledge it.
No, but even with him going public and Jaylen Brown saying what he would say, he said this year, they were still mature enough, and I think Jason Tatum was mature enough to go, okay, if I have to do it for one more year, I've already been putting it up with it for 5 or 6 years.
I don't think so.
They would have did it.
I
You
think
know, it was my favorite year of my basketball career.
You even said it on this show several times. You couldn't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Jaylen Brown was not going to be Robin. You and I had this conversation.
No, and I agree with that, but I still think that they would have been able to play
You just
together.
said they couldn't. You
No.
literally said that over and over
When
again,
did
that he
I-
would not accept that role again.
No, I said he wouldn't accept that role
So how do they play?
because he would still do what he's been doing.
Just so that he would accept his role.
I think they could have played together. I think Jason said, you know what, after the comments made, after the tweets tweeted and the things on Instagram posted, I think Jason Tatum said, I want him out.
Jaylen Brown has been playing his whole career on a role that he does not like, and he's accepted it.
Right. And
but
you said he would no longer accept
No,
it.
I said that
What role would he like?
To be the leader.
to be the guy.
Kaiser?
He's not gonna be the guy where he is.
No, I'm not saying he's going to be the.
He's not gonna be the guy on most other NBA teams. At some point you have to accept that.
Right, I understand that, but if he.
I go to the nude steak place, I'm not gonna be the best looking dude in there.
Hey, don't sell yourself short.
I mean,
Florida.
I'm self-aware.
But he
I
might-
know
he-
that.
See, here's the difference. He might not necessarily.
It's like in my luck, I'll be seated next to Bolo at the nude steak place.
Well,
Who's going to be
no
more?
table needed.
Who's going to be more productive on Philly this year? It's going to be Tyrese.
You should see how Bolo delivers the plate of steak. I mean, it's an unbelievable feat of nature. But what?
Him and Tyrese Maxey are going to be the best players on the Sixers this year.
Jalen and Tyrese.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
Yep.
Jalen and Tyrese Maxey will be the best players.
What about your guy?
LeBron?
Yeah.
LeBron said LeBron's going to take a back seat. He knows he.
He's the big
He's going to-
backseat guy.
He'll get
going to take-
He's a big take a back seat.
No,
guy.
he's going to take a back seat when it comes to stats.
Yes.
He's going to have the documentary, everything.
yeah.
It's going to be a circus around
Yeah.
him. But I'm with you that best players on the court.
On the court.
Yes.
Strictly on the court, it's going to be Jalen and Tyrese Maxey. LeBron is going to garner the most of the clicks because of the documentary and all that stuff, and this possibly being his last year. But on the court, if people are going to be like, yo, the game runs through Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey. That's what it's going to be.
Well, here's a great question from a 781 texter. Why is he able to subjugate his ego with LeBron, but was not able to do it with Jason Tatum?
Because
Who says he is, though? Who says he is? Because
He just said it.
But the relationship is going to be so different because we just said LeBron statistically on the court is going to be able to.
No, he just said he wants to learn from LeBron.
Yeah, he learned.
Do you think he wanted to learn from Jason Tatum, or do you think he thought he was better?
No,
than
because
Jason
they both
Tatum?
wanted the ball.
He thought he was better than Tatum.
He thought he was better than
But
Jason
they both
Tatum.
wanted the ball on the court between Tatum and Brown. But
Right.
when it comes to LeBron and Brown, you can learn from LeBron and still be able to share the ball.
No, but I don't think he's going to. The difference between him and LeBron, he knows that I'm learning all this knowledge from LeBron as a basketball player. But when it comes down to it, I'm the better player than LeBron James. His issue here was he felt like him and Jason Tatum were equals on the court.
Right, we're saying the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, on the court.
Yep.
But the team, the Boston Celtics, said, no, you're not. Jason Tatum is a better player. That's why if we can get Kevin Durant or Giannis, we're willing to entertain that trade. That's why when Tatum came back.
and it was so bad and so destructive for the organization, and this is what you don't acknowledge, that they were willing to get rid of him for a senior citizen. And
that's stupid by the organization.
Well, it's not,
I don't
though.
care.
Not when somebody's causing issues.
Oh my gosh, he wasn't causing issues, though.
He
It's with one
wasn't.
person. Was he causing issues when they were on an incredible run without their best player? Was he causing issues in that locker room?
Was he causing issues when he wanted to freelance and didn't want to follow the game plan and they blow a 3-1 lead in the
Well, clearly
in the
he wasn't
playoffs?
causing
Like,
issues.
I-
Clearly he wasn't causing an issue, Greg, because we all know that they were up 3-1 in that series.
Right.
So there were no issues to that point, right? There were no issues to the 3-1 point.
I still go back, and I think there's no way we will ever prove it. And we were driving back from Newport, and it dawned on me that Tatum did not push it into Game 7 because he didn't want this season of Jaylen Brown to continue. I will never not believe that.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know.
So
how was I vague?
you're saying Tatum didn't want to play in Game 7?
Right, because he didn't want to help the team on Jaylen Brown's big season get to the next round. He was happy to be. He was done with it.
Yeah, but I know Jaylen.
He might not have wanted them to win Game 7 without him.
Right. Oh, definitely.
But I know.
Which isn't that an issue?
No. But the other issue is to kind of to your point, Courtney, is knowing Jaylen. He probably didn't want Tatum for Game 7, so he could show like I don't need him to
exactly.
Yeah,
and that's not an issue. Like Game Dog is like, that's not an issue. Yes, it was. It's a giant issue.
No, the issue was the issue was for these guys.
Game Dog said this was a media creation. Nobody has been more wrong on a single topic than Game Dog has about Jaylen and Jason.
The issue was that I think Jaylen got to the point where he was tired and frustrated with being the little brother to Jason Tatum when he was like, I've done the same thing this guy has done. I want to be on the same level as him.
It happens in all kinds of different workplaces where somebody feels like they ought to have a certain role that they don't have, and the other person is not as good as them.
But I feel like Jaylen earned that.
The problem becomes when you go public with it.
Yeah. Well,
Like
Courtney's right about that.
What?
He earned it. Like he proved that. All right,
he's a better player than Jason Tatum.
He was during the championship run.
I don't listen. Greg,
yes, he was.
Greg,
yes, he was.
Wiggy, was Jaylen Brown better than Tatum in the championship
run? I don't
run?
believe Jaylen Brown's better, but there are a number of people that believe Jaylen Brown is.
You're turning me into a monster.
Like it's not like where you can go.
Judging by the starting five, Missoula didn't want Jaylen Brown to win that game either.
I feel like I'm the best two-way player in the world.
It's not like you can go, oh, Derek White's a better player than Jason Tatum, and there'll be people go, oh, I agree with that. There are people out there, basketball people, who believe Jaylen Brown is the better basketball player.
Not any general managers of organizations that want players on their team.
That I can't dispute that with you. I can't dispute the fact that
Stephen A. was right.
Chocolate up for Greg.
Sorry. It hurts.
Well, I mean, Milwaukee wanted him.
He didn't want Milwaukee.
No,
so, Mr. I want my team. It has to be a team that I want.
I am convinced, and I'm going to ride with Shams on this
You're
one.
so wrong on this,
No,
Wiggy.
I am convinced, and Shams said it. He is the new Woj bomb guy. He said it, that the Boston Celtics did not want to throw in Hugo and Shireman for Giannis.
I don't know that that's true, but
that's what Shams said, and I believe Shams.
Yes, you do.
I believe him 100%.
Yes. You stand with Shams.
I stand with
because
Shams.
Otherwise, the whole point falls in like a basic
No,
like a house of cards.
But he's the top basketball insider.
Yeah.
Also, isn't it Shams?
Shams,
like if we're just gonna,
I don't know what it is.
The report was a sham.
I don't know. Listen, I don't want to. I don't know how he pronounces his name.
I believe it's Shams.
Executive order. Are we done
Yes.
with the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum back and forth thing until the season starts?
I'm cool with it.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't really need it.
Let's be done with that. Let's move on. And we'll move on in 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show next.
this old and empty house.
So hold my hand, I'll walk with you, my dear.
The stars creak as you sleep, it's keeping me awake.
It's the house telling you to close your eyes.
And some days I can't even trust myself.
It's killing me to see this way. 'Cause though the truth may vary, this ship will carry our bodies safe to shore.
Jones and Keefe coming up at 10 back in the studio because it is a walkthrough day and that is closed to the public at Gillette. I was listening to them yesterday. Great job describing what some were calling a poor performance by your guy Drake May and the offense yesterday, Shime.
I believe he started poorly, but he finished strong, didn't he?
Okay, phew.
All right.
All right.
That,
It's all about how you finish.
Kind of like me in the match, too.
meh, still lost.
Well, I made a
That's
run
different.
at it. I made a run at it.
Sort of.
That won't happen in.
I don't think either of us were running, to be fair.
That will not happen in pickleball match 1. I'll have Curtis Dormead in his kitchen. By,
I gotta watch this.
I cannot wait.
By game 1.
You are going to be schwitzing like you read about.
Okay,
You
I need to know who everybody's got their money on.
What are the odds on a popped Achilles?
Oh yeah, that's pretty high.
That could be-
Pretty
ooh.
high.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't do it. I am at that age. I'm at the popped
And
Achilles
there's the
age.
excuses.
And you have to remember, Curtis has been running more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so
that's okay. I just have to kind of stand in the back of the court.
Nah, it don't work that
It
way.
doesn't.
No,
No,
because you don't realize like you have to move a little
Right.
bit for pickleball.
I've played pickleball. Thank you.
well, it clearly seems like you
can't-
don't.
it's not a
you're like I can
stationary
stand in
game.
one spot.
yeah.
I mean, you must have been playing doubles.
I played family pickleball, and I think Brees and I dominated.
Well,
so
that's
I'm
doubles. That doesn't
Because
count.
Brees did all the running.
Yeah, that
he was
doesn't
like a
count.
D1 athlete,
Yeah.
D2 athlete.
Maybe we should make it doubles.
No,
Me and Brees versus Curtis and James.
I will do Canadian doubles. You can have a partner. I'll go solo.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Nah, you don't want to do
Okay.
that,
Yeah,
Curtis.
that's-
All right, maybe
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
I guess it's win-win if he loses with 2 people. I mean, that's a threesome I'm invited to.
As long as we're using the new $50 quiet balls, I am fine with that. I'll be fine.
They're not even real pickleballs, though.
Is that the biggest non-story? Every time I go by a pickleball court, I think about that old man and that poor solemn deck. I don't get it. It's not loud.
Not all.
Like
You really don't. I don't think I don't hear it. I walk by the one in the Seaport
All
all
the
the time.
time.
You don't really.
It's a
hear-
piercing sound.
It's not really a
It's
piercing.
pop, pop,
it's,
pop,
no, it's
pop,
not.
pop.
It's not really. It's
you
like
literally don't know there's pickleball until you see the court.
Yeah.
Like I walk down Summer Street, and walk down the steps by Summer Street. You go across the street, and it's right by Putt Shack and the Metlo and that area right there, and it's just in the middle of a courtyard. And unless you were walking to the pickleball court,
Yeah.
you wouldn't hear it before you see it.
I can't sit on the deck. I haven't sat on the deck in 2 years.
Nice day for a little pickle or a little padel. Can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for our chief meteorologist, please? Okay, you're not sticking your neck out for former Boston College employees, but you are sticking your
No.
neck out the Window World of Boston weather window.
I support Luke Murray, and I will volunteer time on the radio broadcast. Let's go, Eagles. 75 degrees, mostly sunny sky. Afternoon high of 87 today. Tomorrow, 88. Looking ahead to the weekend. Friday, I would not play pickleball, Greg, if I were you. It's going to be 92.
All right.
But it's going to be a beautiful weekend for you up at Lake Winnipesaukee, and a gorgeous weekend around here in the upper 80s.
Excellent.
Love it.
You can get a whole house full of windows installed for $99 a month from Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. There are 4 local showrooms that you can visit. Speaking of BC things, as we were earlier, congratulations in order for Matthew Slater.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
Who,
saw that. Shime's alma mater.
He is going to be
Yes,
coaching,
sir.
coaching at BC High.
Yeah.
So
You can get away with. There's no union over there,
I guess
so they
so.
won't be like rummaging through his trash to see what his pay stubs look
Yeah.
like.
That's
Yeah.
also a guy I would want my kid to play for.
Yeah,
like
Matthew
that
is
is
a
good get.
He's
by
got a
BC
good
High.
head on his shoulder.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say congratulations to BC Eagles Zay Flowers for that contract.
Oh, Wiggy left that out of his lead.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
You left that out of your lead this morning. I was
Yeah.
shocked.
Paid.
Let me see, Zay. What did he?
102 million guaranteed, I think. 140 in total.
Wow, no.
I think that was the number.
Wow, so he. That's very
I
interesting.
think it's the fourth biggest receiver contract. He got the exact same as Justin Jefferson.
Right. Wow,
That's ridiculous.
That
by the
is
way.
crazy.
$108 million guaranteed.
Yeah. What did Justin Jefferson get? 110?
I think, but it's $35 million. I think was the same by yearly.
Yeah, I don't.
annual.
I don't care about that.
The
Wow.
best is every reply in my X feed is that he now needs to give some of that to NIL money for Boston College.
He should.
I mean, and honestly, Zay Flowers, if anybody has earned that, it's him. Like, he busted his ass. He stayed at college when he could have gone pro. Got drafted by the right team with the right quarterback, and now he
Such
gets
a big
rewarded.
overpay though. If you're the Ravens,
Yeah.
he's he's good. He's not that good.
Woo! Fourth highest paid, guaranteed money. Man, that is nice.
Now, do you think Matthew Slater's salary is up where yours was in the six
No.
figure category?
No, way more than I
Okay.
made.
All
Yeah,
right.
he's at BC.
Huh? He's making more than six figures?
What's the cost to go there? Isn't it like 30
He's not
grand to
making
go
more
there?
than 6 figures, Wiggy.
He's
He's
an
ma-
assistant coach.
Like, yeah.
I bet he's making 6 figs.
No
No
chance.
Of course
shot.
he
That
is.
was just you.
No, I didn't
That
make
was-
6 figs.
That
But
was
they
the
offered it.
number.
But yeah, that's what you
Wiggy.
should make as a football coach. That's what the coaches are making.
Not in high school.
Every high school coach is making 6
No.
figs.
No. My
Yeah,
God.
they are.
What are you talking about? I was talking to somebody about this last night. They're making like $4,000.
No.
to coach.
No.
Shibe's paying
No,
Cambridge
they're
School
not.
with.
See, that's where you're
No, they're
wrong.
paying me.
That's where you're wrong because their salary as a teacher is about $6,000. I mean, 6 figures.
Yes, that's different though.
But that's part of it.
The average salary for a head football coach
No, don't
at
look at the
BC
salary.
High
Yep.
is $87,332 per year. That's the head coach.
But that's because they're a teacher.
Right.
That's completely different.
That's my point. Slade is not a teacher, so they gotta figure out a salary because he's not a teacher. So if you're
He's the
telling,
assistant head coach. He's probably making between $5,000 and $10,000.
no, he ain't doing it for no 5 or 10 grand. Stop it. Ain't no way.
Not everybody's
No,
like you.
no,
Like,
no,
he might
ain't no
just be
way.
doing it. He might be doing
Ain't nobody
Might-
doing it for 5 or
He
10
might be-
grand.
Maybe he's doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the game too, but you ain't doing it for 5 or 10 grand, and you got your whole day
According
is
to
there.
this, it's everything you've said is accurate, everyone. And then there's a stipend on top if you're a teacher, so you get between $8,000 and $13,000 to coach the football
Yeah, you get
team.
the stipend. Yeah, that's exactly what you get.
So it's not $100,000.
No, but the teacher's salary.
But we're not talking about teachers.
He's
we're
not
talking
getting
about
a teacher's salary.
Because he's not going to be a teacher.
But that's my point.
But
He's
you
not a
weren't-
teacher,
but
so
you
you have to
weren't-
make up for it.
Well, you weren't a teacher.
No.
That's why the people had an issue with it.
Oh, you shouldn't have an issue with it. You don't have to be a teacher to get paid like that.
No, but there are coaches who aren't teachers who coach high school football and they make $5,000 or something.
Well,
Like,
they
that's the
bet that's because they're getting our teacher salary. I didn't get that. So you gotta.
No, they're not. They're not on the teacher.
So you have nobody's doing it. Do you think a guy is going out there and coaching for $5,000 if he's not a teacher?
Yes.
No,
I
he's
think
not.
there are tons of them. I bet they're
No.
listening right now.
Wiggy,
Tons of
there's a bunch of them.
Who?
They love it. High school coaches. They love
Yeah.
it. That's why they do it.
And they do a great job, but they also teach in the school. I don't know anybody who. Sham,
wonder-
you're in high school,
Yep.
right?
I coach high school. I am the varsity baseball coach, Wiggy.
You're the varsity baseball coach.
That's correct.
And you're not
Did
a
they
teacher.
pay you?
Yes, they do.
Did they pay you more than $5,000?
Slightly, but not much.
Ooh, okay. But like St. Pierre at St. John's Prep, does he teach as well as being the head football coach there?
I don't know.
See, I don't think he does. So
But
I'd
I
be
think he
interested
makes
to know.
good money, though.
I would be interested to know because it's a private school thing as well.
That's my point.
So
Yeah,
BC High
that's-
being a
yeah,
private
but
school.
Wiggy was not coaching at a private
Exactly.
school. He was
That's
That
my
was the
point.
He
issue.
was at Brockton High School.
That was my
public
point.
school.
But
And
I
he's like,
wasn't getting-
I want my 6 figures.
Yes, but I wasn't getting money from the school.
That
Oh
is
my
the
God
point
in heaven.
I know.
that we're all saying.
That's what but you're missing my point.
Nope,
Well,
we got it.
Did
No,
you
no.
get your 100,000?
No.
Okay.
No, it ended.
No.
That's
No,
why
I didn't get
ended
it.
prematurely.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Ended
I
prematurely.
did it for the love of the game.
Yeah, superintendent lost his job over the whole thing.
No, he lost his job on some other stuff. It had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to
Okay.
do with me.
All right, anyway, we will be right back with the best Hill Notes next.
The WE.
Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. We are back tomorrow morning with Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox, and the front office report at 9. Chad Tracy on the radio station with Rich and Ted and Ken this afternoon. I believe at 2:30 is when you can hear Chad Tracy as this unlikely, historic, epic run continues for the Boston Red Sox. But let's get to Hill Notes now.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Hill Notes is brought to you.
Should probably click on the other track in order to play the Hill Notes. My apologies.
So that steakhouse in Florida, how does it work?
Shine, what's happening over there?
I don't know why the audio just stopped. It's still rolling and then it just stopped. I don't know what's going on.
Chernobyl.
Let's try this again. 3, 2, 1.
So that steakhouse in Florida, how does it work? Do you pull up already nude, just kind of throw the keys to the valet, or is there a changing station inside the restaurant?
Well,
that's a good point.
that was my lead this morning, if you missed it, but there is a new steakhouse in Florida, and they are doing nude dining nights, and I believe the owner in the audio that we played said that people change inside.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Did he not? Yeah.
I mean, I don't hear it, but I would guess they would.
I mean, good thing like you won't spill steak sauce on your shirt or anything.
That's true.
Fitzy's good with those steak pants.
That is. I mean, that's always the worst when you do spill food on a nice shirt you have.
I really hope this nude restaurant is nowhere near Fort Myers. Roman Anthony would leave a big tip. Ding dong.
Shime, you're wrong on Burrow, man. Look at the stats. He put up huge numbers, but his defense was trash. He can't play both sides of the ball. If he puts up 45 points and the defense gives up 47, that's not his fault. That doesn't make him a worse quarterback. Get your facts, man.
I mean, he put up good numbers 2 years ago, has not made the playoffs in 3 years, and a lot of quarterbacks could put up those numbers when you're throwing to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins on every play. So
He missed 6 games.
When? Last year?
Year before that, did he not?
No, he played 17 games 2 years ago. He missed like 6 games or more last year. 3 years ago, missed a bunch of games, and 2 years in between then played 17 games and didn't make the playoffs.
I just don't get the Burrow hate.
It doesn't because he's just not that good. Like, I'm sorry, he's not making the playoffs.
Good. What do you
yes.
mean?
Why he's not? He hasn't made the playoffs in 4 years, guys.
Okay, but you don't think he's a good quarterback?
I think he's good. He's not a tier 1 quarterback. No, he is not a top 4 quarterback in the league. Not even close.
Hey, you tell him, Sean. Burrow's nothing.
Okay. See, my top tier would be obviously Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson. I'd have Burrow up there, Stafford. Those would be my top tier.
Yeah.
I would have Stafford and Burrow up there, and Lamar and Josh Allen. That would be that's to me is the top tier of quarterbacks. Where I think if you put those guys on any team, anywhere, with, not the greatest talent in the world, they're still going to be some of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Good morning. Random Thoughts with APD. Did you know that on June 24th, 2026, when the Red Sox were in last place in the American League, if you were drunk and put a $100 bet down if they would make the playoffs, you would make anywhere from $900 to $1,200, depending on what book you used. Profit. This has been a Random Thought with APD. Have a great day.
Oh, I kind of like that new approach from Angry Principal.
Switching
Dave.
it up on the profit that you would have made.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
All right. I'm 23. I've been listening to Hillman since, I don't know, I was 13, 14 years old. We got to change something here on EEI. All these commercials I'm listening to are, 55 plus, playing this, and, I'm over 50, and, oh, come to my pickleball tournament. Like, I feel like I'm 100 listening to these commercial ads, man.
Yeah, I'm old.
Not yet.
Dude's been listening to what did he say since he was 13 years old?
Yeah, 10 years.
I mean, I'm on the wrong edge of 60 at this point.
Well, you should have said we're going to do a street hockey tournament. He might have been all over that.
It flew by. I can't believe it.
Well, people are living longer now. Like 60's not that bad.
Define
What do
people.
honestly, what do you think I have left?
No, I think you got 30
6
years.
months.
30?
Yeah,
30?
30.
No.
Courtney.
Probably like 10.
Yeah,
probably
what do you
10 good years.
So you think Greg's going to live to 90?
Correct. That would be 60 plus 30 is 90.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I was just with Sanjo's grandfather. He's 92. Still plays golf. Like, people are living longer.
Okay.
You just got to take care of yourself.
All right, so those are...
Love is being honest, Greg, and the walk from the boat to the Newport Road show had me under 5 years.
All right.
Well, you need to take care of yourself.
But
like,
Courtney,
you can't.
Courtney, let's be honest.
Okay, when
many
is that going to
people-
start?
How many 90 people do you know that live to 90 versus, they might have lived to 75. I know
75
or 80. I know a lot more
75 is
people.
young.
Yeah, it just goes so fast.
Yeah, I know a lot more people that only live to 75,
All right, then
80.
maybe 90 is crazy. 20 more years.
Do you want to know how old I am? In 2 years from my birthday, I will have to make a decision about whether I want to take Social Security early or not.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter.
I'm thinking about taking it early.
It doesn't matter. The way Social Security is, you can take it. You're not getting much.
You get less if you take it early.
Yeah.
But you get more years of taking less.
Yeah.
And with your salary. With
no.
your salary.
Yeah, well, it's there to help you make
Right.
ends meet.
Yeah, and they still like this social media. Yeah, it's barely be lucky to buy some groceries with that. The way that they are with social security nowadays.
I don't know.
Yeah, what?
How much is Social Security?
Like $400 a month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what you think it is?
Oh, I thought it was like hefty.
Like what?
I thought it was like 4K every 2 weeks.
Depends on how much.
4K every 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what you put
Yeah.
into it. That's about what it is.
Right.
It might be $2,500 or something like this.
$8,000 a month. Please call up if you get Social Security for $8,000 a
How
month.
much do you think it is?
I bet it's probably about $2,000 a month.
Don't you get the thing sent to you where it says what you've put into it and what you're going to get back?
No, I don't get that.
Yeah, I get that. Go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
So I actually work at the course that they played yesterday, Tatum and Curry and Obama. They didn't play together, Curry and Tatum. Tatum went out in the first group. Curry went out in, I don't know, the third or fourth. I was at, there were 4 groups, and they just played. It was celebrating Obama's birthday. Don Cheadle was playing, John Shire, other celebrities like that. It wasn't a big deal. Thought it might have been, but nope.
Okay.
They might not have played together, but they definitely, their paths crossed.
Where did that scoop break yesterday, Curtis?
That would be the Greg Hill Show.
Okay.
Around
Like to be
9
clear.
a.m.
Yeah.
Scoop snaking going on left and right around this city.
Wow.
But it was for Obama's birthday, so it was not most likely Jason Tatum recruiting Steph Curry for the Boston Celtics. Although maybe afterwards, 19th hole, they talked about it maybe.
Oh, beforehand, there was definitely their paths crossed, and I'm willing to bet with all this stuff about Steph Curry and possibly leaving Golden State, I'm willing to bet you Jason Tatum was like, man, you should come here. You'd love it here. We can do so much stuff. So
yeah,
I just love all the climate warriors that all flew individually private to an island to golf for a day and then flew home.
There's nothing better than private jets, though.
Amen.
Do you think was Mrs. Obama playing? Is she probably a good golfer?
I don't know.
They said it was for his birthday.
Probably
I mean,
hits a
she'll play
long
there.
ball.
Are they still together though?
Here's Chris from the South Shore. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
What's up?
So you guys mentioned a Seinfeld obscure reference earlier about
Yes.
eating naked.
Yes.
Yeah, his girlfriend was trying to open a jar of pickles.
Right.
And Greg, I was listening and watching you when you were on V66.
Oh my God, that's 19.
How's that?
1986.
Wow.
Like some
Yeah.
people, that guy.
Go Red Sox.
The guy earlier wasn't alive for another couple decades after that.
V66.
God.
So when were the years of that?
V66, like
Yeah.
1985 to 1987 or something.
Shime and I weren't alive.
No.
You work with 2 people that weren't alive.
You guys weren't alive then. You missed the 80s.
Curtis, I don't think Curtis was alive either.
I was 2.
Phenomenal
Oh, you too.
decade. 80s, phenomenal decade.
Your favorite?
I've enjoyed all of them.
What was the year you were arrested?
For different reasons. 1984 probably was when I was arrested.
Oh, year of my birth.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Shine.
Anyone notice Greg has said 6 times this week, I was listening to the Big Dog Show on Saturday while driving to Newport. Okay, Greg, we get it. You went to Newport. Relax.
That is true.
Listen, I like to get all of the summer destinations in the various weekends of the summer. So that's why I'm going to Lake Winnipesaukee this weekend. Had a marvelous trip down to Newport is an underrated city. I will tell you that much.
Newport, Rhode Island, where we go. Yeah.
Yes. You have the key to the city.
Yes.
In your possession.
That is a beautiful place, that little, kind of dock area. That is a nice place down there.
It's fantastic. And went to the great restaurant down there. I think it's called the Thames Street restaurant. Unbelievable. Dined al fresco. It was fantastic. All right, is that it?
That'll do it today, Greg.
Okay. A lot of people in the Twitch chat, they like when you say that'll do it today, Greg.
Heck yeah. Well, I'm glad I can appease the people.
Yes. All right. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
Why wait?
Jones and Keefe with the Drop God coming up in about 10 minutes. And not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. And we are brought to you there by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. If you are in the market for a diamond, go see them at Springer's. Best selection, best prices, very knowledgeable there. They've been selling diamonds for like 100 years at Springer's. So go see the team at Springer's. White Sox 7-10 first pitch this evening. Dare I bring up the current win streak? I don't want to jinx anything, but what are we at? 6?
Currently at 6 games, Greg. Trying to make it 7 tonight.
All right. Well, this team keeps finding ways to win baseball games against good baseball teams, Wiggy.
Yeah. I mean, the win streak thing is great, but now aren't we at the point where, like, even if they lose a game, we know that they're going to rip up. There's a chance that they're probably going to win the series.
Yep.
And so I think that was the biggest thing that a lot of people were looking at this team when they weren't playing well, is that they're too inconsistent, because when they do go on a 2 or 3 game winning streak, then they lose 4 or 5 in a row. Now it's like they lose 1 game here and they rip off 4 or 5. They lose a game here. And when's the last time, I think this would be a great question, maybe Curtis knows it, when's the last time they lost 2 games in a row?
Ooh, good question. Let's see. Well, it certainly hasn't been this half of the season, so let's see the first half. Let's go. We're loading here.
It's probably been a while, I'd imagine.
The last time they lost consecutive games would be July 1st and June 30th against the Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
So over a month.
Yeah. So, I mean, you think about that, like how good that they've been playing. Not only are they going on these ridiculous winning streaks, but they're winning series consistently. And that to me is that's where I look and go, they are a good baseball team. Because you start to look at the teams that they played and you go, wow, yeah, they're winning series, but you swept the Dodgers. No one expected that. I was like, wow, if you can win that series, that would have been great.
Yeah.
But you swept the Dodgers, you swept the Rays, you beat all these teams.
And this White Sox team is a good team too, and
Sure.
they're not squeaking a win out there. That's 14-2. That's
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think you include that win last night. That makes it 15-0 during this streak against teams that are over 500. So
that's impressive.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to do it for us, unfortunately. I could sit here and talk all day, but we don't have time for that, Curtis.
No, we don't. Get to that pickleball court and train.
Oh, yeah. All right. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6. Jones and Keefe next in 2 minutes.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time till we raise another glass.
you ready for a Red Sox blowout, Keith?
Yes, I am, Jones. Holy smokes. This is the greatest team of all time.
I mean, they kind of might be.
They might just be. The winning streak continues. The offense showed out. We got a debut from one of the new guys. The other guy who we know is hurt. He's hanging out. He's around. Vibes guy, though.
Vibes guy.
1-0 since the trade.
Big time.
They haven't lost since the big trade deadline. I mean, that's one of the takeaways, though, is whether you liked, loved, or indifferent, or even hated the trade deadline, no matter how you feel about the trade deadline, the Red Sox were in a really good spot prior to that. This wasn't, they need to get Tarek Skubal to go on a run. It was like, they're on a run right now. They're better than most, if not all, of the other teams in the American League. So, like, keep it going. Like, they were in a really good spot. And obviously the guys that they acquired, if they can help, great, and that it gives them a better chance. But they were already, you and I think others kind of had them at the top of the American League anyway. And then trade deadline comes and goes, and you're like, okay, like they're still there.
I said last night in the middle of the Red Sox game, I'm like, the second time they batted around, I think. They batted around twice. They're up
six pack in the first.
They're up 6-0 right away. Home run derby. Bowser Jr. with the grand slam. Duran got in on the action. Abreu wind up hitting a couple of home runs later on in the game. So 4 homers again for the Red Sox. But I think it was the second time they batted around. I tweeted out, we might have to move the Red Sox up a tier. Yeah, in our tiers yesterday. We already had them on the top tier.
Yeah, not high enough. But they're on there with too many other teams.
We got to move other people down?
No, move them up. And I don't know who else would be up there with them. They might be alone.
They might be alone. The Red Sox, after last night, Keith, they won 14-2.
Yeah.
And it was 6-0 before you could even
Was
blink.
it mercy? Did they play 9 or they stop it?
They wound up playing the full 9. There was no mercy for that White Sox team last night.
That's a good good in quotes. For the American League, the White Sox are solid, like a playoff team.
They're winning their division.
Yeah, right.
I mean, if you just look at the season, I know the Red Sox are playing better baseball right now. The Red Sox are 61-51. That team's 59-53. Like, on balance, they're basically the same team.
I don't think Davis Martin had it.
No. The Red Sox are, again, 14-2 winners last night. They're 15-3 since the All-Star break, 24-3 since July 3rd, 29-5 since June 25th, the greatest 34-game stretch in franchise history, 32-8 over the last 40, going back to June 19th, the best record in baseball. That's what they are.
That's all. Yeah, and it's funny because the lineup, they just had a lot of guys that are on like a really hot go of it, but there's a few that I think it's sustainable, right? So like, Monasterio, we'll see. Sort of put him to the side. He's hitting his tail off at short, but he's typically not an everyday player.
No, he had a couple of bad plays defensively again last night.
No, I don't trust him there.
No, but the stick is going.
But like Contreras, Rafaela, and Abreu seem like real guys. And like Contreras all season long. Rafaela was an all-star addition this year.
Knocked in 2 more last night. Yep.
Right? Like, and he's continuing to roll.
You see him bunting in the beginning of the game last night?
Yeah, but don't.
Dude,
you don't need to.
Swing.
Yeah. We like you swing right now.
You should be swinging.
Yeah. But then you have other guys that are contributing, and Yoshida has made the most of his time. Caleb Durbin, after a brutal 2 months, like he has really kind of shown out. I still don't know how sustainable it is to go from like Sogard to Flock of Seagulls to other guys like in the leadoff spot, but God bless him. He had a couple more hits. Sogard got the chance yesterday. I mean, what's crazy about last night's stat line, not only the 14 runs and the 15 hits, they only struck out twice. Normally it would be the inverse. They would score 2 runs, strike out 15 times, and you're like, what happened?
Those were the April Red Sox.
That's right, the April Red Sox, which were a lot of these same Red Sox, right? And so some of these guys have just really kind of woken up, but top to bottom, with the exception of the catcher position, which I also thought was interesting, is they did make an addition at catcher. He's not available yet. But the one spot in the lineup that goes 0 for last night, Connor Wong, the catcher, 9 spot.
Okay.
So it's like you're upgrading that. And, I mean, literally, sky's the limit now for this team.
617-779-7937 is the sky the limit. Is the offense for real? I want to get into that, the way they've been hitting here these last few games. Again, 617-779-7937. You can interact Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch.
No doubt.
Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We got Would You Rathers on a Wednesday coming up at 11:30. We have the hashtag Dork Minute. At 11:45, Drake May speaks later today. We'll get to where he ranked on the Athletics quarterback tiers, Keith.
Quarterback tiers, huh?
Which, let me tell you, some sizable tiers going on at the Athletic today. Not very kind to Drake May, if you ask me, so we'll get to that. We got some updates on Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet. Jaron Duran, who played well last night.
Yes, he did.
More sad sack comments from him, which we can get to.
I know.
But Keith, is the offense for real? They are now. Why don't you guess this?
Okay,
If you'd like to. You want to guess where they rank now in the American League in runs scored? They were worst in baseball for a long time.
Okay, so are they 7th?
They are up to 9th, I believe.
Okay, so I went too high.
At 488.
But they were 15th.
They
in the
were,
American League.
I mean, they were
like 30th in the league.
They were last in baseball
So
for much of the year.
So they have jumped up a bunch of spots.
So I'd say they're, middle of the pack-ish in the American League and closing that gap quickly. 4 home runs in back-to-back games. Is the offense for real?
I kind of think it is, especially when you can get Rutschman in there. And you and I aren't like the most high on Rutschman, but I just think compared to Wong and prior to that Narvaez, then that's another guy that can hit. I'm looking at it now, like not every team is going to go 1 through 9. Not every team is the 04 Red Sox where you have the guy hitting 9th winning a batting title. So, like, knowing that you're not going to have 9 tough outs, I think you're going to have 7 tough outs, like 3 or 4 guys you can rely on, and then another 2 or 3 guys that are capable of going on like a little bit of a streak. So, and the fact that going into the year we knew that they didn't have a lot of power bats. And that was obviously a concern. I think it was justified when we saw it play out. They have a little bit more power, though, than we thought. Like, I think those guys that are hitting 2, 3, 4 in the lineup right now can obviously all run into some home runs. And the fact that Caleb Durbin went from being an automatic out to a pretty scrappy player with like a little bit of pop. Yeah, I think it's close to legit. Again, you're not going to compare it to, I don't know, like the Dodgers lineup when it's rolling or whatever, but yeah, I think it's no longer going to be the thing that like weighs them down and prevents them from winning.
Red Sox are 20th in baseball in runs scored. They are still 24th in home runs, tied for it. But it does feel like it's trending upwards with the addition of a guy like Adley Rutschman.
Yeah.
You mentioned Keith, who was in the dugout last night.
Hey, vibes guy.
Chopping it up with the boys.
Good.
He also met with the media prior to the game. Here's Adley Rutschman on joining the Boston Red Sox.
So when we came here last, they were on an incredible win streak, and coming in and playing a team that's clicking on all cylinders is definitely a lot. And they're playing the game the right way and doing things right, and it's it was cool to watch from a distance, and now being here, just like I said, just trying to fit in and help out in any way I can.
Okay, so these are the things I do like about Rutschman.
Yeah.
I think he's an overrated offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
My Uncle Pete reached out yesterday.
Oh, what
Keith.
Uncle Pete
He
say?
heard the call about the pitch framing where I said it's irrelevant.
Oh, he didn't like that.
Well, he texted me in the middle of the game when both teams are out of challenges, and he goes, when teams are out of challenges, it's pretty relevant, isn't it?
Point for Uncle Pete.
I said, score one for Uncle Pete.
Yeah, good one.
So I like his defense. I think the offense is overrated. I think as a player, he's overrated. I think they gave up a ton in that trade, although Baseball America came out with updated rankings today. Only one of the prospects they traded was top 100.
Yeah.
Anthony Ianson at 34. But I do like the vibes and the fitting in. When he says I'm here to fit in,
yeah,
might be lip service, but I like that answer. You want a guy who's going to fit in with the vibes, not try to change things because they're rolling without him.
Keith, you should like it. He was on his way to go see Spider-Man when he found out he got traded.
No, I think the guy is a great personality. I mean, we played the I think you should leave quotes from a couple years ago. Like, he's all up on that. I think he is going to be a great vibes guy. He's obviously a disappointing overall tenure in Baltimore, but a couple of playoff appearances at least. Not a lot of success in the playoffs, but at least he has played postseason baseball as well. And this is one of those things where you're like, Trevor Story, for example, was so bad at short that almost anybody they brought in there was an improvement. And I don't think it's a coincidence that also coincided with the turnaround of the team. And even though the names weren't crazy, like Monasterio, Chang, Sogard, like Flock of Seagulls, like these guys helped the turnaround. I also think the catcher spot offensively has been pretty weak. Connor Wong had the occasional like good week or whatever, but you weren't getting much, and you were just clogging up the bottom of the lineup with like an automatic out hitting in the 9-hole. This changes things. Like this is, and I know they were talking about on the Nesson broadcast a little bit last night. Wherever you put Rutschman, you could bump Duran. If you have to keep playing Duran, which apparently Chad Trace is going to do, have him hit 9th, have his speed hit 9th, and now you're kind of really strengthening or lengthening your lineup a little bit.
A true second leadoff.
Yeah. So even though Rutschman is not, he's probably not the 800-plus OPS guy that he was his first couple years in the league. He's still a big upgrade over what they had. So that's good. Not a huge power bat. I don't think he ever was a power bat, but he's going to be a tougher out than what you've had previously.
617-779-7937. Is the offense for real? This team is rolling. They're absolutely for real. And what can Adley Rutschman add to this team? Again, 617-779-7937. In just 2 minutes, let's get into John Henry. We heard from John Henry, Keith.
How about that?
How about this?
Yeah.
John Henry speaks
well.
about baseball to a media member. We'll get to that and what exactly ownership's philosophy is when it comes to the Red Sox. Again, just 2 minutes, Jonesy.
Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
The dog walks are back, Keith.
Dog needs some water.
That Lou's dog was panting up a storm.
Lou's dog's in better shape than my dog.
In the back of that video.
Walks. Yeah, good for him.
Might be true. He's probably got all his teeth, in fairness, compared to my dog.
Yeah, your dog has no teeth.
I would
That's right.
imagine most dogs do.
Most of them. Most that I've met.
Not all, you're saying, though. You
No,
are leaving the door.
There are some toothless
ajar
dogs.
for it. But, okay.
So Lou likes the deal now.
Well, now.
Now.
And I think this is important.
Talk to the people at Nesson. They were like, you should like this deal.
Well, look, what Lou said, I think makes some sense. I said this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, they traded Anthony Ianson and Kyson Witherspoon and Azekar. okay, who are all some of the best prospects in the organization. They're 3 of the best 11 prospects, according to Kylie McDaniel at ESPN, that moved for the entire deadline.
Yeah.
3 of the top 11 guys that moved, and I think it was 4 and 5 on the list. But how did the Red Sox acquire him? Witherspoon was a first-round pick last year. Ianson was a second-round pick last year. Azakar is a recent draft pick, young, a million years away in single A. So to lose Point, they just wrapped up another draft. There will be more prospects next year. And
100%.
I do agree with that philosophy. I do. I think it's interesting and somewhat comical because I think most people all had the same reaction that we did. We just stuck with it and didn't change our minds. I think most people had the same reaction where they're like, that much?
That's a lot.
For this guy?
Right.
That's a lot. And even Lou's like, initially, that's how I felt, but changed my mind, talked myself into it, talked to some people who talked me into it, whatever it was.
Had to sleep in a dog walk.
I think a lot of Red Sox fans are doing that, which is fine. You want to get excited about the trade deadline. I hope Rutschman is great.
Yeah.
Maybe none of these prospects amount to nothing. They probably won't turn into anything. But I still remain thinking it was an overpay. That doesn't mean the Red Sox can't win games and didn't get better.
100% doesn't mean the 2026 Red Sox aren't in a better spot. I just thought you could have set your eyes higher, or if you were going to trade that package. I guess we have to say this every time, and we're going to scream ourselves blue in the face. Trade every prospect. I don't care. Take the top 10 guys in the Sox prospect system and trade them, but trade them for the likes of Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, Craig Kimbrell. I think those guys were all more impactful. And the moment they were traded, I never once said, well, what's the baseball perspective rating of Yoan Moncada? I didn't care. I'm like, I know he's up there really high, which is why the White Sox wanted him, but it's also why you were able to get Chris Sale. I just feel like Adley Rutschman at this stage of his career, I was shocked that it cost that many top prospects. Shocked. And I know in season, prices are usually a little bit higher, and you got to be willing to go there.
In division, sometimes they're higher.
Yeah,
I guess.
I guess that's true. So, I mean, both things can be true, though, that the team is better right now, and it was still an overpay. I don't know. It's still an overpay.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to square away, but I'm with you on that. Red Sox win again last night, 14-2. They are rolling. They remain 2 games behind the Yankees, however. Although,
all right, they'll get there.
You look around, the Rays the Rays wound up winning last night. Sorry, they were trailing late in that game. They wound up winning that game. So Red Sox still 5.5 back.
Peralta got his face ripped off.
I forgot about that. He did. We gave 7 runs.
7 and 5.
Oh,
not great. They were losing early in that game. That's a guy I liked, by the way.
Yep.
At the trade deadline. Not a great start for him. So the Rays wound up winning. You're still 5.5 back.
Yep.
But 2 back of the Yankees, very comfortably in a playoff spot. And we've now, Keith, heard from the owner of the Boston Red Sox.
How about that?
Now, this reporter from, I believe it was NBC 10, had to chase him down on the street outside Fenway.
It did seem like a TMZ video.
And this is the full exchange
All right, let's hear
with
it.
John Henry. So it's not like he sat down and did an interview.
No, he stood up, kind of walked away.
But he was hounded on the street, chased down. Good for this reporter.
This is good reporting.
And here's the full exchange with John Henry on deadline day.
Mr. Henry, any thoughts on trade deadline? I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask, but...
Just finished, right?
Just finished?
Well, 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go? You feeling good about the moves today? Very good.
Okay,
very,
good.
He feels very good.
Just finished. Congrats.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, nice.
That's why he had a cigarette. Yeah, so he was kind of outside of Fenway Park trying to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Did not really want to talk to this gentleman. But that guy was, I don't know, looking for... He might get a big promotion out of that. Who else talked to John Henry? Just that guy.
Nobody.
I wouldn't be doing my job, good sir. Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry.
Ah, Mr. Henry. I wouldn't
How do you
do
feel
my
about the
job, Mr.
trade
Henry.
deadline? He's like, I think it's over. Like, okay. How do you feel about it? Do you feel good? Very. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, John. Viral
Thanks,
video.
John. Yeah,
Viral video.
It's like the most we've heard from that guy about baseball.
True.
In forever.
Well, look, I think now a couple of things here. When some of the criticisms with John Henry, I don't think changed. The Red Sox didn't add any payroll really at the deadline. So, but this was Breslow, and this is what we asked whether they were playing well or not. What is Craig Breslow allowed to do, and like within those parameters. So like he chose to give Ranger Suarez X amount of money and not Pete Alonso X amount of money. Okay, and to this point, because you got Contreras, that seems to actually have been the right move. That is working out. So we're like, what is he allowed to do? John Henry clearly didn't stand in the way of him trading any kind of prospects, but he also didn't acquire like a ton of money.
No, I mean, they added some payroll with Rutschman, but I
Just
agree.
a little bit,
not
though.
much.
Yeah.
So Can I tell you what I don't care about? And I've heard this a bunch of places. Curtis was talking about this yesterday morning. The criticism, and I think it's accurate to point out that Tomasi might have written about this as well in the last 24 hours, that, well, the Red Sox, their philosophy is this 1 year, and then they change their mind 5 years later, and then they change their mind 3 years after that, and then 2 years after that, they change their mind. Let me tell you, I don't mind that the philosophy changed, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And it might change again. I might care about that one.
Yep.
I don't mind that the philosophy changed and they pivoted because what they've been doing the last few years was so terrible.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
No,
and
I
so
don't
it's
either.
like, all right, F them prospects. I agree with F them prospects. I was aiming higher than Adley Rutschman.
F them prospects.
I'm okay with getting away from whatever philosophy they were doing the last couple of years. Now, I hated when they pivoted away from the Dombrowski model to what they had done since then. I hated that. I'll care about the next pivot. I'm not going to criticize them for this pivot. This is what I want them to do.
No, I don't mind this at all. I mean, I think that's actually good because you think you might be doing the right thing, and then there's enough evidence that proves that it's not the right thing. So, yeah, change it. That's what you should do. Like, they've won with multiple managers. They've won with multiple GMs.
This is the thing that Henry deserves credit for, even more than Robert Kraft.
Right.
They've won with different coaches, different GMs, different players. Not all the World Series were won with David Ortiz.
That's true.
So, the Patriots pretty much just won with Brady, and that was it. And teams can do that. Other teams did it. The Bucs got them. They won immediately.
Bruce Arians.
So it's like, it's really not that hard what the Patriots did. It's incredible. The run they did is really not that hard. It's much more difficult to do what the Red Sox have done. And, hopefully, they wind up being onto something again. And this is their latest pivot, and I'll get annoyed when they pivot away from it in the future. But right now, I'm happy they're doing this and changing their philosophy.
But also, the three guys they brought in aren't 35-year-old rentals. And so even though we thought it was a bit of an overpay, I know there are fans that want to re-sign Adley Rutschman. I don't know how good he's going to be in 3, 4, 5 years, but, he's still in his 20s. Curtis Mead, I didn't love the Connolly Early trade, but you grabbed a second baseman who's a similar age, team control, all that stuff. So you got a couple of young players in return. Even Miller's not like this old guy that's going to be here for a month. So they traded away some even younger players, right? Like some prospects, some like AA, AAA guys, but they didn't just completely punt on their future either. Plus, I mean, they got the Roman Anthony lottery ticket. They got a few others still. Franklin Arias, they still have him.
Every player they got had terms. Speaking of Arias, that Baseball America prospects update, he's 2 in baseball.
Number 2.
So pretty good.
You could trade him for a bench player at some point. A middle reliever. They could trade him for a middle reliever.
617-779-7937. You just mentioned Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
Update on him yesterday. Update on Garrett Crochet. Is it possible, Keith?
Uh-oh.
Possible.
Yeah.
These two can actually help this year.
So,
yes.
Oh, I expected a no there from Nick.
Drop God's turning a little positive
How about
here.
that?
How about this?
Positive God.
I'm not counting on it. I'm going to say this is the team that you have right now. I assume Rutschman will be back. And
Well,
I assume, okay, but we'll talk about it.
Let's
Yeah.
get into it because there were some updates yesterday. Can they actually help? We'll do that next on Jones and Keith.
Thanks to you. Last year,
50, 60 feet. So as you guys know, he's been down a while. So we're in like the very infant stages of like very short, but he did have a ball in his hand and was throwing it, which is good. So he's probably going to be in that really short range throwing right now, and then we'll move him along as he goes. But he does have a ball in his hand throwing it, which is good.
I just gotta bring it to their attention, dude. That's you better watch who you're talking about. Running your mouth.
That was Chad Tracy updating the injury situations for Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet. Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. What did he say about Roman Anthony? Some tea and flips?
Tea and flips?
Sounds like you go across the pond?
I was going to say a show that might replace us. Middays, tea and flips.
Tea and flips.
That sounds like a good show.
10 to 2.
You're like, oh, tea's funny. Flips is even funnier. It's a good show.
I was thinking like you go across the pond and have some tea and flips.
Oh, tea and flips.
Yeah.
Like a little, could be like a pancake, right?
Yeah.
Flip the old
Yeah, like
pancake
a
little
crumpet.
bit.
Yeah.
So Roman Anthony is progressing. I would still put, I guess Anthony probably a little bit ahead of Crochet. I put him in like the same bucket. Like we're August 5th. There is, especially if they go on a run, there's a lot of season left, but I'm not guaranteeing a single thing, or not guaranteeing. I'm not anticipating a single home run for Roman Anthony or a strikeout for Garrett Crochet. If it happens, awesome. But I think you need to be prepared to take the guys that you have, add Rutschman, add, maybe Story, just because he's probably a lot closer than those other guys, and go from there, right? Like anything would be a bonus, and I don't think they're relying on them.
Well, you said this yesterday. The way we're starting to talk about them, and maybe this is ominous because it didn't end well for the Celtics in the postseason.
Yeah.
But the way we're starting to talk about the Red Sox is we're like, boy, they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
If they could add Crochet and Anthony, what would they be?
Like
and
Tatum?
that is how we were talking about the Celtics with Tatum on the mend.
And
Now
Vucevic.
Tatum always looked
Is
good.
Rutschman Vucevic in this scenario?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, used to be good.
Used to be good.
Yeah, maybe.
Two-time All-Star.
A lot of injuries.
Three-time All-Star.
A lot of
whatever.
injuries all of a sudden.
All
Yeah,
right,
okay.
all right.
It's actually
We're too close to the bone here.
But Tatum always looked good in his rehab. I mean, that is different than Crochet and
Yeah,
Anthony.
yeah.
But Roman Anthony, if you missed it from Chad Tracy, is now taking overhand BP.
Nice. Not just the soft toss.
No.
Overhand BP.
Yeah, no more tea and flips.
Yeah.
Overhand BP, and the next step in his swing progression is the cage.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Garrett Crochet is throwing 50 to 60 feet. He said that's the very, very beginning of his rehab. So you're not anticipating a strikeout or a home run.
He needs to throw 60 feet, 60 and a half feet anyway.
That's a good point.
60 feet, 6
What do they
inches.
stretch them out to? 120? Like when they're playing long toss? What do they stretch them out to?
Yeah,
Something like that.
They're way out there.
So, I'm not expecting anything either. And credit to Breslow, I don't think he didn't act like they're just getting these guys back. Now, you could say they didn't get a left fielder. That seat is still warm for Roman Anthony. They didn't get a starter. That seat is still warm for Crochet.
True.
But when I say Breslow went out and stayed active and aggressive, they brought in players. They didn't just sit there on their hands and then go, oh, well, we're getting Crochet and Roman Anthony back, and don't forget about Trevor Story. We just got Curtis Meade. Can't wait for him.
Speaking of
they
him,
didn't play that game.
Don't you think you're more likely to get something out of Curtis Meade than these other two guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
He just went on the IL. These other guys have been there all year.
But it's possible. Yeah, but you could say, well, they've been recovering for so long. But
Right.
it's like, I don't really trust that. But I guess the other way of looking at it, too, is like at the very beginning of the year, the expectation was Garrett Crochet was going to lead the rotation and compete for a Cy Young again. Roman Anthony was going to lead the lineup and maybe even compete for an MVP. Neither one of those things have happened. However, if they do return, who they might replace is also a low bar. So it's similar to Rutschman. Is Rutschman better than Wong? Yes.
Definitely.
So we don't have to go crazy and talk about, MVP votes and things like that from 3 years ago. He's better than Wong. Okay, and that's answered. Is Garrett Crochet, at whatever version comes back, better than Patrick Sandoval?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
He's not better than Sonny Gray or Ranger Suarez or even Peyton Tolle, I wouldn't think, at least this version of him. But could he be better than Sandoval? Maybe.
He always leaves out Bennett. He doesn't like Bennett.
Bennett also. I would say Bennett probably better.
He always
right now.
leaves. Doesn't he always leave him out?
I do leave Bennett
Yeah,
out.
he does.
Yeah, he doesn't like him.
He
I was
doesn't
like,
like
Drake May leaving out Booty. I just forgot. But that's the thing. Like Roman Anthony, whatever version you get of him, is he better than Jaron Durant?
Definitely.
Probably.
Impossible. Durant's the worst player in baseball.
Yeah, he even
according
knows
to
it.
him.
He even knows it.
We'll get to that coming up.
So
but
I'm
yeah.
saying, like you're talking about 3 or 4 spots that you're having average to below average production at. And so if those guys come back, maybe they will be a little bit better.
Ooh, River Czar in the Twitch chat.
River Czar?
think so. River CZAR.
Yeah, the Czar of Rivers.
Yeah.
All right.
So
The
hard to
Czar
follow
of the
about that.
Telestrator, Mike Fratello. Remember
Says,
him?
And I do.
The Czar of the
Anthony, all caps, is not better than Durant in the field.
I mean, it's probably a wash.
Yeah, he might not be. I don't love
Roman
Anthony in
and
the field either.
Noodle Anthony or Ramen Noodles. Remember? Ramen Anthony.
Ramen Anthony.
He did. He actually threw somebody out, remember?
He started to figure that out.
I think he got a little bit better at it, but like, whatever. They're probably a wash.
That
in
was
the
before
field.
his arm atrophied over the last 5 months, just lying there. Probably
Well,
even
no,
moved-
Cotillo said with Rich Ken and Ted last week that he's been running and doing field work. So actually, he might not take that long to come back.
Whatever. I
because
think
all
this-
he needs to do is
Here's
swing.
my answer. I think they both stink in the outfield. So can
Yeah.
one hit? If Roman Anthony can hit, then he won't be worse. That's how
Well,
I'd
then
answer
he can even DH.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like, although my guy Yoshida should probably DH every day.
Yoshida getting going, no
Yoshida's
doubt about
nice.
it. So look, I wouldn't expect much out of either one, but for the first time, I'm now optimistic they might actually come back. You asked me this a week or two ago. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, neither one's coming back. Not only did I not expect anything, I was saying they will not be back.
Yeah.
Now they might be back.
Yeah, they could be. They could be, but I also like don't get your hopes up for it kind of thing.
No.
I don't think anybody is. So that if they do return, okay, great. And then if they don't, it's like, all right, this is the team that you have.
Let's go to Dave. It says in Salem, New Hampshire, but I think maybe from further away. Go ahead, Dave.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm in from Sydney, Australia.
Ah,
How about that?
put another
What-
shrimp on the bobby.
What a journey.
And it's 10,000 miles to go to tonight's game.
We're going to tonight's game.
Oh, you're going to the game tonight? Very
Dave,
good.
Dave, I'll see you there, bud. I'm going to be there.
Oh, Jones is going.
Yeah.
It's not about you right now, Jones. It's
Well,
about Dave.
you know,
We'll
kind of about me.
We'll do some tea and flips.
Ah, there
Oh,
you
nice.
go.
Well, don't look that up on a work computer, but sure, we could do that. So you came all the way from
And
Australia to
I,
watch the game?
Yeah, the Red Sox are that hot.
Well, my family's from Haverhill, so I'm in Massachusetts to visit them. And I was in Manhattan 2 weeks ago, and I went to Citi Field to watch the Sox beat the Mets.
Wow. Oh,
How
so a
about
bit of a
that?
track record of success here.
Yes.
Now, are you a big Curtis Mead fan, Dave?
Gotta be.
I'm just such a fan of the Sox, going all the way back to collecting money for the Jimmy Fund, way
Oh.
back when for the Haverhill Gazette.
Well, that's great, Dave.
I love that.
That's great. We, of course, have the telethon coming up later on this month. Well, enjoy the game tonight, Dave. You will not be seeing Curtis Mead, but enjoy the game tonight.
No.
Well, thanks so much, fellas.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Dave, good stuff. Dave
Excellent.
from Salem, New Hampshire, by way of Sydney, Australia.
By way of Haverhill.
Well, he has family in Haverhill. I don't know.
Got it. But he was staying in Haverhill.
Yeah,
Also visited Manhattan. So that's good stuff.
When did they play the Mets?
The
Was that-
Aussies.
Was that before the All-Star break?
Yeah. He's been here a while.
Yeah, been here quite some
That
time.
It was,
visa's-
it was a series before the All-Star break.
That visa's got to be running out.
Yeah,
a little
he's
bit. I would
kind of
imagine.
squatting, it seems.
That's okay.
That's, well,
Good time of year for it because you know it's actually
Maybe
winter
he's even
time.
still here from the World Cup.
It's actually winter in Australia right now. It's flipped.
Toilets are going the other way there.
Oh, famously.
I think that's year-round.
Play your didgeridoo. Toss a boomerang around a little bit.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Take your pet kangaroo on a walk.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Definitely
Eat
could do
his
that.
Vegemite.
Yeah, it's all great. All gravy. They got a platypus
We
down
should
there.
we should ask them for a nickname though for Curtis Mead.
Yeah. The
we
Mead
still haven't-
Machine.
Still haven't hammered that one down. We got a lot for Rutschman.
Curtis Mead's Business. Oh, yeah. Clam Whisperer. That's not going
Whisperer.
anywhere. Whisperer. Make sure you get that right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Curtis Mead, I mean, if he comes back, great. You know, like he'll probably be there. I mean, they can't put timetables and like Breslow's even had to, or not Breslow. Yeah, it was Breslow. He's even had to like stop himself. He's like, I literally can't do timetables.
I will not be putting timetables on anyone.
It's insane for us to do that because we're wrong every single time.
But, you know, if Crochet's back to throwing and Roman Anthony's actually he's finally past T-ball. Like, you know, he's like a 5-year-old.
Yep.
He's finally out of T-ball now.
Yeah, he's into the farm system.
So
now.
all of a sudden you start to feel a little optimistic about what they're going to get back. And the real answer, I think, is they don't need these guys back. Obviously, they'd help. I don't think they need these guys back. They've been playing the best baseball in the sport for over a month. For 40 games, they've had the best record in the sport. And the one thing I always push back on, people now are like, oh, well, isn't this about where you expect the Red Sox to be? Second wild card, 10 games over 500. Well, yeah, that is where I expected him to be before the year, something like that. But if you told me, like you said, Keith, they weren't going to have Roman Anthony or Crochet for basically the whole year,
yeah,
then no, I would never expect them to be here.
No, that's
and they are.
way different.
And it feels like they're ascending
Mhm.
with every day that passes. 617-779-7937. Jaron Duran still on the team, Keith, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And even he seems frustrated with his play.
Good.
Is Jaron Duran, though, in light of those comments, starting to wake up a little bit at the plate?
No.
Good night for him. Good series in L.A.
Smacked a dinger.
Let's get to Jaron Duran next.
Head over to the bar, the 99 restaurant, for a fun night.
It is also gone! Duran, they go back to back! And it's 6-0 Red Sox. This is a stomping in the first.
Will Fleming on the call last night. Jarren Duran. Little dinger there for the Red Sox to put them up 6-0. That's after the grand slam.
Don't look now.
From Bowser Jr.
He's hitting 203.
Hey, he's over 200, Keith. Thank
Not
God
bad.
for that.
Not bad. The Mendoza line or the Duran line, he is ahead of it. Although he is listed at 205 angry pounds, so he's still hitting below his weight. Below his weight. Yeah.
But above the Duran line.
Yeah.
As we've now renamed it. I like that. So that was one of 4 home runs for the Red Sox last night. Abreu hit a couple more.
Willier!
No, I said Abreu. What was that?
That was
Willier! Is that what
that
we're calling
was
him
Will
now?
Fleming's call.
I
Yeah.
have heard alternate pronunciations of his first name, but that, okay, so
I
that,
have heard it both ways.
That's what we're doing? One more time.
Willier! Okay, so I'll tell you what's happened. This winning streak has been like endorphins for Hogdale and Will Fleming.
Yes.
These guys are calling every game.
Yes.
And now it's like they were in the dumps there for a little bit for good reason. Now the team is just on fire. They're probably the best team in the American League, and I think you can hear it in the voices of both Will Fleming and Hogdale.
Willier!
You wouldn't. 2 months ago, you wouldn't have heard Willier.
I mean, he's striking out.
That's true.
They're scoring 1 run a night.
First month of the season, though, Willier was one of their best players,
Yeah,
and
that's
there
true.
wasn't
That
a lot
is-
of Williers.
No, that's true.
So that's good. Yeah, we have that now.
So he's been real streaky because he was ice cold.
Talking about Abreu?
Yes,
Yeah,
really
yeah,
like
yeah.
middle of the no. Duran's just been one streak, one brown streak throughout the course of the year. No, Abreu was like ice cold in that A series. Then he got the home run at the end. Him and Contreras went back to back, and since then he's locked back in. He was really locked in that Rays series. So he's been streaky, but he's up to 19 home runs. Jarren Duran, as we mentioned, one of the 4 homers last night for the Red Sox, Keith. For Duran, that's number 15 on the year. To go along with, he had a steal last night as well. So what's he up to for steals on the season? 16.
16. He closed
So
in
he's-
on a
I mean,
2020.
He's going to go 2020 this year.
Probably.
He also is probably going to hit, 200 with an OPS around 600 on the high end.
2020 200. OPS of 580 or whatever.
Welcome back, Joey Gallo.
Is it?
Yeah, Gallo will also strike out 200 times.
We just asked, is it possible that Crochet and Roman Anthony are going to add something to this team? Is it possible he's figuring it out?
No. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I think even the bad hit, because he had that 1 month where he hit a lot of home runs. The average wasn't great, but obviously because of the home runs, like the OPS was very respectable for 1 month. What do you have, 9 home runs in 1 month?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So that's even this season. And then it just kind of like bottomed out again. And you'll probably yell at a fan or a teammate or a media member or like something will happen with this guy.
Jarren Duran's
he had
May.
May. He was really good.
He was good in May.
And then the next month,
261.
he had 144.
261, 879 OPS, 9 homers, 22 ribeye stakes.
Yeah.
And 5 steals.
So you might get another couple hits tonight, or you
Yeah,
might
and
get
then June, he went 144.
Right. So that's coming. That's right
And
around
then
the
210 in July. So
yeah. So there's been more bad than good for this season and his career.
So you're a no
I'm
on
a no.
him heating.
Yeah,
I am also a no. I wish they DFA'd him.
Yep.
Uh,
They should have sent him packing.
Duran told Alex Spear of the Boston Globe that he thought he was going to get released leading up to the trade deadline.
Would have been great.
To which I say, first time you and I agree. Duran, to be honest, I thought I was going to be released. I am the worst player in MLB statistically. Why do you think, well, let me give you the full quote, and then let's get back to that.
True.
I hate looking at the numbers. So do I.
Yeah, same.
But when you're going bad, you look at the numbers, and it was pretty obvious how bad I was. I thought I was going to be released. I'm just thankful that I have the opportunity to continue this run with this team and this organization and hopefully make a playoff push.
So maybe there's like a sigh of relief there. Like maybe, because he's been so bad. And we talked about this at the beginning of the season. So Caleb Durbin, like credit to him for going up to the plate, looking up at the jumbo screen where it says you're hitting $110 and not getting in the dumps about it and digging himself completely out of it. Durbin's hitting 247 now. Not that you're going to write home about 247, but from where he was.
Oh, big time.
So like,
they showed I forget what the graphic was. It was something like he's third in baseball in OPS. Maybe this is on the Sunday night game.
Okay.
Since like July 1st. And the names he's on the list with are incredible.
Yeah,
so
he dug himself out of it.
Durbin
Credit to him.
completely did.
Right.
Yep.
And so now Durant's been all season and he's looking up there. Now he has gotten over 200 on this span. Like he was hitting $190 for a really long time. So he's above 200. But maybe in his head he's like, I'm going to get cut. I'm going to get released. And he's kind of freaking out a little bit. And
I mean, I wouldn't rule out with him that, he is putting a lot of pressure on himself and more in his head than your average player, and the deadline might have been effing with his head.
I bet he's like, I'm either going to get cut or I'm going to get traded to God knows where. Should I pack a bag? Like, what am I doing? And then the Red Sox are the hottest team in baseball. You do not want to leave the Red Sox right now, and this is the only team he's ever known. And so he's probably thinking, I survived that. I'm still here. And, oh, by the way, they didn't even add a left fielder. Well, I guess they technically added an outfielder, but they didn't add an everyday player. Like,
No.
I still kind of have the job somehow.
I thought I was going to be released. Do you think he expected Alex Spear and whoever else was there to be like, oh, come on, Jared?
Probably.
Come
with
on.
most of his comments. I feel
You
like
were
that's
the
what it
All-Star
is.
Game MVP.
Yeah.
You're a
No
big
way. Release you?
You're a big leaguer.
That's crazy.
I mean, I
Actually,
wonder
would've
if
been
he
great.
was fishing for a little bit of that
Probably.
there.
I think there's a lot of that.
I thought I was going to be released. He said
Yeah.
it a bunch in that answer to Spear. No, not you. All-Star Game MVP.
That would have been crazy.
You're the fastest guy in the sport. You don't steal any bases, but you're the fastest guy in the sport.
How would the team recover? How would they possibly go on without
You're playing
you?
such a good outfield.
Yeah.
They're not going to release you.
I don't know. Probably. I bet there was like a little bit of that.
I wonder.
And,
So these sad sack comments from Duran.
Yep.
If he's going to hit like he did last night, couple of hits, home run, and a steal. He had a good series in L.A. If he's going to do that, great. I'll look the other way on it. But to your point, Keith, even when he gets hot, he'll probably flip
Unlikely.
off a fan.
Yep.
Go into a tailspin.
And then immediately cool off.
And hopefully by then, Roman Anthony's back. Hopefully. Jonathan is in New Hampshire. What's up, Jonathan?
Hi, I'm going to give you CBS's projection of when these injured players will be back, and you can give me a yay or nay. We'll go
Okay.
through it real quick.
Okay.
Adley Rutschman, they have him August 7th.
Okay.
Nay.
That's
2 days from now?
I am a nay on that.
Nay.
What would that be? Friday's game? Yeah, nay.
Nay.
This one flabbergasts me. Cutter Crawford, they have August 10th.
Yeah, nay.
Wait, what website is this?
CBS.
Oh. Okay, well, no, nay.
I'll be
Nay on
honest,
that.
I don't-
Big nay. August 10th of 2027, maybe.
I like Gary Parrish's college hoops coverage there. Otherwise, I don't frequent that website
Okay.
much. Yeah.
Johan Oviedo, August 12th.
Nay.
Nay.
Trevor Story, August 14th.
Maybe.
I'm a maybe on that.
Yay.
Falefa, August 14th.
Sure.
I don't care.
Roman Anthony, August 21.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay on that.
Kristen Cassis, August 23rd.
Nay.
Nay.
Come on.
Never will
Okay.
put on a Red Sox
Three more-
uniform
three
again.
more
may not.
quick and I'll let you go.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Tanner Houck,
Nay.
September 1.
So you know what?
Garrett
Oh, you think-
Crochet,
Well, one of the
You
updates.
think Houck's coming back?
Well, one of the updates yesterday, I can give you the specifics, but one of the Tracy updates yesterday was positive on him. So maybe. Well, give me the two more.
Yeah, Crochet is what day?
September 3.
Month
Nay.
from now? No,
Nay.
nay.
And finally, Curtis Mead, I think we can all agree, is probably going to be the state September 11.
Oh, I would say nay on that. That seems early for
Okay,
him.
but interesting because we said earlier we're like out of all the names, Mead. Well, it was really just Anthony and Crochet we were talking about.
But
out of all the names, we're like he might be the first one back. That does seem somewhat realistic. I think he'll be back mid-September.
I mean,
so sure.
he named like 8 guys that are all projected based on the CBS report somehow that they might all be back this season. Now, I don't think that's the case, but there's so many names that you're like, well, maybe 1 or 2 of them do return and help you out a little bit.
The Houck update was he's doing multiple bullpens a week. He's not up to live BP yet, but he's creeping closer.
I don't think they need him. They don't need him at
Oh,
all.
I don't think they need him
they're-
either.
I think they're pretty set. Obviously, if you can get Crochet, Anthony, and Mead back, that's where I would look. And then Story, but I wouldn't like give him the job. I would like see what it looks like, let him work his way in. You know, I mean, if you're playing Sogard and Seagulls and those guys, like you can try Story. I don't really have high expectations for him, but you can try it. But yeah, that is crazy how many names are on that list.
Speaking of some names, these are some nicknames from the Dice Man on Twitter.
Oh, did you see Dice yesterday at camp?
Yeah, he had his son really shaming you. I really take no part in this. I was not in a fantasy
his
league
son-
with Dice. You were, and you kicked him out.
I did not kick him out of any league. This is a different league, right? I didn't kick him out of the league.
Well, he was no longer in a fantasy football league at EEI. In his
Right.
mind, you kicked him out of the league. Yeah.
But
I can't speak to all the details.
that league was
defunct.
Collapsed. It collapsed. That league is no longer with us.
It included some former
Yeah,
coworkers.
there's some,
okay.
some draft picks in the sky going on in that league. So, Dice, I never kicked you out of the Jones and Keefe league. You were never in the Jones and Keefe.
You were
league.
never welcome in that league.
So,
yeah.
yes, his son was held a sign up that said, Keefe, let Dice back in the league. Like I'm judge, jury, and executioner in this league. The other thing, though.
Well, let's not pretend like you're actually not that. You are that. You actually are that.
Well, we're running it back. We'll have details on that. We got to get our draft order. We're gonna have our live draft on online.
Bradfo promised
Yeah,
he
he
was
did.
going to do the draft order.
So, do you know who did the draft order for Dice? He was down there.
Jeff Cirillo.
Mac Hollins.
Oh, hell yeah. Really?
Really
Wait,
smart.
I didn't see this.
Yes. So he sent me a video. Really smart idea by Dice. He had a piece of paper, like a big piece of paper. He had all the team names, and he handed him a pen. He's like, just draw a different number next to each one, 1 through 12. And then so that he got it back. So Mac Hollins did the draft order.
That's awesome.
And,
I had not seen that.
Great job by Dice. Great call.
All right.
Yeah.
Did he do a great job on these nicknames?
Okay.
For Curtis Mead.
All right.
Curtis Hurt
Curtis is hurt, yeah.
or Kurt Wrist Mead?
No, he did not cook. I would say the guy that called in even before Mead got hurt and said we need another infielder was 100%
probably the best one.
Spot on.
All right, well, Dice, you're better at your
Yeah,
draft
good
order
performance
ideas
yesterday at camp
than your
Yeah.
nickname
Yeah.
ideas, according to Keefe, who again has some axe to grind against Dice. I don't know what his deal is.
Uh-huh.
617-779-7937. Speaking of an axe to grind, and I don't know what people's deal are. Drake May, disrespect again.
Unbelievable.
I want to say from Mike Sando and The Athletic, but it's from executives, coaches, decision makers throughout the NFL. Drake May, again, shockingly low on a list / tiers, both.
Yeah, it can't be both.
Well, it is. We'll get to it. After a quick deuce, that's 2 minutes of commercials
right.
here on Jones and Keefe, and we're right back with Drake May's disrespect.
Men. Erectile.
Drake May had his first 2-minute drill of the summer, and it was a big success. He finished 12 of 17 overall, and it was a slow start for him. 4 straight incompletions, 1 of 5, then gets into the 2-minute drill, low ball from Romeo Dobbs, and then starts to pick up the pace. A check down to Hunter Henry. Demario Douglas off to the left on a crosser. Then a big pass to Matt Collins over the middle before a slant to A.J. Brown. Closes it up with the spike and a good 54-yard field goal for Andy Borregales. So, it was nice to see Drake May overcome some early adversity as much as you can have it, including some pressure, which we'll get to here in a second. But overall, with the 2-minute drill, high stakes, don't know what the defense is calling. Sometimes he's making the calls there at the line of scrimmage. Positive day for him.
Positive day for Drake May, according to Andrew Callahan, Pat's Interference Podcast.
Very
and
good.
The Boston Herald.
That's good.
Drake May, after a Patriots walkthrough, will speak right around 12:15. It's not open to the public today.
Closed to the public.
Which is why we're in Brighton.
Private.
It is a private walkthrough.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's just a way to get into the latest here from Mike Sando of The Athletic, who every year does a series similar to Jeremy Fowler.
Okay.
And this one, in fairness, is a little more in-depth. So he did his quarterback tiers, which are also ranked, Keith.
Don't care for it. You kind of have to pick a lane here.
Oh,
I feel like it's a tier, which we do every Tuesday.
He ranks.
Or ranking, which we also like to do from time to time.
Ranks within the tier.
Stinks.
Is what he does.
Yep.
But the 2026 quarterback tiers results are complete with commentary from the panel of 50 voters who spoke on the condition of anonymity to share candid evaluations. The panel this year consisted of 8 GMs, 5 assistant GMs, 5 former GMs,
5 former GMs,
and 3 other executives, plus 9 head coaches, 10 D coordinators, 5 offensive coordinators, 2 offensive assistants, 1 defensive assistant, and 2 coaches specializing in analytics/game management. That's 21 executives and 29 coaches overall, okay?
Wow.
So there's the breakdown.
That's a lot of people. When we do it, it's just you and me, and then Billy breaks the tie, which I feel like is a better system.
Yeah.
But that's fine. If he wants to talk to 50 people, go ahead.
He wants to talk to 5 former GMs and 2 analyst game management dorks.
It's Belichick,
then fine.
Lombardi, who else?
So that's the breakdown, okay?
All right. Yeah.
50 voters, 21 are executives or former, 29 are coaches and or analytics dweebs, okay?
Yep.
Tier 1, he has a sort of qualifications for Tier 1 or accolades, what's the word? Attributes, rather, for Tier 1.
Okay.
There are only 4 names in this tier, Keith.
All right, just I have our tiers from May
Oh,
up
great.
as a comparison, but go
Okay.
ahead. So,
So-
top tier, he has 4 players.
I'll give you the names first, then I'll give you the attributes.
Can I guess them?
Sure.
Is it the big 4, or did he get Burrow out? So is it Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, or is it Lamar and Stafford?
You got 3 out of 4.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I took a few guesses
You got
there.
you got 3 out of 4 both ways. You have Burrow bumping down,
Yeah.
or Stafford bumping down.
Oh, he has Lamar down.
Lamar he has in tier 2.
So he has
goes
Burrow still in the top tier?
Yep. He goes Mahomes 1, Allen and Stafford tied for 2. Now again, this is voting, so that's why they're tied.
Yep.
And then Burrow is number 4. The attributes for tier 1: carries his team each week, which I already think disqualifies
Burrow do that?
He doesn't.
No.
No, he hasn't made. I heard Scheim talking about this morning. He hasn't made the playoffs in forever, and he's not out there every week. How do you carry your team every week if you're always hurt?
I feel like Burrow might go down more as like a Drew Brees type. Now, I know Drew Brees ultimately won a Super Bowl. Burrow has only appeared in one, but he has a lot more seasons, whereas like he'll falsely get like lumped in with those guys. And then you're like, well, you missed the playoffs a few years. You won 7 games a few years, and you have like a lot of stats. You're not an MVP.
He is living off beating Mahomes in an AFC title game, which in fairness, not many people do, except Jalen Hurts. Not many people beat Patrick Mahomes. Everybody hates Hurts, by the way, and live to tell about it. But
I mean, like Eli Manning didn't get as much credit beating Tom Brady as Joe Burrow
just
did
because
beat
you
Mahomes.
beat Mahomes. If the only criteria was beating Mahomes and Burrow did it in an AFC title game, Hurts did it in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So like Hurts,
But nobody likes
should
Hurts.
be tier 1 exactly.
It's strange.
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
The defense of Burrow makes no sense. But anyway, here are the attributes: carries his team each week, which Burrow does not
Doesn't do.
The team wins because of him.
Yeah.
Well, the Bengals win because of him.
When they win, which is half the time.
Right. They don't win all that many games.
No.
Expertly handles pure passing situations and has no real holes in his game. In his game.
Oh,
I meant to complete that sentence.
Got it.
Most of them.
I'm like, none? Was he a Ken doll?
Okay, so those are the attributes for tier 1.
Okay.
You ready for tier 2?
How many are in tier 2?
Okay, well, I was going to start with this.
Okay.
There are 4 in tier 1. Do you want to just take a guess how many are in tier 2? If there's 4 in tier 1, what would be a reasonable amount? Like 6?
7!
7, great guess.
4?
How about 13?
Nope, too many. So right now, our tiers, now we had probably more tiers, I'm guessing, than the Athletic did, but we only had 2 in our top tier. We had Allen and Mahomes.
Yeah.
Then we had 6 in our second tier, meaning you're only at 8 quarterbacks through the first 2 tiers.
Yeah,
so
he's at 17.
That's more than half the league.
We're about to get quarterbacks 4 through 17.
That's insanity.
All of these quarterbacks, they're ranked, but all of these quarterbacks are on the same tier as Drake May.
Okay, but they're ranked. So we already have used those 4. So obviously, if they bumped Lamar down, he has to be at the top of tier 2.
Lamar is number 5.
We would have Drake May next.
Drake May is tied for 8th with Jared Goff.
I don't like that. Now, he would probably have, you and I don't like this player as much, but he would probably have Herbert.
Herbert is 6.
Okay. And then, does he go Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is 13, so he's on the tier, but he's further down.
Dak Prescott.
Dak is 7, one spot in front of Drake May, who is again tied with Jared Goff for 8th.
Is Jordan Love high on this list?
Jordan Love, 10.
Yeah, Jordan Love and Jared Goff get a lot of love on other lists. They certainly did not on ours. They were way down. We like Baker Mayfield a lot. I can't imagine they do.
Baker tied for 14.
Okay, so he's on that tier. Brock Purdy?
Purdy tied for 11.
Sam Darnold?
Darnold tied for 14 with Mayfield.
Okay.
You really like who's tied with Purdy.
Bo Nix?
No, Bo Nix actually was a tier 3 quarterback. He's 18.
Okay. Oh, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams tied for 11th with Brock Purdy.
Man, there is a ton of there's too many quarterbacks on this list.
So I believe you're only missing 2.
Did I say
one I mentioned beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts. Oh, I didn't mention him.
Hurts stuck in there 17th.
Hurts.
The other is Trevor Lawrence at 16.
So a lot of it does kind of line up with ours a little bit. Like,
yeah, except we tier them and separate them. These guys are all on the same tier. Here are the attributes, by the way, for tier 2.
But that's also like I think there is a lot of talent at the position currently in the NFL. Like it's an exercise that you really have to wait like 10 years to be like, all right, what year or what era of quarterbacks were really like the best?
Mm-hmm.
But to suggest that, how many tiers are there? 5 or how many tiers?
Ooh, I think it was 4.
4.
Hang on. No, 4 tiers.
But like to have more than half the league in the top 2, I don't think you're doing a good enough job to like separate these guys.
I wouldn't think so either.
All right, so anyway, what's
the attributes
criteria?
are carries his team sometimes.
Yeah.
Handles pure passing situations in doses.
Okay.
Or has other dimensions that elevate him above tier 3. What does that even mean?
Does a running. That means like that guy can run.
Maybe. And has a hole or 2 in his game.
Now we're talking.
In his game. Okay. So Drake May, Keith.
Call me when there's 3.
In case you think this is harsh, I do.
Mm-hmm.
But he did move up a tier. He was tier 3 a year ago. He's now tier 2. He was 22nd a year ago. He's now tied for 8th. So he went up 14 spots in this year.
Yeah, he should. He had the biggest jump.
Here's what I think is insulting. So he got 37 tier 2 votes from these executives, coaches, ex-executives, analytics dweebs, assistant coaches, blah, blah, blah. 37 tier 2 votes. So there's 13 votes remaining. He got more votes for tier 3, 8, than he did for tier 1, 5.
I don't get it. Because he had everything last year, right? He had the team success. He had the individual success. We argued, and so did Mina Kimes and others, that he was the MVP of the league, let alone, certainly, without a doubt, the MVP of the AFC.
So it's funny. I think when you read the quotes in the story, they're actually pretty fair.
Yeah.
So I think all the data, you're like, man, that's insulting. When you read the quotes, I think they're fair for the most part. One executive says, I see him as a high 2 on his way to a 1.
Okay.
That's basically what happened before my colonoscopy.
A couple high 2s.
High 2, and it was pure 1 by the end.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. That's what they want.
You just have to see it against a harder schedule.
Okay.
And then I think he did get hurt in the AFC Championship game. He was playing hurt in the Super Bowl, but to me, he'd be right there at their tier 1 border. 5 of the 21 personnel executives polled placed May in tier 1.
Okay.
None of the 29 coaches did. So the coaches hate him. The personnel people like him.
Huh.
The gap between May's average vote from personnel execs to coaches was the largest in that direction this year among all QBs. Another quote. The kid throws a really good go ball, which will pair well with A.J. Brown, said a defensive team that faced May early last year. Maybe it's his youth, but I think Josh McDaniels does a phenomenal job packaging things with a game plan to take some of the pressure off Drake. This must be a media member.
Yeah, I know.
With all the McDaniels love.
But that's also like, all right, so Drake May is like, well, he has McDaniels.
Yeah.
Like, to say nothing of the other coordinators.
Yeah,
like,
right. Like McVay doesn't
McVay
help Stafford at all.
Like, give me a break.
Reed doesn't help Mahomes.
Right.
He can do what they want him to do offensively, but at the same time, how much are they really asking him to do? They did cite May's elevated sack rate.
See, that's crap, though. What do they ask him to do? Because he completed 72% of his passes. And if you didn't watch him
And
play,
he
you
hucked it down the field.
You'd assume that it was all like dink and dunk.
It was not.
No.
His elevated sack rate,
Yeah, go on.
8.7% is one concern.
Yeah.
A GM said, quote, I think most good quarterbacks know how to get rid of the football. Voters whose and I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Voters whose teams faced May later in 2025 were higher on him than those that faced him earlier in the year. Most did think a shoulder injury influenced a conservative game plan in the Super Bowl. One personnel exec said, and this is the final quote, he's going to be a 1 very soon. You know what? Yeah, he is a 1. He talked himself into it.
Oh, he did.
He's
Okay.
like Lou with a Red Sox trade.
Yeah.
He's a resilient kid, makes plays, underwhelming receiving core, smart, athletic. Another year with this coordinator, get some big play guys, and I think he'll be a 1.
Okay.
His makeup and his football stuff makes me believe he's going to be a good player. So, look, the quotes I actually think are fair in the story.
Yeah.
The data's perplexing.
Yeah, no, it's weird. But if that guy, anyway, is talking him up to a 1, that would mean he thinks he's a top 5 quarterback. 'Cause there's only 4 in tier 1. So, that, I mean, I guess that's one way of looking at it. But, yeah, him taking all those sacks, we talked about it in real time a year ago, and you're like, well, there are a lot of 1-yard losses, right? So, like, it wasn't Cam Ward. He got sacked even more than Drake May, and it was like 1,000 more yards. Right, so it was like 3rd and 13.
Yeah, or like
way more than it would be like 3rd
in the same
and 7.
draft class. Go watch Caleb Williams, and
he'll be way back
scampering
running
around
Yeah.
15 yards out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage, whereas Drake May would be like a yard or 2.
This also helps you have a 72% completion percentage because other quarterbacks might just throw it away. Right, so like
you're keeping plays alive, making plays, and you're also not having an incompletion on throwing.
So there's a little bit of that, but yeah, to talk him down that low is kind of surprising, or maybe it's just. It's more they like other quarterbacks more than we do. Like the thought of like Jared Goff and like Jordan Love being in the same conversation is
He's
strange.
tied with Goff.
No, I know it's weird.
Like just like they're not the same archetype of player at all.
No.
And so how are they tied? That makes those guys should not be on the same tier. Never mind tied in a rank.
So why is Justin Herbert not getting dinged for the sacks? I went back and looked at it. He was sacked 7 more times.
So they would
say for 90 more yards.
They make excuses for Herbert, and they're like, well, he did lose his tackles, so he didn't have his. He had a bad O line.
That, by the way, is fair.
Yeah, no, but I think that's what they'll lean on. Do you think he's going to be good this year with Mike
No.
McDaniel?
No.
Mike McDaniel though.
Regular season good.
Yeah, like big numbers.
Sure.
No, I don't think he's going to win a playoff game. Playoffs.
Yeah, let's not get crazy.
No, but I think he could be good.
617-779-7937. Your thoughts on these QB tiers? And we just mentioned Herbert lost his O-lineman a year ago. Is Drake May's offensive line fixed? We'll get to that in 2 minutes on Jones and Keefe.
He's 7-7, I think, over the last 3 practices with 5 decisive losses. That's a boatload. I looked back to last year, also point out that Will Campbell got off to a rough start last year. He started 3-6-2, but he only had 1 decisive loss.
That was Greg Bedard on Caleb Lomu, struggling in his estimation at some of these fully padded practices. Pat's walked through today at training camp, and it looks like they are wrapping up. I just see a tweet here from Andrew Callahan in the last 30 seconds. Romeo Dobbs absent at today's camp. Will Campbell in an arm brace.
He's in an arm brace?
Apparently. It's going to be a short brace. Like an ankle brace they put on, they use on his arm is what they got to do. So he's in an arm brace. And then he has a few other notes about the depth chart. But okay, apparently Romeo Dobbs not out there. And apparently, according to Bedard, Caleb Lomu, Keith, is struggling in some of these one-on-one drills. Now, most of the reporting that I've seen and we've read, because we go through all these tweets when they get off the field, and I'll be the first to say, and we said it to Curran yesterday, when Curran asked us what we thought of the O-line, we're like, I don't know, we're kind of watching A.J. Brown and Gonzo.
A.J. looks good.
I'm not pretending to be watching any of the offensive line, any of it. If there's a free rusher in 11-on-11, I might be like, boy, it looked like he came in from that side. But I'm not pretending to do that. I'm looking at the shiny objects out there, mostly A.J. Brown and Gonzo. But, when Curran asked us, I'm like, I don't know, I'm not locked in on it. But we are reading all the reporting down there. And most of the reporting is Lomu looks better in team drills, although it's usually against twos, than he is in the individual. I don't know, how concerned should we be about some of the reports on the offensive line headlined by Lomu, who, in fairness, right now would be a depth offensive lineman?
Yeah, it seems like how I felt when they drafted him is probably still where I'm at, meaning best case scenario, he doesn't even play. And it's like, all right, so you have a first-round pick. You're coming off a Super Bowl loss.
See, best case scenario, he is playing, I think, because he played his way onto the field.
Well, I mean,
unless it's an injury, I see what you're saying.
But like best case scenario to me still is that Will Campbell is a left tackle. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that he's going to be a left tackle for the rest of his career, but I'm saying best case scenario is the guy you drafted 4 overall a year ago ends up being really, really good, takes a year 1 to year 2 jump, and is a solidified left tackle. Vera Tucker, who you signed this offseason, is healthy. Wilson makes the transition to center. Onwenu has a good year at guard. And Morgan Moses is still your veteran right tackle. So, like, if those guys are healthy all year, which won't happen, like, I know, like, 1 or 2 of those guys are going to get hurt, and hopefully it's only for a couple of games. That's just the nature of that spot. But at least starting the year, your first-round pick, I would assume, is going to be on the bench. And then when you listen to all the beat writers talk about how the entire O-line has performed, right? And Morgan Moses is obviously being managed, so he's not out there all the time for good or for bad. But Lomu seems like the guy who is learning what it's like to be in the NFL more so than anybody else, which makes sense because he's brand new to it. He's a younger guy, and as Curran said, when you're playing even like high D1, not every guy that you're playing against is going to be an NFL guy. Now you're going up against NFL guys in every single rep, and you can tell the difference.
So I think some feel, and he was supposed to start getting some reps at guard. Vrabel said this the other day. I think some feel that's a bad sign for Lomu. I think the versatility, I never said he was going to play left tackle this year. I thought that's an avenue to get on the field. I think pretty much everything but center is in play for him.
So I think that's a lot to throw at a rookie, but I think it's probably the best bet for him is like to learn everything but center. And so now when you look at the depth chart, like he's the first guy up for everybody.
I mean, if and when Vera Tucker gets hurt, he's probably the guy going in at left guard.
Yep.
If and when Onwenu, all of a sudden has the injury that he might be due for when he's playing however far over his target weight every single year.
Just a little couple.
That might be a way to get in there. If and when Morgan Moses, who was mostly healthy last year, injuries catch up to him at his age, there's a way on the field. So through injury, I wouldn't stand by what I said earlier, that that's a best-case scenario, and Lomu's pressed into it. If Lomu plays his way onto the field, I think that's the best case scenario for the offensive line. I believe that's what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's not what's happening so far at training camp.
And then that's something that's going to be really hard to do, like as you get a little bit later on. Like,
Agreed.
He kind of needs to dominate these joint practices.
Now, the numbers Bedard gave you, I mean, I'll take his word for it. He's like, well, Will Campbell early on really struggled, but he didn't have a lot of losses or decisive losses, but he had more losses. He also didn't have decisive wins. So, like, Lomu, when he's winning, is winning, which Campbell was not doing last year in Bedard's own analysis. But when he's losing, he's whiffing pretty bad. It's more boom bust than Will Campbell, but I think the wins are more decisive, which makes sense. He's bigger. And so when he wins, he's really winning. Whereas Will Campbell is probably just getting by with some of his wins early on in camp last year.
Taylor Kyles just tweeted out a quote from Morgan Moses, who said he's told Caleb Lomu not to bring, quote, the whole laundry list onto the field and instead focus on individual areas for improvement each day. So it sounds like some of the veteran guys, I'm sure, are trying to like help him out, and he's trying to get up to speed a little bit.
Maybe the head's spinning a little bit.
Yeah, but I also think that's a byproduct of playing multiple positions. Like when Will Campbell was asked to play left tackle last year, that's what he's asked to do. Don't move anywhere.
It's a good point.
And so now you're going to learn a bunch of different things.
Meanwhile, attendance-wise, no Carlton Davis, and again, no Dobbs. Should we be concerned at all? It was a walkthrough. So on the one hand, I want to say, well, it's not like he missed much. On the other, it's a walkthrough. He's not even there for a walkthrough.
Yeah, a little strange. I don't know why. Gonzalez was there. Saw him. Terp had a video of Gonzalez running around. I think for me, it'll be, what does it look like on Tuesday when they play the Colts in joint practice? And, like, what's the attendance there? What's everybody doing? Because I would think that's one that you want to get the most out of it. And so if guys like that aren't participating in that, you're like, oh, okay, maybe there's a little something more to it.
617-779-7937. Drake May was scheduled to talk at 12:15, but if they're wrapping up, I imagine he could be talking at any point in time. So we'll try to sample a little bit of Drake May's press conference, along with some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday coming up next.
FanDuel is giving new customers up to $1,000.
Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keith. It's brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, you can book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. Giant portions there. Go check them out again at goavellino.com. Drake May has started up his press conference. He says anything interesting, we'll be sure to pass it along after a Patriots walkthrough today. Kyle Williams was working mostly with the twos. Mixed in with the ones, Keith, though not against the defense, according to Mark Daniels.
Okay.
So that really counts.
All right.
And then one name to keep an eye on. You like the undrafted rookie free agents, Keith?
Of course.
Khalil Jacobs, the linebacker, is a name that continues to seemingly work his way up the depth chart. That was highlighted in a walkthrough today. We'll keep a closer eye on it when we're back there Friday, and certainly for joint practices, which begin next week, less than a week away, on Tuesday against the Indianapolis Colts. But, Billy, what do we have today for some Would You Rathers?
All right, first up, would you rather Andrew Monasterio or Trevor Story the rest of the way?
I mean, I would rather Monasterio out of those two.
Yeah, if those are the options, and right now, based on the roster, it kind of is. I mean, you
got Arias lurking in AAA as the number 2 overall prospect in the sport.
So add him to the pile.
And he was 3 for 5 last night.
Yeah, but if we know anything about prospects, they all suck.
They
right?
do.
Nobody wants prospects. Everybody wants to get rid of prospects.
Like in October, I'd probably, out of all those three, I'd probably still lean Monasterio right now. He is just a disaster waiting to happen defensively.
But he's hitting the cover off it.
And I was just going to say, so is Story. I honestly answer this the same way I answered the Durant-Anthony thing before. All right, they all suck defensively. Give me the stick. So Arias in September, he should be a call-up. Bogarts was in 2013.
What's Arias supposed to be defensively?
Good.
He's supposed to be really good, like a wizard with the glove?
I mean, I don't know if wizard is the word, but I think
Ozzie Smith?
I don't know if he'd be quite that high.
Okay.
But I think he's supposed to be a good glove, yeah.
Monasterio, for the month of July, do you know what his OPS was?
Oh, I know on the year it's like 780, so his OPS for the month is going to be like 900.
It was over 1,000.
Wow.
It was over 1,000, which was funny because I remember we would get a few tweets when we were talking about C.J. Abrams and Zach Neto and Francisco Lindor. We were naming all these shortstops, and we all had a shortstop as part of the plan. And we'd get tweets comparing Monasterio's month to all these other guys, and you're like, wow. Now, I don't know if it's sustainable. I mean, it never has been for his whole career. He's a 29-year-old backup infielder.
On the year, Keith.
No,
Forget
his
just the
year
last
is good.
Okay, he has a 775 OPS. That's tied for third on the team. I don't count Jahmai Jones. Not enough at bats.
Yeah.
That's tied for third on the team with Wilyer Abreu.
Wheeler. No, Monasterio deserves. Now, again, you can't butcher a ball once a game. Like, that's not going to cut it, especially come playoff
He
time.
did it 2 more times last night.
No, I know. But he's like hitting the snot out of it where you're like, it'll eventually will dry up. But even if you want to get a better defensive shortstop, maybe this guy DHs a little bit. Like, that's how crazy. Like, you got to keep
the way
bat
he's
in the
hitting.
lineup.
I definitely want the bat in the lineup.
Because even this month, he's picked up where he left off. He's got 4 hits in 3 games. He's got a 6-game hitting streak going right now.
And I feel way better about him at second base than short. I just think short, what he did last night,
Sure.
I say he butchered a couple of plays. The one play, he got to a ground ball in the hole.
Yeah.
But then, because I don't think he trusts his arm, he's rushing the transfer and he couldn't get the throw out.
No, it's an adventure. Like everybody else, they a ball's hit. Well, left field, I think it's a little bit of an adventure sometimes. But like center, right, third, first.
Yeah.
You're like, they're going to make the play.
I mean,
they're going to make the play.
Durbin had an incredible play last night where, Sandoval thought he had it coming off the mound. Sandoval did have one play where he doubled up the runner at first.
Yeah.
He had another one where he thought he had it coming off the mound. He's rolling his eyes. He's like, crap, I didn't get to that. They're not making the play behind me. Durbin picks it up, hucks it over to first, out.
Yeah.
Rafael, I was shocked when he didn't make that diving catch last night. Like, when they don't make plays, some of these guys, you're surprised.
Contreras, they almost turned 2, and Contreras threw like a 95-mile-an-hour seed over there.
Yeah.
Surprised Monasterio even caught it.
Yeah, that's true.
It came in with hair on it. But
so, okay.
Out of those two, I'd say Monasterio. I think Franklin Arias obviously is very intriguing. And trying to think, like in 2013, Xander Bogaerts
came up late.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd have to look at the game
didn't
logs.
he play like some third because that was
so I was going to say
John Farrell.
I don't think he was even a full-time player in October, but I could be wrong about that. But it was like some Stephen Drew.
Middlebrooks still, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I think it was Middlebrooks. It was Stephen Drew. It was Bogaerts.
So it was some combination.
Yeah.
But what they did that year, if I'm not mistaken, Bogaerts came up late August, early September, got a cameo, played his way onto the playoff roster, and then he was a factor in that postseason. So I would do something similar with Arias, just like Anthony, just like Crochet, just like Meade. It's like half the roster, it seems.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
going to
crazy.
bank on Franklin Arias giving you anything.
Right.
But I'd promote him in September and try to get something out of him. The counter to that would be, Keith.
Yes.
Chris Cotillo's written about this at Mass Live.
Uh-oh.
If you put him on the 40-man roster and there's a lockout next year.
Oh, yeah.
If you put him on the 40-man roster and there's a lockout, he's locked out.
Mm.
If he's not on the 40-man roster, he can work out next year, maybe play in game. Is Whistler going to play games? I don't know.
I don't even know.
But he won't be locked out because he's a minor leaguer and not on the 40-man roster. So that may be a consideration with him, but I wouldn't worry about that.
Real quick, the 2013 Red Sox played 16 total playoff games. Steven Drew played all 16. I don't have starts up here, but he played in all 16. Xander Bogaerts played in 12, and Middlebrooks played in 10.
Okay.
So they had some sort of like
rotation going on
with those guys.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I'd get Arias into that mix. I think he was 3 for 5 last night in AAA. He's the number 2 prospect in the sport. So if you did,
I'm in on
you
that.
traded every
I'm
other
in.
prospect. If you didn't trade this guy, you might as well get him in the mix.
True.
At a spot they're going to need. Okay, but we both answer in that scenario anyway. Monasterio over Story.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm worried the Red Sox are going to do the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
What else, Bill?
Would you rather A.J. Brown and Christian Gonzalez or Jackson Smith and Jigba and Devin Witherspoon?
Ooh, I think you got to go with the Seattle combo.
I agree. I love the Patriots duo. And when we were talking to camp the other day about like what would be the best in-camp man-to-man matchup, and where I was like, Brown and Gonzalez have to be way at the top. And because it's brand new this year, it might be the most like intriguing because it's like the first time, right? And I think Terp or Mego was talking about that. Like these two guys for the first time are lining up across from each other. They're both top 10 at their position. I would just say Gonzo Witherspoon. We both like Gonzo more, but that one's a little bit closer.
It's close. It's closer than Brown and
JSN right now is a top 3.
Smith and Jigba.
I think he's the best. Like I know I go back and forth on these guys between Chase and Jefferson, but like right now, putting it all together, I think Smith and Jigba is the best wide receiver in the league.
So I do not, but he's right there. I mean, I'd probably have him third.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. But then I would probably have Witherspoon maybe like 6. So I'd have like first wide out, like 6th corner versus like 2nd corner and 7th wide out, right?
Something like that.
So it's like super close.
It's
I think
close.
these are the 2 best ones.
I'm trying to find our wide receiver tiers.
But I would give the benefit of the doubt to the Seahawks in
But
this
like
scenario.
Gonzo and Witherspoon are basically on the same tier, right?
Gonzo and Witherspoon, I don't know.
You
might
have
go
Gonzo closer to
above.
okay, fine.
Yeah, because I have Gonzo as 2, and I would have Witherspoon more like 6.
Yeah, so I'd have like Surtain on his own, and then I'd have Gonzo at the top of tier 2.
Okay.
I know had A.J. Brown as a tier 2 wide receiver and JSN as a tier 1. So to me, it's close.
Yeah.
They're both really good combos. I think in that scenario, you got to take the Seattle one, though.
We had 4 top tier wideouts. We had Chase, Jefferson, Smith and Jigba, and Puka Nacua.
I might have JSN 4. And Jefferson had a bad year, but he belongs on that tier with those names. I might have him
He
4,
also
though.
had the worst quarterback play. And then we had Lamb, St.
Not
Brown,
worse than Jefferson.
Neighbors, and Brown. No, I said that. No, I'm saying Jefferson had the worst quarterback.
I thought you were talking about JSN. I'm sorry.
No.
Got it.
JSN turns out had like a decent enough quarterback. In fact, Jefferson had better success when he had that guy too.
Yeah. Good point. Really good point. Okay. What else, Billy?
Would you rather have a hot tub or a waterbed?
Not even close.
Waterbed would be cool.
No, it wouldn't.
It'd be super cool. You think that'd be fun? Like you're like, oh, I'm in the water, kind of having like a float. Like, oh, we get
sleeping or
well,
just watching TV.
Whatever you're up to, whatever you do at night.
Mostly sleeping.
You don't have to do much.
There's not
and
much
yet
else other than sleeping going on in my house.
It moves on its own, and it's a little unpredictable.
Hot tub. I love a soak, Keith.
A lot of upkeep though with a hot tub. I think
There is a lot. That's true.
And what's the cleanup situation like?
What's the cleanup situation if you pop the waterbed? I can't even
Oh,
imagine.
if you pop the waterbed, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
I think you're in a lot of trouble. You
Yeah.
don't want that on the bottom floor because that's a nightmare if you have the waterbed on the top floor. Pops, thing's a mess. And I think it would be. I've never had a waterbed. I think
me either.
it'd be difficult to make the bed.
I also never had a hot tub.
Neither have I.
Yeah, it's probably difficult to make the bed.
A lot of upkeep there.
Who makes the bed in the Keefe household?
I typically do not.
I typically do.
Oh, you make the bed.
I'm a bed maker. Yeah.
I don't care for it. And then Katie will be like, "Can you
So
like
it
make
doesn't-
the kids'
doesn't
bed?"
really
I'm like, "Why?"
impact you.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
She likes the bed made, but I
Yeah.
don't typically make the bed.
You're just gonna destroy the bed, getting back into it anyway. Who cares?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna destroy the bed, all right.
I mean,
I just feel like it's crazy that they even came up with that idea, whatever that was. And they used to be every once in a while. Wouldn't you see like a waterbed? Like you go to like a friend's house and you're like, oh yeah, their parents have a waterbed.
Yeah.
Now
no,
it's
you
like-
would see it as kids. I
It's
believe
gone the way of the dodo bird.
It's outdated technology.
Nobody has a waterbed
No.
anymore.
No, but a
But
hot
people
tub.
do have hot tubs.
Hot tub would be sick.
Indoor or outdoor hot tub?
either, but I prefer outdoor.
Outdoor.
Especially in New England.
Yeah, a
It's
little
cold
snow.
out, little
Oh,
snow,
that's
little
cool.
steam.
I feel like they're expensive though, because you got to heat that sucker up.
I told you when we go to the house in New Hampshire, Keith, for March Madness.
All dudes in the hot tub.
All dudes in the hot tub.
That's cool though.
Really can't imagine. Well, I can imagine one thing better, but not
Like
not
Randy
much
and
better. than
Gerald on South Park.
100%.
Pretty good.
It is nice. Yeah, but you can't be in there too long. You start pruning up. How long can you be in a hot tub
So
safely?
what?
Pruning up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard that.
I don't even want to know what you thought I said.
Plus, if you're in there drinking and then you come out.
Oh,
there's a whole
pass
thing.
out.
Yeah, it's weird how it hits you like that.
Yeah. But a long time is my answer. I could be in there
Oh,
a
you
long,
can be?
long time.
I think there's usually signs
I'd
up
say
that
three
like,
or four Coors Lights would be whatever that time frame is, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I could
10
stay
minutes?
in there. Yeah. Something along those
3
lines.
Coors Lights.
Yeah.
Lightweight. Oh my God.
He's living the dream.
Can't beat that.
The 1% beer really gets him.
Well, you
No.
can keep them cold in a soccer ball.
That's true.
I have that now.
All
All right, so I'm going waterbed. You're going hot tub.
oh, you went waterbed.
Yeah. So cool.
I'd be afraid of the waterbed, quite frankly.
Really?
Although
Why would
maybe-
you be afraid of
Maybe
it?
not as afraid as the Mego household. I don't know. Nick was able to track
What
that
if
one.
Meg-
Get ready for a sick brag. Our bed frame is on its last legs.
Oh.
Imagine that with a waterbed.
No, she couldn't with the waterbed, I don't think. Oh, it's
Oh, it's on
last,
the
legs.
Hey. All right, I went hot tub.
That's intense.
Last one, Bill.
Would you rather have freeze pops or an Italian ice?
I like both.
This is not our former social media czar.
No, not freeze pops, but like the freezy pops. I don't know what you call them, flavor ice, whatever they might be.
Yeah.
They're great. They're fantastic. All the flavors are like good to elite.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like purple orange. But that's me personally.
Are these the ones you cut the side of your mouth open on? Like
Why would
the
you do that?
plastic?
Oh, you take a scissor, you
Yeah,
cut
you
the
cut
top
it.
of it, and then you squeeze from the
You
bottom.
bite it open?
No, I haven't had one in probably like 20 years, but I remember like it
Lawless.
kind of hurt.
Bites it open. Yeah,
Out of
that's-
control.
Yeah, you don't want that.
You are
No.
reckless.
No.
No, you don't do that. You take a
Let me
little
tell you.
scissor. I like to go like 6. I get 6 at a time.
But do you-
cut them all the way across?
Do you eat them in the Keefe household?
Yeah.
We have them in the Jones household.
Oh, yeah.
They're for kids. Those are the kind
They're
of things you
not
pass
for
on to the kids.
They're
I,
for everyone.
No, but I'm
It says
saying-
it on the box.
I'm saying I don't want them. Anybody can eat them. I'm saying I don't want them. The only people who eat them in my house are children. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I cut
They're
one.
poorly flavored water.
My answer is Italian ice.
Cece gets one, Georgie gets one, Dad gets 2. Cece gets one, Georgie gets one, Dad
That's
gets
how
3.
I feel about like ice cream.
Oh, ice cream. is good,
Yeah. But so like an Italian ice. So an Italian ice, yeah, I'd rather have the
Italian ice is very good.
I'm not trying to suck down the freezy pop there. I'd rather eat it with a spoon and enjoy it.
What's your favorite flavor of Italian ice?
Mm.
The answer is watermelon.
Is it?
Yeah, it's really
Can I get
good.
like a blue raz?
Team lemon.
Oh, lemon.
Ooh, lemon's good.
That's
I like
just
a
kinda
lemon.
Old school, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's
like classic.
nice.
Classic
Yeah.
flavor.
A limoncello.
Imagine having a limoncello.
Yeah.
That's not-
I could probably.
I had a bad experience with limoncello once.
Make one of those. I never had a good experience with it.
I can't even look at it. It's real bad. Imagine having like an Italian ice on top of a waterbed. You'd be living the dream.
Or in a hot tub.
Yeah, they would melt.
Be real nice in a
It'd
hot
melt
tub.
quick. Yeah.
The hot and cold. Okay. Well, there's your would you rather.
breakdown.
Where did you answered? I don't think you answered that.
Freeze pops.
Oh, you did answer.
Yeah, I went
freeze
freeze
pops.
pops.
So more disagreement.
Yeah, look at this.
Embrace debate on this
Look
show.
at the two of us.
This
Like
is what we
Skip
typically-
Bayless and Stephen A. Smith.
Typically what we do. Would You Rather Wednesday brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. You can stay tuned. We have the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe next.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty.
Make sure you subscribe to the
Hashtag Dork Podcast.
All right, great time for a Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. You can get the Dork Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And Jones, it's always a great time to be a dork. But this summer, we are flying real high. Great TV shows, great movies. We had the Odyssey earlier this month. Last weekend, we had Spider-Man Brand New Day. We have a full review up right now on the podcast. And the people are seeing this movie.
Yeah.
$47 million made just on Monday, which is the largest Monday for a movie ever.
Rutschman was going to go see it and then got traded. Is that what we were talking about earlier in the
that's
show?
right.
Okay,
I think he was going
so
to
the
see it.
largest Monday ever.
It's
Okay.
already domestically made $407 million. I think it's past $1 billion worldwide.
So what's the highest grossing of all time? It was Endgame? I think it was Endgame.
I think it's one of the avatars now, maybe.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe opening.
yeah.
Maybe I was reading opening weekend highest.
Oh,
grossing. Maybe that's
yeah,
what I was
think
reading.
that's what it
Endgame?
was.
Yeah.
I think Endgame probably was. But yeah, this thing is just taking off like crazy. I think Avatar has the current record for worldwide gross at 2.9 billion. Endgame was just about 2.8 billion, and then another Avatar, and then Titanic. That's what we're looking at.
Wow.
All time. But
Titanic's still holding up is kind of impressive.
Yeah, it kind of is. But Spider-Man
Well,
Brand
that's
New.
adjusted, isn't it? That's adjusted for inflation.
Oh, the Titanic number could be. Yeah, it could be. Could be adjusted for inflation. But anyway, the people, and it's no surprise because when the trailer for this movie came out, it was one of the most viewed trailers in a 24-hour period. I also found myself having the hardest time getting a ticket. Of all the movies that I see opening weekend, usually you can find like the time and like a decent enough seat. This was one I tried multiple ones.
You saw Odyssey in IMAX.
Yeah.
And you couldn't see this?
I know I did see it, but it was like
it took some work. I should
it
say,
wasn't
yeah.
the time I wanted, and then a couple of them were either sold out or it was like front row only, and I'm like, I don't really want to sit in the front row, so it took a little bit more maneuvering. So I was like, people are seeing this like crazy.
Yeah, the Thursday preview at 3:00 in the afternoon was 3/4 full.
Yeah, it's nuts. And so this will continue to keep going. I have it currently. Now I do fall into recency bias, as you know.
I do know that.
I have my Spider-Man movies ranked. I have this as the best live-action Spider-Man, but worse than the two Into the Spider-Verse movies. Those Miles Morales Spider-Verse movies, I think, are the best Spider-Man movies. They're both animated, though. People might not include them in the list.
So the best live-action Spider-Man film.
There's 4 Tom Hollands, 3 Tobey Maguires, 2 Andrew Garfields.
I think I'm 2 out of 3 on the Tobey Maguires, 0 for 2 on Garfield, 0 for 4 on Holland.
Really?
I think so.
Okay. So
hopefully you missed Spider-Man 3.
I think
I did miss Spider-Man 3. Yes.
I think Holland's the best Spider-Man.
You
and
said
he's
this.
also in really good movies. And so Brand New Day, also a little bit of a cheat code because I love The Punisher. I'm a huge fan of The Punisher and John Bernthal's version of The Punisher, and he's in this one.
Got it.
There's a lot of characters in this one.
That tips the scale.
Some are in the trailers, like Hulk and Scorpion and Punisher. Others are not, so I won't say who they are if for some reason you want to and have not seen this movie. But there's a ton of characters, but they do a pretty good job where it's not too overwhelming. It's also in the Marvel vehicle, so like they need to tell this story but also set up other stuff, which I think is both good and bad. I think like the movie critic might watch it and be like, well, what are all these characters and like what is this? Whereas the comic book fan is like, yes, all these the team ups,
Give me more of this.
versus like they're getting everybody involved. It's the 38th Marvel movie in the MCU.
Okay. It's a lot. They go for it. They flood the market.
That's a lot. So I also ranked those bad boys.
Oh.
I have that currently. And again, this could probably more go down than it would go up, but I have it right now 12th out of 38.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Top third. Confidently in the top half. And then I would say even as high as the top third.
All right.
I have it currently 12th.
You want to tier these.
I
just ranked them.
You know, it's funny. Davey and I did tier all the Marvel properties a while ago. You can check that. There's a whole episode we did, and we had a graphic, and we included TV shows. So there's a lot. There's a very busy graphic.
That seems like a
very,
busy
very
graphic.
busy
Yeah.
graphic. Speaking of the, Marvel, and the guy that directed this Spider-Man, the most recent Spider-Man movie, he also was very involved in Wonder Man Season 1. I think we mentioned that quickly during one of the Dork Minutes.
You must have, because I've heard of it, so you must have mentioned it.
Good season. It was fun. Oddly enough, it was picked up for a Season 2 months ago, and then last week they're like, just kidding, it's canceled. So I don't really know why. It was good. It was a Disney Plus series. It seemed pretty fun. I think they could have folded him into the universe more. So this Wonder Man character debuted here, but like we've seen now, they're using TV characters and putting them in movies, but gone. Easy come, easy go, I suppose.
Okay.
House of the Dragon rolls on, season 3. We just had the penultimate episode this past Sunday, so it's all gearing up to a big finale.
Oh, baby.
Coming up on Sunday.
That's this week.
Yes.
Great.
I'm very excited about that. Robert Pattinson, a man in many movies. He was in The Odyssey. He was in The Drama. He is also in a movie called Primetime. There's going to be a trailer coming out tomorrow.
Deion Sanders biopic?
No, he portrays Chris Hansen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you think that's going to... You interested in that?
No.
Not the guy... Is it Chris Hansen that does Red Zone? No, what's his name?
Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen. Not him. Not him. It's not about him.
Okay, that'd be a less interesting
It's not
movie.
about him. No, it's about the guy that's catching...
Predators.
Pedophiles.
Yeah, well, yeah. To catch a predator was
It's
the
more
show, yeah.
Catch a pedophile. Is what it is.
That wasn't the name of the show, but
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Dave Bautista is in talks to play Kratos in the God of War series.
Kratos?
Yes.
Spell that
It's always
for me.
good when they're recasting the whole cast after season 1. That show's going to be horrible.
Yeah. So it's a great video game.
Okay.
God of War is an incredible video game, and there's been a lot of video game adaptations, like movies, like or shows like The Last of Us. This one, it's a great story if they just did the story, but I guess they're doing a lot of recasting, and it seems like they're grasping at straws a little bit.
Okay.
Another show that's coming out next month. This is a local show, the local flavor. A little Massachusetts should be proud. The Lizzie Borden story coming to Netflix.
They're getting like a new season of Wicked Bites.
No, we're
Okay.
not. I don't think not that I know of.
Yeah.
Socks appeal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Socks appeal.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
Lizzie Borden. It's the same people that brought you the Jeffrey Dahmer show, Monster.
Yeah.
And they did another one too. I think it's Ryan
Ed
Murphy.
Gein. They did Ed Gein.
Oh, Ed Gein as well. One of the most notorious serial killers.
So it's
of all
going to
time.
be episodic?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, you in on that?
No.
Lizzie Borden
No.
gave her mom 40 whacks.
I don't think so.
Gave her
How
dad
many,
41.
how many episodes?
I don't know. 40 probably. They should do 40 episodes. A little on the nose.
Yeah.
Jones, this one's for you. We'll end on this one. Tonight, the debut of MTV The Challenge season 42.
Wait, really? It starts tonight?
Tonight's the
Oh,
night. So set
hell
the
yeah.
DVRs
I'm
for.
going to have to. I'm at the Sox tonight.
I heard about this. Yeah, the caller tried to tell us he was going, and then he jumped down his
I
throat.
did.
Like,
I
I'm going to the game.
I did make it
I'm
about
going to the
me.
game.
That's true.
All right, so it's called Cutthroat, which I feel like they've already had a Cutthroat.
Bananas got backpacked by CT on the original
That
Cutthroat.
was Cutthroat. So
Yeah.
both of those guys are in this one. Season 20 was Cutthroat. So this is season 42, filmed in Thailand. A $500,000.
They've also already done seasons in Thailand, so they've officially completely run out of ideas. But okay, I'll watch it. It's not like I'm not going to watch it.
But it looks like they're going teams.
Oh, I like teams. It's been a while since they've done
Yeah,
teams.
it says the cast features 24 competitors, blending franchise legends and recent standouts.
How many teams? The original Cutthroat, I think, was 3 teams, which seems odd, but that's what the original Cutthroat was.
I think it's the same way.
Hell yeah!
I think it's going to be 3 teams.
Okay, that was a good format.
Because I was thinking of like we were going to do like a draft to see like who's going to win, but if it's teams, it doesn't really work that way.
Teams.
Plus, they change teams, right?
Well, teams also really mess with like people's career accolades because like I forget who won the original Cutthroat, but it was like 4. I think that was Brad's win.
Darrell probably won because didn't Darrell win like 4 in a row?
He did, but I don't
Yeah.
know if it was in that era.
Okay.
Maybe like a Tyler, Brad,
Ooh.
Brad's wife. Why am I blanking on her name?
Tori?
Tori.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody else.
Okay.
So, but the teams can really mess with like some of the early challengers, Keith. They have like a bunch of titles, and you're like, oh, well, they were all part of like an 8-person team. Those don't really count.
Yeah.
So this was, I think, 4 people won that season. I think
Brad, Tori, Dunbar, and Tyler won.
Dunbar stinks, and so like you look at it, and you're like, oh my god, Dunbar won the challenge.
Yeah, it doesn't
You're
count.
like, how do
You
you do
won't
that?
do-
How do you do that? He was on a good team. Is how he won. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm in on that.
I'm so in on it. I mean, not tonight's episode. I'll have to catch up eventually, but I'll watch that.
Was Cutthroat one of the ones that some of these guys got
Canceled?
Yeah,
maybe.
I think they.
Yeah, what was the cast? Do you have it?
Did Kenny get canceled?
If it was no
he-
Evan and Kenny, then probably they were canceled. At
Oh
that
no,
point,
they're
yeah.
not on this one. So
Yeah.
maybe they were canceled prior to this one.
I'm
but
saying
they,
maybe in
But this
between.
was their time.
Yes. Yeah, this was right around the island, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. This came out in 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 16 years ago.
All right, I'm
Holy
in.
smokes.
I mean,
yeah,
again,
I'm sold.
Again, not tonight, but I will be watching.
No, I know you got the game to go to.
Okay, well, that's the hashtag Dork Minute. every Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. Stay tuned. We'll get back to the Red Sox. Is the offense for real after another blowout win last night? Just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
A grand slam from Caleb Durbin. Home run derby. His 11th of the year. It's 5-0. The Sox are up the Sox. Let's go, boys.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. I kind of forgot Hogdale was in the show today. That was
electric.
It makes you light up every time you hear it, doesn't it?
The Sox are up the Sox. Let's go, boys.
Way better when Hogdale is happy. Happy Hogdale versus sad Hogdale. Not even close.
Oh, yeah. You want Happy Dale, not Sad Dale.
Happy Hog?
Yeah, Happy Hog.
Happy Hog.
Yeah, you do.
There's lots to be happy about right now. You got guys smashing dingers. They're putting up 6 runs in not just one but 2 different innings in a game. Million hits. They're not striking out. You got Bulkamania, Bulk Hogan coming out of the pen at the end.
So let me say this on Bayo. I was just looking at some of his numbers.
He's useful.
So last
It's
night,
almost like he should have been Rolaids.
okay,
He's making a case for Rolaids. He has the best reliever ERA.
last night he had a save. It's a blowout. Like I don't put a lot of stock in that. His outing on Friday in LA was legit.
Yeah,
that
it was
was
really
a,
good.
that was a legit outing where
Yeah.
the first time all year I said, okay,
Yep.
maybe you got something with Brian Bayo. You know who has an opener's track record in San Francisco, Keith?
No way.
Eric Miller.
Haas of the week. Saw
Yeah.
him last night.
Oh my God, did he look good?
Ooh, oh, he's a big guy.
4 pitches.
Yeah.
It would be the upset of the century if he's not Haas of the week on Friday.
He is. I'd lock him in. I'd lock him in right now. Haas of the week for sure.
Was he Big Dog of the Week? Did anybody hear?
Ooh, I don't know.
Was that today?
I think they usually do that on Wednesdays.
Why do they do Big Dog of the Week on a Wednesday? I feel like the week is literally half over.
It's like Ken's schedule.
starts on a Wednesday. You have to kind of blur your eyes to look at the schedule that Ken puts out.
Ken's schedule starts on a Saturday?
Oh, yeah, starts on Saturday. It's like, hey, you don't know how to read this?
I don't know how to read his schedule.
What
But yeah,
time do you need me in?
Maybe that's
Yeah.
how the Big Dog of the Week schedule goes. Maybe Wednesday's the last day of the week.
I'm not
week
sure if
starts
he's-
on a Thursday.
Not sure if he's Big Dog. I don't
Ooh,
have a vote in that. But
I think that's how they do weeklies, Keith.
Oh,
I
they
think
start on a
rating
Wednesday?
shares, I believe they start on a Thursday. Last day of the week's a Wednesday. Maybe they're on that. Maybe they're on that schedule.
Oh, that makes sense.
Big Dog of the Week gives them a big kick. Final day of the weekly, maybe.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah, it could be.
So, yeah, no, he came out. He looked pretty good. And then Bayo, not that you were at any risk, obviously, of losing the game, but put him in there, 3 innings, shuts it down. And it's so bizarre to me. I still don't get it. You would think a demoted starter would be terrible in this role because they'd be just so mentally fried and they wouldn't want to do it. And yet he has thrived. He's never been better.
Sandoval said this about him last night. Sandoval, after the game, was talking about credit to, he was asked about Durbin.
Yeah.
And like grinding through it and sticking with it. But he also mentioned Bayo. He said that exact thing. He's like, he could have got sent down to AAA and just mailed it in.
Yeah.
Since he's been recalled, Keith, and these are all bullpen numbers, but since he's been
of
recalled,
course.
6 2/3, 0.54 ERA, 8.1 Ks per 9, 1 walk per 9, 161 batting average against, 0.61 whip, save last night, win the other night.
Insane. And he's just like mowing guys down in the like quick innings. And you're like, all right, you know, you can kind of, it's a useful piece. So it's like another guy in the pen that, like, I don't know how many games are going to be like this, but especially in the regular season, you're like, all right, it's going to be a shorter start for Sandoval, or it's going to be a shorter start for Peyton Tolley. And it's like, all right, put this guy in there. And even if the game's close, I think you can leave Bayo in there. And now because you don't want to burn out Chapman and Whitlock specifically between now and the end of the year, right? So, like, there might be some other save chance. Like, if you have 3 games in a row where there's like a save chance, like, you can't just put Chapman out there every single time.
Nope.
And so,
And you also got to worry about innings limits for your starters with Tolley
that's
and
what I'm
Bennett
saying.
as well. Yeah.
And so, like, he's never in a million years would I thought him being this bad as a starter would actually help the team. But it's almost because you have depth in the rotation. This guy, he's more useful this way.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
Look, he was good last night. The offense was great. Do you think the offense is for real?
So I do. Now, I think they're for real. I'm not telling you they're the greatest offense in the world or they're going to score 14 runs in another game this season. But I think you have at least a third of the lineup that you can kind of rely on. And I think that's a good start. So Contreras, Rafaela, Abreu.
Right, which are now in any order 2, 3, 4
Yeah,
most
yeah.
nights. Yep.
And that's where you'd probably put, your 3 best hitters essentially anyway, give or take. Or maybe you'd have them hit lead off on certain teams, but whatever. Like, those 3 guys I feel good about. Then you have guys like Caleb Durbin and Yoshida that are at least kind of tough outs at this point and have shown you they can go on like a little bit of a run. I don't know if they're ever going to. And Monasterio. Monasterio's on fire since July. So
Yeah.
now all of a sudden
He's not a tough out. He's an impossible out.
you can't get him out. He refuses to get out.
Correct.
So all of a sudden that's 2/3 of your lineup.
Uh-huh.
And then you have like this rotating leadoff hitter, which Chad Tracy's gotten to kind of work out for him, whether it's Sogard or Seagulls or whatever. Then you have Duran, who I'm not wild about. But what lineup across baseball 1 through 9 do you really like? Probably
Right.
none. And then you upgraded catcher. He hasn't played yet, but like you upgraded catcher. That was the one spot in the lineup last night that didn't get a single hit for you.
You think Rutschman's 5?
Yeah, that's what Merlone said, right, in his thing. I know he was hitting third for the Orioles, but you're not on the Orioles.
Right.
So
And
I think 5 makes
And
sense.
Rafaela, righty. Abreu, lefty. Contreras, righty.
Rutschman,
switch. Like that.
And then
that feels about right. I mean, if he gets red hot when he gets here, maybe move him around, but that feels about right.
And then you could go Durbin. You could go Yoshida. I'd have Duran now hit 9.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to put Monasterio in there somewhere. I just think like the leadoff.
Where is, I mean, you say Duran, and we'll get to Anthony later on, but if and when Anthony comes back, where is he? Is he go right to leadoff, or is he in the
Anthony,
bottom? He's bottom third.
7, 8, 9.
Okay.
7, 8, 9. And then if he's going, great. But I don't want him, start 0 for 10 in the leadoff spot or something, and then now he's kind of like in his head a little bit. I would absolutely have him at the bottom third.
The offense throughout baseball, we read you these numbers earlier today. In the American League, they're obviously a little better off.
Yeah.
But throughout baseball, in terms of runs scored, they are still only 20th behind teams like the A's and Cardinals and Marlins, though they're gaining quickly on those teams. And in terms of home runs, and they've hit 4 in back-to-back games, they are tied for 24th with the Royals and Rays. But it does feel like they're on to something offensively, and if you get some reinforcements, you will get Rutschman. Maybe you'll get Roman Anthony. Maybe Trevor Story. I don't know how much that helps. Maybe the offense is for real finally.
But it's also funny, too, because
I left out Meade, too. Meade's another one that could factor in there at some
point. 100%.
Yeah.
And that's better. Like right now, the catcher upgrade is on the way. The second base upgrade is maybe a few weeks away. And then even left field, there's a possibility of that. So, like, that's all shaping up to be pretty good. And I also just think the run that they've gone on facing other playoff teams, like, you don't have to believe in the White Sox. I certainly don't. But they're a playoff team. They're above 500.
They're winning the division.
Look at their lineup. Whose lineup would you rather have? Like, without even looking at the White Sox numbers and like the overall runs scored and home runs and everything else, like Randall Grichuk hits cleanup.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take the Red Sox lineup over the White Sox lineup.
Murakami and Vargas are, some big boppers they have. I think we're hitting 2 and 3 last night, I think.
I mean, Grichuk, I guess, is what? He's having a decent enough season, but like, still, like, I would rather take the Red Sox 1 through 9 for sure.
Okay. Our good buddy Justin is in D.C. Hello, Justin.
Jones, I got to say, I think the proof is in. You have been right about the Devers trade, about Craig Breslow. The guy might be a genius based on right about Cora. I never disagreed about that, though. A cheater is once a cheater, always a cheater. You better win if you're a cheater. So anyway, the call here, though, is I think, number one, Anthony is ahead of Adley Rutschman in returning, because he's actually taking overhand BP swings and Rutschman's basically dry swinging. So I think both will probably return at the same time. And if you have that happen, you not only have a lineup that could potentially mirror the Toronto Blue Jays last year, where it's a lot of contact, no strikeouts. Maybe you're not hitting that many home runs, but you see a path where you can get to the World Series with Adley back, with Roman back, and everybody performing relatively well. And then the second point I'd like to make why I think this is a World Series contender is even without Crochet, you have a bullpen where you're going to probably put Patrick Sandoval in that bullpen. And in a playoff game, if Ranger Suarez gets in trouble in the second inning, you can go Garrett Whitlock in the second to get out of it, and then high leverage arms all the way to Chapman to close that thing out.
It's a good point, because think
we're all in.
Yeah, well, think about Bayo a year ago. When Bayo had a disaster start, what do?
Yeah, he punts.
You didn't have it.
No.
So interesting. So he thinks, I would consider this bad news for Rutschman if he thinks Rutschman is behind Anthony in his rehab. I would think he needs less rehab because he hasn't been on the IL all that long.
Yeah, he was just playing.
Right, like the fact he's not taking
ago.
He's taking dry swings and he's not taking the overhand BP.
I don't know.
I mean, Roman Anthony just graduated off a tee. This guy was playing in a game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Roman Anthony's been out for 3 months. So I would say
I think 2 weeks ago. What did you say? When's the last time he played?
Who, Rutschman?
Yeah.
Was it the 18th?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
you might be
maybe
right.
it was longer ago than I thought.
Well, I got to double check that. I thought that was the number I read, but either way, I would think he's coming back before, but I don't know. Trying to guess injuries for the Red Sox hasn't gone well.
I'm
for
just
them.
saying, if he's right, that's bad. That's not great. It was. You're right. July 18th is the last game he played.
Okay.
So if he's behind Roman Anthony, I'd wonder if you're ever getting Rutschman, is what I would say.
It's true.
But okay. Anyway, what else did he say in that call? What else?
You were right. He said you were right about everything.
He did leave out he left out Cora. That was
no. But I think
that was another prominent one. He just said we agreed on that.
Yeah. No, he never doubted that part of it. But the Devers deal and Breslow's ability to make a deal.
Well, you were in on Devers too, and you were in on firing Cora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was in on both of those. I didn't mind Breslow. I didn't like him as much as you did.
I also would point out, I don't like these Breslow deals as much as he does.
Right,
he loved the Mead trade, Justin.
Yeah.
And I thought, didn't he just call us the other day and he hated Rutschman?
No, I found my.
Yeah, he
maybe.
hates the Adley trade. I think he actually called afternoons yesterday.
Yeah,
and
so-
it was like, this is gonna be the move that gets Breslow fired.
Whatever. I'll take the compliment. Yeah.
No, but my point on Breslow all along was he acquired essentially 6 All-Stars in the last 2 off seasons. I'm like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know many GMs
Yeah.
who are doing that.
No.
But again, he gives an awkward press conference, so everybody hates him.
He does give awkward press conference and interview. Is he on this week with Greg? Who's on tomorrow?
It's got to be Kennedy.
Oh, maybe
I didn't
Kennedy.
hear, but it's got to be, right?
I don't think they knew yet.
Okay.
Ooh. Mystery.
Yeah, mystery
Mystery
guest.
guest.
Mystery
Yeah.
front office report.
Tune in to find
tomorrow.
out.
I know it's not Chad Tracy.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think
cross him off the
it
list.
was Breslow last week, unless it's 2 weeks in a row. So
Mhm.
deductive reasoning tells me it's Sam, but we'll see. 617-779-7937. Maybe it's John Henry, Keefe. He's back to talking to people.
Kinda.
It could be John Henry.
It's possible.
Let's get to his, very brief,
quick
interaction with a media member. And what exactly is John Henry's philosophy these days? In just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Let me tell you something. When he's
You just do. You know, there's be a new guy here next year. Next year, a year from now, we're going to be talking about 2 names that you can't trade out of this organization. And right now, you have no idea who they are. The point is they come and go. So improve your big league team when you can, which is what they did. You got a smart catcher, kind of knows the staff, tough bringing a catcher midseason. Benny at least seeing these guys. Your catcher now hits 5th instead of 9th. You've improved your club.
Sounds like Lou has talked himself into the Adley Rutschman trade.
All right. It's hard not to get swept up in the vibes, right? I think it's still, I stand by all 3 trades were overpays. Each one of them I thought was an overpay.
Yeah.
Connolly early in the moment, I was like, all right, that's an overpay, but it is a need, right? You're giving up something that you potentially have surplus of. You need a little bit more of a bopper. I guess you get that. I thought the Meyer one, like you're selling low, but you're still overpaying for a reliever. And then the other one for Rutschman, I thought was all an overpay. Now, I also said in real time, all three of those guys could help you go on a playoff run, which I'll be very happy about.
Look, Rutschman, when he's healthy.
Right.
Mead, when he's healthy.
Yeah, neither of these guys are currently healthy.
Eric Miller looked great last night.
Oh, Hoss of the week.
Okay, I'm not really even including Eli White.
No.
Do those three guys make you better?
Yes.
Yes. But, Keith, I think you said it best yesterday.
Probably.
If I told you were trading Connolly early, Marcelo Meyer, and 3 of your top 5 prospects.
Bobby Witt is on the Red Sox.
What would you tell me you were
and
getting
the
back?
Pasquatch,
Right.
And Cagliano.
We would have been like, you're getting Skubal and CJ Abrams.
Yeah.
You're getting Bobby Witt and Hunter Goodman.
Right.
You know, like we would have been like, oh my God, you're trading all that? What did you get? Then you get Curtis Mead, Eric Miller, and Adley Rutschman.
You're getting 2 guys you had to look up on Baseball Reference and 1 guy that was good 3 years ago.
Correct. But that doesn't mean you didn't get better. That just means that is just.
It's all true.
That's just way more than I expected to pay.
Yeah.
But I'm not the one paying it. It's John Henry paying it.
Well,
in
so here's the
prospects
thing,
and a teeny tiny bit of
You're
dough.
mostly just paying it in prospects.
Yeah.
Like, this seems like these were all Breslow moves. Meaning, like, I don't think John Henry wasn't asked to take on Francisco Lindor's contract. That's a completely different thing. He didn't. I don't know if that even got presented to him or not. And it wasn't like, you saved a ton of money either. Like you end up paying like a little bit more, but I'm sure it's still within Breslow's budget.
Yeah, it's interesting though. There was a long holdup until we knew if the deal was approved or not. From Carabas reporting it to it really being like officially pushed through. And you have to wonder if Henry was balking at just the astronomical prospect price.
And not even joking, is it the Red Sox medical staff trying to figure out which end is up and then trying to decide if Rutschman is actually cleared in their own crazy way?
It's like LeBron reading The Godfather.
Yeah.
Hey,
what's your favorite quote?
Hey, turn that book around.
All of them.
So,
all of the quotes are your favorite? Name one.
So you're reading the X-ray upside down. So
I knew that. I knew that.
Speaking of John Henry, though, John Henry was tracked down.
Man,
by like a glorified TMZ.
This felt
style reporter.
Yes, this felt like TMZ.
This is like that guy following Vrabel through the Salt Lake City airport.
100%.
After he bought.
What'd you get your wife? What'd you get? Tracksuit? That's cool. You got a good deal on that or no?
Yeah.
All right.
You get lucky tonight, Mike. So
we had somebody camped outside of Fenway Park, and then like lo and behold, it's like, oh my God, what are the chances? Owner of the team's walking by.
This is NBC 10, I believe, to credit properly. But here's the full exchange with John. He doesn't speak to the media these days. Not about the baseball club.
He still didn't really.
Well, you be the judge. Here's what he said.
Mr. Henry, any thoughts on trade deadline? I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask, but
just finished, right?
Just finished?
1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. You feeling good about the moves today? Very good.
So first of all,
I often describe it the same way.
There's 1 minute to go before the trade. Henry's walking out. He walks out 1 minute before the trade deadline.
Yeah, he's like, you guys take it from here.
Don't these things happen after the deadline?
Sometimes they do.
So like, what the hell? First of all, he's not even there. But okay, fine.
No, he was there.
There's a chance more deals are going through. But okay, he felt good. You feel good? Very.
Mr. Henry, I wouldn't be doing my job, sir. Wouldn't be doing my job. Like, what is your job? This is a track down owners of teams?
Mr. Henry, any thoughts on trade deadline? I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask.
Anything. I need a comment. I need a quote. Something. Give me anything.
I've been waiting out here all day, ripping butts, waiting for you.
He's like, it's over. It's over. What's that, sir? Oh, the trade deadline.
Just finished, right?
Just finished?
1 minute to go.
It's not finished.
No, there's a difference there.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute. 1 more minute. 1 more minute to go. That implies there were several minutes prior to, which I would say is good. But he feels very good about the trade deadline.
Good.
He's excited to bring on these new faces.
You should do more media, John. You crushed it.
He was really good there.
Yeah, you really should.
I'd let that guy do more interviews. He was really good at that.
Yeah, he's earned another one. He's just doing his job.
I wouldn't be doing my job.
He would not be doing his job if he didn't get there.
What would you have asked if you saw John Henry, if you were outside like loitering outside of Fenway Park and John Henry walked by, what would you yell at it?
Great question.
I'd say, hey, John.
Get your newspaper to write about Jones and Keefe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, sell Liverpool.
Yeah.
We're mad about the team. They hate him.
Yeah.
The Liverpool guys are fired up.
I'd be like, could you fire Chad Finn? That's what but I'm very biased.
Yeah, you are biased.
I would get
There's a
held
lot
up
of
on that.
biases
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around.
If you could get Finn to take a buyout and then write about Jones and Keefe, I'd probably say
Finn
something like
doesn't
that.
hate me the way he hates you.
No, he doesn't.
So he's kind
care.
of torn.
He doesn't care for me.
No, he does
when
not.
he's bothered to write about the media.
He does not do that much. No.
Once every 3 months.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd probably yell something like that about him. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Roman Anthony out in the seaport all the time? How do you feel about that?
Good one.
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
Good one.
What would you ask him?
Just like how he's doing. You see the Odyssey? It's real good. Real good movie.
How many Infinity Stones?
That's not 6. John out of 6 stones? He's like, what? Forget it.
617-779-7937. John Henry's philosophy tends to pivot year to year, or at least over the years. People are mad that he's pivoting again. I like this pivot.
If something's not working, you should change.
So when he pivots away from this, I'll hate it. Just like I hated when he pivoted away from Dombrowski.
Well, true.
But like, I don't mind. The one good thing about him always changing his mind is he will change it back to the right thing eventually.
I just think you look at it, I understand the criticism. Trust me, we've been there as well. But he wins in 04 and 07, and then you have a new squad basically across the board. You have Ortiz, but I mean like new GM, new manager. You win in 13, then a whole new team and another manager and another GM in 18, and you win that. And now your team is a long ways to go here, but you put yourself in a pretty good spot for 2025. Like all these different or 2026 managers, GMs, the whole thing. So like when he's changed in the past, he's gotten success.
Yeah, the one good thing, and you could say it's always financially motivated, which I think is accurate.
Yeah.
I don't think that really makes him that unique for an owner, but that is accurate. He usually pivots back.
Yeah.
And, when they get lost for a little while, they win again in 2018. So, I don't really get the criticism on this one. Like, oh, he never picks a lane. Well, at least that means there's an avenue back once he changes his mind. 617-779-7937. We got your phone calls there here on Jones and Keefe. Meanwhile, we got injury updates, positive updates, believe it or not, on Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet. Let's get to that next. Chad Tracy, yesterday, prior to the Red Sox 14-2 win, Keith, over the division-leading Chicago White Sox.
It's crazy because the other thing, and I know it's been mentioned throughout this winning streak and like the double hot streaks that they're on, is a lot of good teams. Like they've played, obviously it's highlighted by the Dodgers and then like Rays, Yankees, but even like the White Sox, like they're the central leader and pretty remarkable. Yeah, but that was never the problem with this team. Even when they were bad, it wasn't like they only beat the Angels and the Royals, right? Like they would just have these head-scratching series where they would lose 2 out of 3 to the Rockies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they weren't that team that was beating the bad teams and losing to the good teams, and now they're just beating everybody.
They are tied for the hottest streak now in baseball. Both they and the Braves are on 6-game winning streaks.
Okay.
But you're right, red hot again, and the teams they're doing it against, Rays for 4, Yankees for 4, White Sox now technically for 4. It was a 3-game sweep at Chicago, add a 4th game, and they got 3 off the Dodgers as well. It's Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. That was Chad Tracy prior to the game talking about updates on Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet. Roman Anthony's going to graduate to hitting in the cage. He's taking overhand batting practice. Garrett Crochet is up to throwing from 50 to 60 feet. I don't know that either one's going to come back and do anything, Keith. I don't have the highest hopes that either will. But for the first time, I'm starting to think there's a real chance they come back. Whereas a week or two ago, I'm like, neither one's going to play again for this team this season.
Let's say they're both like 75%, because I feel like when they return this year, I feel like it's impossible to be like, this guy's going to be like the Cy Young runner-up and this guy's going to look like he did in the World Baseball Classic. Which player would be more useful to this team?
Well, this team, I might answer that, Anthony, but like who will be better?
Oh, Garrett Crochet's already a better player, but I would say.
But how big of a need is Crochet? They have a million left-handed pitchers.
So I'm saying. And if it's not a great version
Crochet
of it,
should be the best one, but they have a bunch of lefty starters. And a lot of them with the profile, like a big lefty.
Oh, yeah.
Between Bennett and Tolley. Suarez isn't quite that.
No.
But they have a bunch of big lefties.
And then you throw in Sonny Gray, and you're like, all right, that's a pretty good rotation for the rest of the season. That's a pretty good playoff rotation. Whereas Roman Anthony, now he wasn't doing much when he got hurt, but if he's getting at bats over Jarren Duran, you're like, all right, can't be worse. So let's at least see what he can do. But I'm definitely of that mindset where these two guys, they've been so wrong about their injuries like this whole time that even though they're like progressing, like, okay, I'm just waiting for like a setback when it comes to these guys. So I'm not relying or expecting, I should say, either one to be back. But if they do, great. It's a bonus and you can try it out. And if it doesn't, you're not relying on them. Like, my opinion on how far the Red Sox can go in the American League has nothing to do with either one of those guys.
Roman Anthony, by the way, Keith, even when he was playing earlier this year, was hitting .229 with a .675 OPS.
Yeah, exactly. Not great.
Not great, but I'm saying those numbers are better than Duran.
Oh, for sure.
Now, Duran's on pace for a 2020 season, but Roman Anthony also walked 20 times in 30 games. So, I mean,
I think as of like 2 weeks ago, he still had the fourth highest on base on the team.
I was checking if he had walked more times just in that window than Duran. He has not, but Duran's had 404 plate appearances, or at bats rather, versus 109 for Anthony. So, I mean, he's much more prone to get on base.
Yeah.
I don't think either is great defensively, so I think that's kind of a wash. So, yeah, to answer your question, even if you got Roman Anthony from the first month of the year, month plus, who was not very good, that is an upgrade on Duran.
Well, those are two spots that we thought they could add at the deadline. They didn't, was a outfielder and a starting pitcher. And so they're still open, and therefore, like, you would absolutely at least entertain the idea of a return, but I would not anticipate them being a huge factor.
I'm not going to include Meade or Jahmai Jones in this. So Roman Anthony has the third highest on base on the team, and he hasn't played since May.
Yeah, and like
it
that was
didn't
not
even feel like it was that great.
No, it didn't. That's the thing. Is like the impression was he had really no power, and he really wasn't hitting that well. But if he's drawing all those walks, I still, if he does come back, I would still plug him into left field, have him hit seventh, have him hit ninth, like depending on where, how Rutschman kind of figures out the lineup, and, whenever Meade may or may not come back. And if you're still playing Monasterio, like, you could put him at the bottom of the lineup and just say, hey, give you time to figure it out. We don't need you to carry the offense. Like they basically put on him at the start of the year.
And if he heats up, he can move.
Right, sure.
Okay. By the way, you mentioned Rutschman. Our guy Justin in DC called earlier this hour. He thinks Anthony is ahead of Rutschman in terms of his rehab, which
I hope that's not true.
I don't think is great news for Adley Rutschman.
No.
But Rutschman spoke with the media before the game as well last night, and I liked some of what I had to hear from him.
So when we came here last, they were on an incredible win streak, and coming in and playing a team that's clicking on all cylinders is definitely a lot, and they're playing the game the right way and doing things right, and it's it was cool to watch from a distance, and now being here, just like I said, just trying to fit in and help out in any way I can.
Trying to fit in, help in any way he can. One thing you've not heard us say about Rutschman, we got some questions about what he can bring to this team. He's an upgrade on Wong / Narvaez, who's no longer here, and the catching position. I don't think he's what he was a couple of years ago. He's been on the IL 3 different times. So we've had some criticisms of Rutschman. It was an overpay. But one thing you haven't heard us say is he's going to be bad for the vibes. Maybe that's lip service.
Tremendous vibes guy.
But that is the right attitude, Keith. I'm going to fit in.
Yep.
As opposed to,
new sheriff in town.
Well, and just a guy who's going to come in and upset the vibes they have going on, which I know is like an intangible kind of corny thing to say, but they have it. We know it when we see it.
Right.
Hopefully he is fitting in, and he's not trying to be the new sheriff in town. Right. Fit in on what's working, and I like that about him if that's what he actually does, and he follows through on that.
Yeah, I would imagine it's kind of a weird spot for him. I mean, he's been on the Orioles his entire career.
He's
supposed
the
to be
de facto leader.
Yeah, all that stuff. He's supposed to carry the franchise. Hasn't gone that well. Gets traded in the division, so he goes to a team and a ballpark and all that stuff that he's really familiar with. And and it also has to suck for him too that he can't even play right away. So he's gonna sort of like hang out here for a little bit, rehab a little bit more, then hopefully get back onto the field. But yeah, just from all the different interviews you've seen from him and just the different like mic'd up moments, like it does seem like a guy that's going to easily fit into any locker room.
I think the vibes are going to fit in. Yeah, no, you're right. Probably any locker room, and then specifically here with the Red Sox. We'll get to Jarren Duran, which is not necessarily a vibes guy on the Red Sox coming up. But Mike, the mail carrier, Keith.
All right, let's go to Mike.
Wants to discuss something. Go ahead, Mike, the mail carrier.
Hey, what's up, guys? Big fan of the show. I
Thank
think you guys are the best ones on WEEI. I don't think it's really all that close. No offense to Greg and the gang, but I think you guys are more entertaining than they are.
Oh, wow.
And so right before the Red Sox had their big streak, it came out that the baseballs were traveling 10.5, I believe it was, or 10.2 feet further when they were barreled this year as opposed to last year and in previous years. and that came out like right a week before the Red Sox started their big streak. So I just wanted to hear what you guys had to say about that. Thank you very much.
So
Okay,
he
thanks for the
seems
call.
to, in
Are
his
the balls
subject line,
juiced?
yeah, his subject line is asking, are the baseballs juiced? I think is the gist of what he
We
was
got
getting.
ourselves a bona fide cheating scandal.
So I mean, if they are, it's one of those things where they are for both teams. So like, there's that part of it.
Uh-huh.
And I was looking this up. Yordan Alvarez leads the league in home runs. He has 35. But where we're at in the season, he's on pace for 49.
I was going to say, like, about 50, so 49. Okay, yeah.
Ask Big Dumper if the balls are juiced. That guy can't hit a home run to save his life this year compared to last year.
Good point.
So I don't know. Maybe they are. But isn't that sort of uniform then?
Yeah, Marcelo Zuna just got DFA'd.
Yeah, he
he's
was not
like
hitting home runs.
he's a guy who smacks home runs
Yeah.
year in and year. Ask him if the ball is juiced. Yeah. So yeah, I would say, is it juiced? Maybe. I mean, I have no idea. Maybe the balls are traveling farther because the weather's heating up throughout Major League Baseball, and I don't know enough about it. Is my real answer.
Right.
But did it coincide with the Red Sox heating up? Perhaps. I think
Juice 'em up.
that's a level playing field, unless they're doing the old Brady thing where they're doctoring their baseballs.
Yeah, but you know that Aaron Rodgers actually liked his a little bit more inflated.
You know what? I heard that. I have heard that before.
That's crazy.
So if they're doctoring them,
Yeah.
which, look, I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. If Cora were here, I'd be more suspicious. I can tell you that. But unless they're doctoring their baseballs and everybody's got the same baseball with the same mud out of New Jersey, Keith, or wherever they get it,
That's true.
then I would say it's a level playing field there. So I don't care all that much, despite your compliment, or was it a compliment?
Great question. Is it a compliment? I'll say yes.
I'm
going to say yes.
I don't care for the shot at Greg's show.
No, unnecessary.
But if you got to drag somebody else down to prop us up,
also fine.
Ultimately, I will get on board with that.
Definitely.
So thank you to Mike, the mail carrier in Connecticut. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get to Jaron Duran. Not many compliments for him on this show.
No.
He had some comments before the game. Plus, he also had some production on the field a little bit in L.A., a good amount last night. Let's get to that coming up next.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We'll get to Drake May not faring great in Mike Sando's top quarterbacks tiers, which are done by executives, coaches,
former executives,
former GMs,
right.
analytics dweebs. They're all asked about these quarterbacks, and Drake May did not do well. He also spoke to the media. We'll relay some of what he had to say about Kayshon Boutte and about Christian Gonzalez's contract. By the way, another big contract in that draft class yesterday, Keefe. Is it Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle from the Bears, 10th pick in that draft, 2023 class, along with Bijan Robinson, who got his deal, along with Zay Flowers, who was drafted, I believe, after Gonzo, got his deal. There's been a bunch in that draft. I'm sure Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get paid in short order. Never mind Devon Witherspoon at the same spot. So a bunch of guys are getting paid in that class. We'll have thoughts on that coming up in just a little bit. Mike the mail carrier has texted in. He said it was a compliment. Loves and listens to the show every day.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Another individual checking in. I don't know if Mike listens on the Odyssey app or not. He called from Connecticut, I would imagine.
Another compliment coming our way?
Well,
no.
This is a texter who says, I'm on the Odyssey app.
Cool.
So maybe delayed a little bit.
Yep.
And I don't know if you've seen this. They did send it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive times.
Oh.
Okay. Nickname for Curtis Mead, which we've been asking for.
Oh, yeah, we have. Well, what do they got?
The Meteor.
Meteor.
Yeah.
Right. I think at least right now we can kind of shelve the Mead nicknames until he
You don't
plays.
think it's urgent?
No.
We were really cracking the whip for that earlier.
Do we have
when he was actually playing for his one game?
Does Eric Miller have a nickname? I know he's our Hoss of the Week, but does he have a nickname?
Miller Time.
Just Miller Time. Great. Okay.
Does he have a nickname? I don't know.
I don't know if he does.
Are you asking if he actually has one on Baseball Reference? Because that's easy to check.
I'll look it up. Yeah. I'll look it up on the internet.
Okay.
But
You
he
could go
should. Because we already know what Adley Rutschman's nickname is. Or
could.
you don't.
Eric. No, I
No nickname listed for Eric Miller.
Could be Eric Shun. You could go with that.
No.
No, you don't want
We're
it.
not going with that.
Because I'll tell you, when I was watching last night,
For
those 4 pitches, let me tell you, it was solid.
Big guy. Real big guy.
Eric Shun.
Yeah. No, it's Eric Miller.
No, that one's taken. We can't do that.
Eric Miller.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to come
He
up with
looked
some
good,
nicknames
though.
for him. He did.
And
Jared,
that was when the game was still somewhat in doubt. They were by 5, I think, when he went in.
Did I text you guys this? I hated when he came into the game last night. I didn't like the spot. I'm like, this is not, because it was close enough. It was 6-1, 7-2, whatever it was.
I forget. 7-2, I think.
And they brought him in, and I'm like, I don't think he's going to blow the game.
Oh, geez.
But I'm like, you also don't want to put him in with guys on base, and like, I don't.
That's
I
what
don't
he's going to be asked to do.
No,
isn't
I
it?
understand, but like his first game,
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd give him a softer landing. Came right in, pumped 2 strikes.
Yeah.
Threw one outside the zone and then got the punch out looking. So
And
like
then-
he looked fantastic. That was one batter, and it's not a close game at the time. I didn't think that was a great time to put him in, but what do I know?
And then they went to the incredible bulk. Bulkamania, Bulk Hogan, shut him down.
He
First
looked real
save.
good. Looked real good.
That's real nice.
Jaron Duran, Keith, last night looked pretty good. Couple of hits.
He did.
Homer and a steal.
Yep.
He looked good in the series in L.A.
Yeah, he did.
Is Jaron Duran maybe potentially kind of sort of waking up?
As Rafael Devers once said, no. I don't think so. He had the month of May where he hit 9 home runs.
Yep.
And the average
Still
wasn't great.
Somehow only hit 260.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then kind of fell apart after that. And now he's in like a little bit of an uptick. I mean, it's a long season. So like there's going to be streaks, both hot streaks and cold streaks. Now, unfortunately for him, it's been mostly a cold season. And so, yeah, I would expect it to go back to that at some point. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but at some point he's going to dip back down.
He had some comments to Alex Spear of the Boston Globe.
Right.
Asked about the trade deadline and still being on the team because I think I, like most, assume when they traded for Eli White, outfielder who plays all 3 outfield spots and was out of options, I'm like, oh, Duran's gone. Like,
yeah, but
they're going to platoon Jahmai Jones and somebody in left field, and Duran's going to get DFA'd, and I didn't really see a spot to guarantee him on the roster. He was out of options. I'm like, he's on the big league club. Duran's gone.
Well, Duran has benefited, I would say, from Roman Anthony being out for 3 months.
Definitely.
Because that changes
if
things.
Anthony were here, he might be gone.
If he was here and good, that definitely changes things. Now, maybe they DH him more or whatever, but those other 2 guys you never want to take out of the lineup in Abreu and Rafaela. So there would have been a spot open for him. What are you laughing at now? Another compliment?
We can't read all of the text nicknames on the text line.
Okay. I can't read any of the text.
But how about this one? Nickname for Eric Miller, the High Life.
The High Life.
That's not bad.
Actually, I love the champagne. The champagne of relievers.
Champagne and lefty setup, man.
I like it.
That's not bad. Okay,
That's
we're
good.
on to something there. Duran, though, to Alex Spear. To be honest, I thought I was going to be released.
Do you really think he's going to get released?
I bet not. I bet he was fishing for sympathy.
Yeah, because like I thought maybe they would trade him and maybe you get nothing in return. But they're not going to just cut him.
I asked for him to be DFA'd.
Oh, I still would think that'd be a great move.
I don't think the Red Sox were close to doing it.
No.
But he did say, to be honest, because
Yeah.
he's an honest guy, Keith.
If nothing else.
I can't think of a time he's lied. I thought I was going to be released. I'm the worst player in MLB statistically. So yeah,
That's true.
There's
true.
a truth right there. He said he's an honest guy.
You think he's on Baseball Savant a lot? Is he on the reference pages?
A
Checking stuff out?
lot of blue.
Yeah.
It's a lot of blue.
Mostly.
Yeah, I wouldn't love that. I hate looking at the numbers.
Then stop looking at the numbers.
So do we.
Yeah.
But when you're going bad, you look at the numbers, and it's pretty obvious how bad I was. I thought I was going to be released. I'm just thankful that I have the opportunity to continue this run with this organization and hopefully make a playoff push. Your guys are going to make a playoff push.
Yeah, the rest of the team is for sure.
Okay,
So I actually will.
Here's what I'll say
Go
with
ahead.
Durant.
Yeah.
If he's gonna, if maybe he's waking up, and if you want to play glass half full, which I love to do, the trade deadline's gone. This is the kind of player who I'd say would fall into a category of something like the deadline getting into his head. And maybe now that's passed, maybe he can relax and actually just play and actually play baseball. I would allow for some of that with Jaron Durant.
Yeah, I opened the door to that a little bit just because if he was really worried about, I don't know if he's going to get cut, but he had to be worried about maybe being traded or at least not being on the Red Sox after only being on the Red Sox. And there's not a time you'd want to be more involved with the Red Sox than right now. They're the hottest team in all of baseball. And so I'm sure there was a big sigh of relief that, like, all right, I'm still on the team. But does that mean he's going to be able to keep this pace up and he's going to be an everyday player now to the end of the season? Like, I'm not holding my breath on that. But
Me neither.
Maybe, I guess there's a chance.
Well, you heard Chad Tracy. He can bunt. And,
he can't bunt. He's
he's got
useful
a
in the outfield.
280 average with runners in scoring position, which I'm not even sure how good that is. I don't know. That was one of the things Tracy highlighted the other day when he went on his big defense of Jaron Durant. Let's go to Matthew in Chicago. Hello, Matthew.
Hey, gentlemen, good afternoon. It's been a pleasure listening to you for a little bit here.
Good afternoon,
thank
Matthew.
you.
Yes, sir. You know what? I want to say y'all got a great low lineup going out there. And at the end of the day, I think Davis Martin, I don't know what's wrong with him, but I think they got a tip on him or something because it looked like
They've lit him up twice.
Yeah, good point.
They got to him in Chicago. So, Matthew, I should have set this up. You're a White Sox fan, Matthew.
gotcha.
So, yeah, maybe they got a little
Correct.
something going on with him. Maybe.
I got one more thing for you, my man.
Okay.
At the same time, too, Venable, and I hope it's not a repeat of the sweep that y'all had in Chicago. But Venable puts out this lineup yesterday where the only thing that was the same from his regular lineup was Vargas and Murakami. The whole order of the lineup and the positions was all different. And
So I
don't
wonder this.
understand it. That's
Well,
not-
Keith mentioned this earlier. Who hit cleanup? You said this earlier. Keith.
Grichuk.
So it's Grichuk.
Yeah,
Is
I
he
think
right-handed? Does he hit lefties? Is that why he's in there against Sandoval? Red Sox
I don't
by
know.
far have the most left-handed staff in baseball, so maybe he shuffled his lineup to adjust for that. I don't pretend to know.
Yeah.
But Matthew, thank you for the call. We're
Yeah.
not as well versed on the White Sox probably as even you are.
Well, we know some of the guys just because they were in the Red Sox farm system
There were
for
a
a while.
lot of guys
There's a lot
from
of
the
those
Red
guys.
Sox farm system. That's true.
Yeah. No, but I think like overall, like when you look at their roster, like they've done a really good job to be where they're at. I don't consider them like a contender, but
Who's
they're
going to
probably
win?
ahead of this.
Who's going to
schedule.
win the Central? White Sox or Guardians?
I think the Guardians are.
Me too.
But I'm also partial because I had such a great time when I went to Cleveland.
You're a Guards
Yeah.
guy.
I like Chicago. I've
Yeah.
never been to a White Sox game though. I've been to a Cubs game, brag, but not a White Sox.
I've never been to either.
You
I've
should
been
go.
I've been to Chicago.
You should check it out.
Northeast-
Oh yeah,
Northeastern, Northwestern.
you didn't zip over to Wrigley?
I did not.
Yeah, that's
No,
on
no.
you.
No, I believe they were out of town because I did zip down to Wrigleyville.
Also a good spot.
Got some brew dogs
Oh,
for college
hell
football
yeah.
Saturday.
Have a hot dog?
Probably
Deep
I don't-
dish pizza?
I don't recall.
Deep dish pie?
I did. I had some of that.
Nice.
But yeah, that was that's actually my only time in Chicago, other than
Yeah.
flying through.
I think I've been twice.
Nice.
Brag. Yeah.
How about that?
No big deal.
Doubling me up.
Called a Bulls game there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Ah, man, that's good stuff.
It's not bad.
Again, Keith.
That was me.
Keith is.
I was like, hey, Grady, can I do the lineup? He's like, what? I go, can I do the starting lineup to this music? He's like, just please stop.
Keith, you're halfway to the Dale Arnold.
I know. I've done.
You've called Celtics and Red Sox games on the
I don't
radio.
think anybody
is that
else.
like an EGOT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of like EGOTing.
I think we've talked about this on the air, but
Can we come up with a good acronym for that?
Dale did
actually?
play-by-play. I can't imagine anybody else did color for both.
PRCB. We're gonna need.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a vowel in there.
I could probably. No, I don't know how I'd get it on either of the other broadcasts at this point, but you never know. I can dream big.
Well, we've joked about this before. You couldn't do worse than the Patriots broadcast they got going on these days. So I mean, it'd be an upgrade.
I would let the play-by-play guy tell his story, and then I would jump in after.
Yeah, I would just grunt over him.
No, right.
Well, okay. Our thanks to listeners in Chicago here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there. Let's get to some Drake May disrespect from The Athletic. I say The Athletic, really from executives, decision makers, coaches, etc. within the league. You're also going to hear from Drake May in the feed with Billy Lanny, some comments about Kayshon Boutte, following up on comments he had earlier this week. So stay tuned for all of that. We're back in just 2 minutes. Jones and Keith.
It's Colossal Lobster.
This is Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
Drake May had his first 2-minute drill of the summer, and it was a big success. He finished 12 of 17 overall, and it was a slow start for him. 4 straight incompletions, 1 of 5, then gets into the 2-minute drill, low ball from Romeo Dobbs, and then starts to pick up the pace. A check down to Hunter Henry. Demario Douglas off to the left on a crosser. Then a big pass to Matt Collins over the middle before a slant to A.J. Brown. Closes it up with the spike and a good 54-yard field goal for Andy Borregales. So, it was nice to see Drake May overcome some early adversity as much as you can have it, including some pressure, which we'll get to here in a second. But overall, with the 2-minute drill, high stakes, don't know what the defense is calling. Sometimes he's making the calls there at the line of scrimmage. Positive day for him.
Andrew Callahan breaking down practice yesterday for the Pats. They just had a walkthrough today, so not much to glean from practice. It was not open to the public.
We'll be back on Friday.
We will be there Friday. We'll be there for joint practices.
Next Tuesday.
Less than a week away against the Colts, and the following week, back-to-back ones against the Eagles.
That's going to be really good.
Should be pretty fun. So Callahan just generically talking about Drake May and his day yesterday. You heard in the feed with Billy Lanny, May being complimentary of Kayshon Boutte. He did say, I maybe need to hear his phrasing again. Did he say we had some good times, or I've had some good times with Kayshon? Like, was it past tense?
Well,
was it?
They have had good times.
Was it retrospective in any way? Because
he's still here for now.
It's a worthwhile follow-up based on his comments the other day to SiriusXM, where he went through the whole wide receiver depth chart, and then he got to the end, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Kayshon."
I know, and it's not like he started with like Pop Douglas and then went to like
he went
Mac and then to AJ.
Basically,
He literally went through the
AJ
order.
Brown, Romeo Dobbs, who wasn't out there today, Hollins and Pop in whatever order.
I think it was Pop Hollins, and then it was
Kyle Williams,
and then
Efton
Boutte- or
Chisholm, and then Boutte, him too.
Probably also last Kayshon Boutte.
So anyway, was it past tense? Let me hear this again.
I think just the way Kayshon's approaching it, man. He's here now. He's where his feet at, and I'm having fun throwing him out there in practice. He's doing a great job, and he makes plays when the football's in the air. And I think you can speak for that. That speaks for itself. So I've had some a lot of great times with Kayshon, and I'm looking forward to keep getting better each and every day.
He did look forward though.
Yeah, he's looking forward. Yeah, but like his
He's here
feet
now.
are here. Like he's here now.
Now, in
like,
fairness,
good Lord,
is that quoting?
I don't know if the question was that way.
Is that quoting Kayshon Boutte? Basically said that, didn't he? I'm here
but
now.
that's
I'm
like
where
the-
my feet are.
Yeah, like that's the message though of it. But yeah, I think if Drake May had to make a prediction as to whether or not Kayshon Boutte will be here week 1, my guess is he would say no.
I'm predicting no. I want him here. I
Yeah,
think that's the
unfortunately,
wrong move,
seems
but
like no.
I am predicting he will not be here based on the Drake May wide receiver depth chart the other day. Answers like that, answers from Kayshon Boutte the
I
other
am
week.
with you though. Like I really have no interest in a Boutte for a draft pick trade. But
Nope.
if you do get the Boutte for a useful like edge rusher,
Yeah.
or I mean I don't even know. Maybe
Boutte-
there's another position, but like yeah, something like that.
Boutte and a draft pick for Thibodeau. Boutte's not going to get you Thibodeau straight
No,
up.
but the two, yeah, that I would do. That's very
Thibodeau? How do you say his name?
What?
Kayshon, how do you say his name? Thibodeau is the old hoops coach.
It is, but that also changed. When he was
Yeah.
an assistant here as Thibodeau.
Yeah.
And they called him Tibbs.
Yeah, well, whatever.
And they're like I think Kayshon Thibodeau.
Okay.
Thibodeau? Now I'm just
Tebow.
Tim Tebow?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but anyway, a pass rusher, an edge rusher,
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm more for that.
Okay. Meanwhile, Drake May, with or without Kayshon Boutte, getting some disrespect on these QB tiers and ranks. It's ranks and tiers, Keith.
Don't like that. You can't cross them, but they apparently do on the Athletic.
Mike Sando does this every year. We read this to you earlier, but I'll just reiterate in case you missed it. It's complete with commentary from a panel of 50 voters who spoke on the condition of anonymity so that they could share candid evaluations. The panel this year was 8 GMs, 5 assistant GMs, 5 former GMs.
Okay, so you have 18 GMs, former GMs, assistant GMs.
So you had trouble getting to 50 is what you're telling me.
I think so.
3 other executives.
That doesn't say what their role is.
9 head coaches.
Okay.
10 D coordinators. 5 offensive coordinators.
All right, so it's more about going against these guys.
2 offensive assistants.
But like the 5
1 defensive assistant.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, a lot of people here.
And 2 coaches specializing in analytics / game management. I would say those are glorified intern dorks. That's 21 executives, 29 coaches overall.
It is weird though, like if a offensive coordinator or a head coach can vote for their own player, like that's a little
good point.
More biased than not.
Good point. So Drake May is on tier 2 with a ton of quarterbacks, 13 of them. He's one of 13.
It's too many on tier 2. Like,
There are only 4 on tier 1, which is defined as quarterbacks who carry their team each week. The team wins because of them. They expertly handle pure passing situations, and they have no real holes in their game, Keith.
I think Drake May qualifies for that.
Me too.
I'm not making the case he's the number 1 quarterback. I'm just saying if tier 1 already has 4, you could throw a 5th one on there and include him.
The 4 on tier 1 are Mahomes, Allen, and Stafford are tied for 2nd. Burrow's 4th. We both disagree Burrow should be. How does Burrow carry his team every week? He's not out there every week.
Yeah.
And they also don't win all that
When he's
much
there.
because of him.
No.
Because he hasn't won a lot of games the last few years when he's played.
I'd take him out. I'd move Lamar up.
Me too. So Lamar leads tier 2. There are 13 quarterbacks on there. Drake May is tied for 8th with Jared Goff. He trails Lamar, Herbert, Prescott. He's ahead of guys like Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts, all on tier 2.
You got to make a decision here. They can't all be tier 2 quarterbacks. Now, there's only 4 tiers, but to have more than half being described as the top 1 or 2 tier,
That's a lot.
I don't know. I don't love that.
Tier 2, they carry their team sometimes. They handle pure passing situations in doses. They also have other dimensions that elevate them above tier 3.
I feel like, honestly, that's like every quarter. The first 2 things is like every quarterback.
You would think.
If they're
And
an
then
NFL starting quarterback, like there are times they look good.
They have a hole or 2 in their game.
Okay, that's everybody.
Okay. So Drake May tied for 8th, again with Jared Goff. So you're telling me they're the same guys? You're telling me
no,
they're doing the same things and are asked to do the same things? Like, come on. Keefe did move from a year ago in this survey from tier 3 to tier 2. He did move from 22 to tied for 8th, which is up 14 spots from where he was a year ago.
Yeah.
He also, Mike Sando, broke this down by votes per tier. So he's a tier 2 quarterback, and he got 37 tier 2 votes out of 50. You're like, well, that makes sense. A lot of people had him on that second tier. Maybe some people had him on tier 1. Well, some did, but more had him on tier 3. Among those 13 votes that weren't tier 2, 5 were tier 1, 8 were tier 3, which is
I don't
stunning.
get that. I don't get that. You can make a case that he had the best season in the NFL a year ago. He's entering the 3rd year of his career. He has the same head coach and coordinator, and he added A.J. Brown. I don't know. I don't know where like what you're expecting this year to make you think that he would be in the bottom half. Like, as if the people that voted him tier 3 are essentially saying he's not in the top half. Forget top 5, top 10. They don't think he's a top 16 quarterback. I don't know where we're coming up with that. That seems like we're just making stuff up.
Another interesting note, 5 of the 21 personal executives polled placed May in tier 1. So all of his tier 1 votes were from personnel executives.
Okay.
None of the 29 coaches put him on tier 1. That gap between May's average from personnel execs to coaches was the largest in that direction this year. So basically, the coaches are more down on May than the front office people.
But a lot of them have been too. Like a lot of these different lists that we've looked at have had May somewhere like 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Pretty consistently, because we've always argued up maybe a couple of spots, but he's pretty much been in that territory. And they've twisted themselves into like guys that were really good last year, like Stafford, or guys that weren't, but they expect more out of, like Burrow and Love, and some of these guys all around, Dak Prescott, all in and around, sometimes ahead of Drake May. But I feel like it's been fairly consistent how they're viewing him. And I also don't take this as a bad thing. I think the way the league is looking at Drake May is similar to the way like the national media is looking at the Patriots, where it's like, all right, good for you last year, but that's not going to happen again.
Yeah, I think if you read the quotes, I think the quotes are fair and they're more complimentary than you would think.
Okay.
So we don't need to bore you with those again, but if you want to check them out or re-listen to our discussion on this earlier, you can get the Odyssey app, AUDACY, to recap some of that. But the quotes, I think, were more fair than just the raw data.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Drake was also asked about Christian Gonzalez and his contract situation. Drake May is eligible for an extension a year from now, so I'd imagine he's watching this closely. Here's that exchange.
Christian Gonzalez's contract negotiations appear to still be ongoing here. You're a year from being in a similar spot where you can negotiate a new deal. Does how this has gone with him make you wonder at all if you might have to wait for a new deal from the Patriots?
I'm not thinking about that right now. I mean, I think I'm a big fan of Gonzo and kind of how things are playing out. So I respect him for being out here and competing and wanting to practice. I think that speaks a lot for him wanting to be here. And I think like I said, he's said it before, he's one of the best corners in the league. So I'm looking forward to playing with him, and I'm glad he's on our team.
To think about your future and your long-term future and maybe being.
I don't think it's hard to think about it. For me, I'm trying to be in the present. Every day, the present. That's why they call it a present, man. It's a gift. So I just try to, be here, be where my feet are, and try to get better and better.
That's why they call it the present, because it's a gift.
I like that.
How about that?
I also where my feet are. Seems to be
for the most part, I am.
For the most part.
Yeah, every once in that I stumble.
So I think so those comments that he said at the very beginning, I think also could be thrown back in his face next year at this time.
If he doesn't practice?
Yeah.
Or
like
if
very
he's-
obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
very clearly, like he's like, it's great that he's here. I appreciate that he's doing it.
The quarterbacks that, well, actually, sorry, Brissett was just kind of holding in Arizona. He got his money. So I was about to ask, do quarterbacks even do that? But yeah,
They
Brissett
could.
just did it.
Baker Mayfield's there and he's pissed.
That's
but
who I was immediately thinking of. Yeah,
he's there and he's pissed. But I think that they'll get that deal done ahead of time. But you never know. There's going to be other quarterbacks too. Like, is he going to wait for Caleb Williams? Is he going to wait for Bo Nix? Is he going to wait for Jaden Daniels?
But
Like,
you're right.
what's the domino effect there? But you kind of did put yourself out there.
No, you're right. And you better believe Robert Kraft, Vrabel, who may or may not have a policy about guys practicing or they're not going to negotiate with them, as we're seeing with Gonzalez. You better believe they're going to throw those back in his face next year.
Yeah.
So be careful to say too much. But he didn't say much there on Gonzo.
Nope.
Who,
Loves him.
By the way, another player in his draft class got paid, Darnell Wright, of the Chicago Bears, 10th overall pick. Another big deal. Another player getting the most money at their position, at least at this stage in their career. And we'll expect it to head that way with Gonzalez. 617-779-7937. We got your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get to the Patriots' offensive line.
All right.
And whether or not they fixed it in front of Drake May in just 2 minutes.
Let me tell you something.
That's near Patriots GM Greg Bedard breaking down Pat's offensive line. I hear that and I say, so you're saying Lomu got off to a better start than Will Campbell a year ago?
That's what it sounds like.
He says he started 8-7-1. Then for some reason he takes out the first day, which is actually where he started. And he goes, he's 7-7. Okay, fine.
Right.
So he's 7 wins, 7 losses. Now there's a bunch of decisive losses in there. Thank you.
There we go, Joe.
And then he says Will Campbell started 3-6-1. And I'm like,
I don't know. It's a lot of numbers.
Wait, so he started better than Will Campbell? I don't get it. Now, Will Campbell didn't lose a lot decisively, quote unquote. What does that mean? You're getting chucked to the ground?
Yeah, I think it's like a non-competitive rep.
Okay,
is
but
what it sounds like.
But he also has more wins.
Yeah,
So to me, it's like, all right, that actually kind of makes sense. Lomu has the frame for the spot. Will Campbell doesn't. So Will Campbell may have more technique or more crafty ways to at least hang on and not lose decisively, but he's also not winning. This guy's winning a bunch of reps. So the more I hear that, the more I'm like, I guess I don't really understand. It sounds like he's ahead of where Will Campbell was a year ago.
Yeah, and I also think with Lomu, it's he's probably got a lot on his plate, not just as a rookie, as all rookies do, but if he's playing different spots and he's sort of like doing some right tackle, he's doing some guard, he's probably going to be able to make sure that he's ready to go at either one while also going up against tougher competition. And even though there's no Myles Garrett on the other side here, it's still better than what he's used to in college. So, yeah, I'm not surprised he's not like the perfect training camp player to this point.
That is fair, by the way, to compare him to Will Campbell a year ago. They had, and we didn't know this at the time, but Caleb Chasen
ended up being pretty good.
Wound up being pretty good, and Harold Landry was at least out there.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, maybe Campbell was going against better pass rushers, in fairness.
So we'll see. We'll see what this looks like. I am not to punt the conversation until next week, but Tuesday against the Colts will be pretty interesting for a lot of guys. Just like what they end up doing, how they look against other opponents. Does he look the part? The week, and then in the game too. Like, this is somebody that I do want to see in the preseason game.
Well, and like, where is he?
Where? How much is he playing? Who's he playing with? Who's he playing alongside? All the different spots that he's going to be.
And again, what? So right, good. He's going to play in preseason games.
Oh, definitely.
Will Will Campbell play in the first preseason game? I doubt it.
I think he needs
not
to.
more than like a series.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if Drake May does, he will, but I don't think Drake May will.
So is Lomu your left tackle?
I don't know.
Is Lomu a right tackle? Like, where is he? And he has not played any left tackle to this point in camp. I believe it's been.
No, I think it's right tackle and right guard. Or
I believe it's been Marcus Bryant. Yep.
Yeah. So if it's both of those spots, I just want to see what he looks like there, and like in the game reps too. Obviously, the 2 practices with Philly later in the month, that's going to be great because no matter who Philly throws at you, it's somebody good. That Philly D line is no joke. So that'll be a really good test for him.
So yeah, I agree, and I was hoping he was going to be standing out and forcing his way in somewhere on this offensive line. I think that would be the best story. If somebody gets hurt and he gets thrown in there because he's depth, well, that to me is a different story. So like Vera Tucker, who's never healthy, or Morgan Moses, who I think they were lucky was as healthy as he was a year ago.
Yeah.
Injuries happen to one of those guys. They're injury prone. He gets thrust in there. I don't really know that that's positive development. If he's forcing his way onto the field, which I kind of thought was going to be the case. They moved up for him. I think they have needs on the O-line. It should be better already, but I still think there are needs there.
Yeah.
I think that'd be their best possible story. Not that he redshirts and he's depth, but that he's forcing his way onto the field. And it does not sound like he's doing that.
No, it doesn't. And I still think this O-line does have a chance to be really good, even if he's not a starter and is not a factor, because I'm with you on Morgan Moses. Who knows how long that's going to last, but he was healthier than the 2 rookies a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Campbell and Wilson missed more time than Morgan Moses did. And the 2 guards, ideally, are just there week 1 all the way through the season. Now, Vera Tucker missed all of last year, so that's also wishful thinking. But those guys are at least established good NFL guards.
Yeah, when they're out there, you know what you're getting.
They're good.
Yeah.
And then the other 2, it's year 2 for him. Wilson's in his natural position. And then I think the biggest question, more so than Lomu, is like, is Will Campbell a left tackle in the NFL?
I was going to ask you that. He apparently is having a good camp.
So great.
Now, I don't know how you could possibly know because, again, he's going against trash. We talk every day about how the Patriots have no edge rushers. Then we get in at the end of practice and people are like, boy, another great day for Will Campbell. I'm like, he's not going against anybody.
But if Lomu's struggling against the same guys, that at least shows Campbell's doing something.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And look, that's completely fair to highlight, even compared to Will Campbell a year ago. I'll give you that. But, like, I don't know that Will Campbell's any better off. I know people are reporting that, Bedard among them. Curran said it to us yesterday, although I think Curran was closer to us in that. How could you possibly know?
Yeah.
I want to see him at the joint practices.
But this right now, like him going against the guys that they have, like the Swinsons and the Ponders of the world, it is a little like NBA Summer League. My favorite analogy in the Summer League is you don't know who can play, but you can tell who can't.
It's definitely better than the alternative of him getting dusted by those guys.
So at least it's like, but it's like, all right, you're at least, it's a small hurdle to jump over, but it sounds like he's jumping way over it.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're like, okay, that at least sets you up for, I don't know how many one-on-ones he's going to have against the best that the Eagles have to offer, but like that'll be must-watch. That'll be must-see stuff on camp in a couple of weeks. And then whatever preseason reps he gets, because then boom, you're against Seattle, first game of the season, and we know firsthand. He knows firsthand what kind of challenge that is.
We know how he looked in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
It'll actually be really easy to compare.
Yep.
We saw you in the Super Bowl. It's the same defense largely,
Pretty much.
Same pass rush largely. How'd you fare against it in Week 1 compared to the Super Bowl?
But that's also what's great about it is there are a lot of people, and that's fine if this is your opinion. You're like, well, he was never the same player after he got hurt, and it's only because of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have a good example. We saw what the Super Bowl looked like.
I tell you, he was totally healthy against Myles Garrett.
I know.
And he was totally healthy against T.J. Watt and Herbig, and he was totally healthy against the Falcons, and he got...
Was it Crosby, too?
Thrown around. Honestly, I don't remember him faring poorly against Crosby.
Yeah,
I honestly just don't remember.
But yeah, they had a lot of good pass rushers early in the season. Even that Falcons defense is pretty good. But yeah, the last game was against Seattle. The first game's going to be against Seattle.
That'll be a real good test case. Real good test case. 617-779-7937. Have the Patriots fixed their offensive line? Any concerns you have there? And how is Caleb Lomu, their first-round pick, fitting in? The second-round pick, we got a little bit of good news yesterday. He's out there.
Yeah.
He's doing stuff.
He's violent.
He's violent and explosive,
Nice.
in his words.
Yeah, no, his too. I'll take his word for it.
And I thought he handled the media pretty well yesterday, so we can get into that. Maybe later on this week here on Jones and Keefe. You can dial up Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937. They come your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
The song she sang to me, Bob Ryan, he tweeted me, Jones had a colonoscopy. It wasn't right. He crapped all night. You are the sun, I am the moon. You are the words, I am the bag. Grab me.
Thanks to you. Last year, the WEEI Nessa and Jimmy.
certainly is. Time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The red hot Red Sox back in action again tonight at Fenway Park. Sox versus Sox. Sonny Gray on the mound, 13-2, Jones, with a 2.93 ERA, going up against Massachusetts' own Sean Burke.
Oh,
he's a hoss himself.
I didn't realize he was from Mass.
He is. He's 7-5 with a 3.04 ERA. So that's no joke. 7:10 first pitch. That means a 6:10 pregame right here on WEEI. And Sean Burke back home.
Are we concerned?
He went to
go.
St. John's.
There it is.
Yeah.
Are we concerned
In
at
Shrewsbury.
all about Gray post All-Star break? Now, his first outing, I feel like I remember not being overly impressed, but you look at the line score, it was pretty good. 6 innings, 1 run. It was a homer. He also had 4 walks and 5 hits. So maybe that's why I didn't remember being good. 9 base runners and a homer. But he just gave the 1 run to Tampa. Then his last 2, Keefe.
Yeah.
5 innings, 5 earned, home run, 10 hits, only 3 strikeouts. And then against the A's, 7 innings, 4 earned. He had 9 base runners.
Yeah, but I
and
remember
5
in that
Ks.
one, he kind of he kind of gutted it out. The one before was obviously a bad one against Toronto.
He kept him in that game right up until they hit the back-to-backs.
And then he went
Ray
7
and Contreras.
innings.
Yeah.
No, I think this is a big game for him.
Well, so here's what I
I'll
would
give
say.
you that.
I'm not worried about Sonny Gray, but we did say it at the All-Star break. Will there probably be some second-half regression? Yeah.
Yeah, with that guy,
Yeah.
maybe.
So, I mean, I don't. He's probably not going to end the ERA, the season with an ERA in the 2s. It's probably going to 3, 3+.
You're predicting maybe he gives up a run tonight.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I maybe this is a little bit of course correction, but am I concerned about him? No, I still think he's a good pitcher,
Okay.
and I think he'll remain a good pitcher. That's all.
Bozo, parlay, rendo, play, I guess it Jones and Lanny. I'll make you laugh, make you cry, wanna see Bob Ryan tweet. I'll grab your bag every day, truly, madly, before 2. We'll sing you songs, listen faithful, 'cause I'm counting on a new beginning, a reason for living, a deeper meaning, yeah. I wanna grab with you on a bag. I wanna listen at 1:30. I wanna listen to this forever. Every day on Jones and Keefe.
All right, last night we saw Eric Miller make his Red Sox debut.
We did.
Favorite for Haas of the Week. After the game, he was talking about a conversation he had with a couple of other fellow relievers prior to the game.
Oh.
Greg and Slayton in the bullpen told me that the boys were banging and they weren't lying the first thing. They kind of told me.
I'm sorry.
Right off the bat, obviously, Grand Slam was kind of like they looked over at me and were like, hey, man, we told you so. So it's a bad day to be the other team's pitchers. That's what they said, and they weren't wrong. So it was really cool.
The boys were banging.
Yeah. I thought they got rid of Marcelo Meyer.
Jones, don't write yourself off yet.
I'm not.
It's not your fault I can leave you out of show group texts. And Scott Solak,
Oh?
try everything you can.
Yeah.
You're never gonna beat Jones and Keefe. Grab bag. In just a little time, Jones and Keefe will win the ratings, and Zolak, you'll be out of a job. Everything will be not all right.
Come on.
We're not rooting for that.
Come on. I have not heard that one until today. I wouldn't have put that in. That Nick did that. Nick made that. I don't stand by that. There's jobs for everybody.
If Keith sends it to me, it's get rolled in. That's how this works.
I just forward them when I'm reading them quickly in the car. I don't even listen to them. I'm like, Nick, I trust Nick. It doesn't have to be that way. There's room for everybody.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, there could be a 1 and a 2.
Right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Tarek Skubal made his Dodgers debut yesterday, Jones. He went 6 innings. He gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, 2 walks. He had 6 strikeouts, but took the loss as the Cubs beat the Dodgers 5-1. Kyle Tucker homered against his former club, and what do you got? He's up to 10 home runs now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did Bregman get him last night? I thought Bregman at least knocked in a run.
He had a double. Yeah, Bregman had a double. Yeah.
All right.
Pete Crow Armstrong killing it, by the way.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. By the way, Dice has texted Keith.
Oh, what's up, Dice?
Sean Burke's grandparents live on his route down in Yarmouth.
I believe that's HIPAA. But thank you, Dice. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Now on the day I was born, the nurses all gathered round, and they gazed in wide wonder at the joy they found. The head nurse spoke up, said, "Leave this one alone." She could tell right away that I grab bag to the bone. Grab bag to the bone. Grab. Grab. Grab bag to the bone.
Well, bad news for the Falcons, Jones, as Jalen Walker out for the season, torn ACL, the edge rusher that was a first-round pick a year ago. Yeah, so be careful these training camps.
A lot of walking, not running.
Hi, my name is. Excuse me. My name is. Grab Baggy. My name is. My name is. Grab Baggy. Hi, kids. Do you like random ball players who hung up the spikes in 05? Want to see a Bob Ryan tweet in response to a bot? Pick a fat horse of the week and celebrate diabetes? My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight, but I can't figure out which song to use for Grab Bag. And Rich Keefe said, "Grab Baggy, you a seam head. Then why's your bag out? We're watching the Red Sox."
And you can't take your eyes off his mom.
Hall of Fame game is tomorrow, and we already told you Kenny Pickett's going to start for the Panthers. Well, good news. The Arizona Cardinals are going to start Carson Beck.
Oh, Pickett and Beck.
Yeah, Pickett and Beck.
Nice.
A couple of good college players, anyway.
Like a buddy cop movie I don't want to watch.
Yeah, no,
Were they good college players?
Who's got? I think they were supposed to be.
Who's got the smallest hands?
Probably Pickett.
Yeah, probably
Pickett.
Yeah.
At least Pickett has a rule. You can't do a fake slide anymore because of Kenny Pickett.
Good point.
Carson Beck played like 8 years in college.
Carson Beck dated a
And then
Cavender.
cheated on a Cavender.
Oh, he cheated on a Cavender.
Cheated on a Cavender. Yep. Yeah, so there's that.
All right.
So something's got to give.
I'll probably watch.
Yeah.
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag.
Brock Lesnar has officially retired.
Oh, no.
From the WWE. I guess he went on McAfee yesterday, and SummerSlam, his last match. Because famously, wrestlers will tell you it's their last match, and they'll never come back.
No, they don't wrestle anymore.
You'll never see him again.
Yeah, okay.
But at least he's putting it out there that he's all done with that.
All right.
Thank you for grabbing my bag. The Jones and Keefe show's never a drag. From 10 to 2, they're your pals and your sports savants. Hey, has Bob Ryan tweeted? Let's guess a baseball player too. Who's your hoss? Who is this week's sick bragging boss? All us EEI fans say thank you for grabbing my bag.
All right, Jones, does the great, beautiful, and talented Tracy Bingham follow me on Instagram at Rich Keefe WEEI?
No.
She does not.
She follows the show.
She does follow the show. She called into the show.
One time, yeah. Not you, though.
I had a new food review.
Oh?
Yeah, I had
you're trying to
on Instagram?
switch up your content to get in her algorithm, maybe?
I thought maybe this would help.
Yeah,
And so
okay.
I got a new Frosty Fusion from Wendy's that had cookie dough in it.
What?
Yeah, it's great.
A Frosty Fusion with cookie dough?
That's right.
If I were Tracy Bingham, I'd probably follow that. Where would she do that again?
At Rich Keefe WEEI.
Oh, okay.
Is where you can follow that.
Nice.
Thank you.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, people want to know, has the great Bob Ryan tweeted?
I'm going to say yeah.
You're going to say yeah?
Yeah.
Now, does this count?
Oh.
Can I get a ruling on this?
Yeah. Retweet?
No.
Retweet.
One retweet.
Well, yeah.
He has had one retweet
The
to
act
this
of
point.
hitting a button.
Okay.
You think he did it on purpose?
I don't know.
Or you think it's like a pocket retweet?
I don't know. Unfortunately, it was just a Boston.com article about the Adley Rutschman trade.
Oh.
So he retweeted that.
That probably just means like, I read it.
Or like, hey, his boss is like, hey, can you retweet these?
Yeah.
Get the numbers up on this, Bob. People all over your Twitter, but no other tweets.
What was the article?
It said, asked what the Red Sox gave up in order to trade for Adley Rutschman, ESPN's Kylie McDaniel didn't hold back. And it was an article written by Hayden Bird.
Oh, yeah. We played this. I'm guessing this is the clip we played on our show.
Yeah, I think so.
Where he's like, we need 14 more seconds of delay.
Yeah, they just wrote it out.
I'm guessing. That's
the Hayden Bird had that instead.
That's what the Globe is reduced to.
Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Grab bag. I want you, I need you, oh God. Grab bag. These beautiful things that I've got.
Jones, let's find out who the best baseball performer was from last night. Was it Luis Torrens? 3 for 3, home run, 4 RBI, and a run scored. Well, he had a home run, so he scored a run. Was it?
Yeah.
Caleb Durbin?
Maybe.
2 for 3, home run, 4 RBI, 2 runs scored, and a steal.
Hell yeah.
Was it Wilyer Abreu? Was it Wilyer?
Wilyer.
2 for 4, 2 dongs. Was it Troy Melton? 7 scoreless with 4 Ks. Or was it Jesus Luzardo? 8 scoreless with 7 Ks.
Yeah, he was good.
A lot of good choices.
Scrappy Doo.
Wilyer.
No. Scrappy Doo.
Wilyer.
Bowser Jr.
Yeah.
Those
Salami.
were just tacking on home runs at the end of a blowout because of Scrappy Doo / Bowser Jr. So I'm going Durbin.
All right, fair enough.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, this is a shout out to the gentleman from Chicago who called us. This is a former White Sox.
Hell yeah.
Who spent 11
Ron
seasons.
Cockavice.
Good one, Bill. But no,
wow.
No, not Ron
In there.
Cockavice.
Southsider.
Not
The inspiration of this.
He may have played with Ron Cockavice. One-time All-Star, starting pitcher.
Esteban Loaiza.
Bobby Thigpen.
Nope. No, starting pitcher. Made a cup of coffee, debut 1995, hung up the spikes after the 2005 season. In addition to the White Sox, he also pitched for the Mariners, Orioles, Dodgers, Twins, Rangers, and Mets. He was an All-Star in 2000
With the White Sox?
With the White Sox, where he went 14-7 with a 4.65 ERA.
Okay. We had this guy before. Is it James Baldwin?
He got it.
We've had James Baldwin before.
We've had him again. Congratulations, James Baldwin. Former All-Star. Led the league in losses in 97. And he was represented by Rex Gary. Couple first name.
Good for you, James Baldwin.
James Baldwin, 2-time club.
I mean, look,
It's a growing list.
Well, we
Maybe
have a Haas of the Week repeats.
There's only so many baseball
I
players.
mean, Billy cleaned up at the Jones and Keefe Awards. I mean, he won a bunch of those.
he
It's
did.
not like you can't be random ball player more than once.
James Baldwin, pretty random, though.
No, he's quite random.
Yeah.
Random enough that I didn't remember him the first time.
That's right.
Maybe not even the second time. Third time, I think
Gotcha
it started
then.
to click. Yeah.
Can't fool you thrice. Just those first two. That's fine.
That's your random ball
Pretty
player.
random, though, anyway.
Each and every day. I hope the gentleman in Chicago enjoyed that very much.
How could you not?
I bet that shocked him. I
Mhm.
bet he got it.
You think so?
Probably.
You think maybe he did?
I would think. Anyways, that is how you do
He
that.
got it.
Each and every day in the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe. Stay tuned. We'll get to the clip du jour on the way next.
What if you could have the most
a fight that come be.
All right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day. And today we took a call from a listener that lives many, 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 many miles from here.
Dave, it says in Salem, New Hampshire, but I think maybe from further away. Go ahead, Dave.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm in from Sydney, Australia.
How about that?
Put another shrimp on the bobby.
What a journey.
And it's 10,000 miles to go to tonight's game.
We're going to tonight's game.
Oh, you're going to the game tonight? Very
Dave,
good.
Dave, I'll see you there, bud. I'm going to be there.
Oh, Jones is going.
Yeah.
It's not about you right now, Jones.
Well,
But Dave.
kind of about me.
We'll do some tea and flips.
Oh, nice. Well, don't look that up on a work computer, but sure, we could do that. So you came all the way from Australia to watch the game?
Yeah, the Red Sox are that hot.
Well, my family's from Haverhill, so I'm in Massachusetts to visit them, and I was in Manhattan 2 weeks ago, and I went to Citi Field to watch the Sox beat the Mets.
Wow. Oh,
How
so
about
a bit of a
that?
track record of success here.
Yes.
Now, are you a big Curtis Mead fan, Dave?
Gotta be.
I'm just such a fan of the Sox, going all the way back to collecting money for the Jimmy Fund, way back when for the Haverhill Gazette.
Okay. So a lot in there.
There was a ton.
Kind of just ran past the Curtis Mead question. You think there's like a family history there between the
maybe.
Meads and that gentleman?
Could be.
Also, shout out to Haverhill, where he has family. Also, the home of Rob Zombie and Spider Zombie.
Right.
They don't recognize Haverhill as their
disowned
home.
it, as you've informed
They
me.
grew up there, though, just like Carlos Pena, a Northeastern guy.
Carlos Pena's, but C-Pain. Yeah.
C-Pain, another one of the Haverhill Hall of Famers. I don't know what he was doing in Salem. He was in Manhattan via Sydney.
Mets playing Queens, by the way.
Family
but
in Haverhill. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
what you're doing in Manhattan. And then, but he's up in Salem, maybe just for like tax-free stuff.
Could be. Yeah, I think.
He
He probably dashed to the Nash.
the
and then
Rockingham Mall.
went over to Salem. I would think is probably what he's doing.
No, Nashville and Salem aren't that close.
No,
You
maybe.
dash to the Nash, you just go to Salem. Rockingham Park. You're doing all right there. They have a 2-floor mall. Pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
One of the better malls in New Hampshire. At least it was at one point.
But our big thanks listening to the Jones and Keefe program. By the way,
Odyssey app works in Australia just fine.
for sure.
Yeah.
It does. Lots of ways to consume WEEI Sirius Radio starting September 1st.
How about this? So we can. It's
It's
like
another way to do that.
we can curse.
Say whatever the hell we want.
That's awesome.
I think.
I think so too.
Some news out of the NFL, Keefe.
What do you got?
The Washington Commanders are signing
Yeah.
4-time Pro Bowl wide receiver and former Patriot Stephon Diggs, according
Wow.
to Jordan Schultz.
Good for him. So the Commanders get Steph Diggs. So they still have Terry McLaurin, right?
Yep.
After that whole thing from a year ago.
Yep.
What else do they got in that room? Is he the
Not-
number 2?
not much.
No,
right?
Traylon Burks is still there, right?
Okay.
Traylon Burks,
So he's still
Noah Brown still there?
McCaffrey's brother.
Luke.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say Steph Diggs is the number 2 receiver.
Oh,
Antonio
definitely.
Williams.
Yeah, Antonio Williams is a rookie, but I would say I think he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Diggs walks right in as the number 2 there. Yep.
According to their unofficial depth chart, is McLaurin, Antonio Williams, Luke McCaffrey. It was a good spot for him, and a quarterback that could bounce back this year.
Yeah, I guess I had been handicapping it for a while with the Chiefs. I would also point out that might be one less option for Kayshon Boutte now. I think that people had started to connect the dots as that was a potential fit. In fact, I think who had this today? There was a write-up of like potential trades throughout the NFL. And the Patriots could trade for Thibodeau, and then in a separate trade, they had them trading away Kayshon Boutte to the Commanders. I'm trying to remember who wrote that. I read that this morning. But that takes one potential destination for Kayshon Boutte off the list. But okay, Steph Diggs is a Commander, which makes a lot of sense. He's from that area.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
No, it definitely does. I think he still has something left in the tank. Like, I would have been happy bringing him back had the A.J. Brown deal not gone through. Now, I think you have to have certain expectations. What?
Speaking of bringing him back, didn't we hear he was coming back?
Yeah, we did. Oh, yeah, Pat's Outsider had that.
Yeah, we did have that from the Pat's Outsider.
Yeah.
That he was going to be back here in New England. Well,
almost.
Yeah.
I'm on the outside.
Good point by the text line. What's Brandon Ayuk going to do now? Had not thought about that.
Brandon Ayuk needs to.
Yeah, actually, maybe that's just a blanket question for his life.
Yeah,
not,
just in
not
general.
about his professional football career. What's Brandon Ayuk going to do now? You can actually ask really about anything.
That hasn't gotten really enough attention, and maybe it's because it's just a very uncomfortable topic. But I feel like when Antonio Brown was starting to like really lose it, people were all over that. Now, better player, but like and like the Hard Knocks aspect of it, but I feel like that was followed really closely. Then he got to the Patriots, then he left, then he even won a Super Bowl, but everybody was all over that one. This one, doesn't it seem like everybody just like doesn't even want to acknowledge it? But like there's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah, no, and it's happening, playing out in real time.
Right.
Right in front of us. But anyway, okay. Stephon Diggs to the Commanders. He is not coming back to the Patriots.
No, despite what anybody told you.
So you can cross that right off the list here on Jones and Keefe. We'll be back tomorrow, Keefe.
Yes.
We will go on the clock at high noon.
Yes, we will.
I got an idea for you.
Okay, good.
We'll kick it around post-show, but I got an idea.
Dr. Bradford, right? First time since the deadline?
We got Bradfo. We can discuss his little sit-down with potential Haas of the Week, Eric Miller.
Yes.
Among everything else the Red Sox did at the trade deadline. Plus, we have a Kiefer Madness for you on tomorrow's show here on Jones and Keefe. We're brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. It is Colossal Lobster Roll season at the Nines. You can choose hot buttered or traditional. Both are built to the hilt with tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the Nines. Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson come your way in just 2 minutes right here on WEEI.
Is there anything you liked about the show?
No.
Hey, it's Tyler Milliken from the Section 10 podcast.
Seven wins in a row here tonight at Fenway. 7:10 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Sonny Gray going for a share of the Major League lead in wins. He will oppose Mass native Sean Burke. 6:10 pregame with Arcand here on the home of the Red Sox. And Chad Tracy, who joins us coming up live at 2:30. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. Takes less than 30 seconds to go search your name. FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, it's easy, and it's free. And I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in our feed at WEEI.
You know, do they know something we don't know about this? Have you heard anything?
Yeah, who's zooming who right now? I don't know. We got some damaged goods. Good story, Papelbon. But when is Adley going to be in the lineup?
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Who is zooming who? Indeed, it is. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. on 93.7 WEEI, home of the greatest offensive team ever assembled. You can hear them right here, your Boston Red Sox. And Chad Tracy, the manager, I'm no longer going to call him the interim manager, even though it's not official, the manager of your Boston Red Sox will join us here at 2:30, 617-779-7937. And you can also listen to us on the Odyssey app and leave us a message. Press that little microphone button, and we play those later on in the show. And it is a beautiful day at Fenway Park. The Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio is where you can wave and look in the terrarium and say, "What's up, Ted Johnson? What's up, Ken Laird?"
That's
brought
Teddy
to you by
Three Rings to you.
Yes.
Ted told us before the show he kind of likes that nickname. He had it in Houston. Maybe we bring it back. Teddy Three Rings.
I wasn't, pounding the table for you to call me, but I just,
I like it.
I just told you I liked it. So if you feel like calling me Teddy Three Rings, I'd be okay with that.
How about we just call you Lord of the Rings?
There you go. That's actually the absolute best. Let's just do that.
There we go. I'm good at nicknames. I can't figure out one for Eric Miller. I just like Hoss for Eric Miller.
I was feeling dump truck last night. I don't know about you. When he came in, he just looked like a dump truck.
Yeah,
a truck. 4 strikes, bang.
Dump truck's better than Hoss. I'll give you that. That's a great name. For now, I'm calling him Dump Truck. But we are in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay for, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And I said it last night. Before the game, I said I am jealous of anyone who got a ticket for yesterday's skirmish, and I have to be honest, I was embarrassed if you were late for the game because, my goodness, I was a few minutes late turning it on, and they had already won. So let's get to some sports that happened, shall we, Stiz? Let's roll, buddy.
happened? Sports happened.
Yes, and Sports Happen is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. All right. I was a few minutes late. It was already 6-0. And especially thanks to this grand slam by Caleb Durbin, which I specifically wanted to hear the call for the first time right here for Will Fleming. I have not heard this.
Oh, really?
I wanted to wait till we were on the air so I could get a fresh reaction. Stiz, let it fly, baby.
1-0. Pitch is swung on and driven high into left field. It is back. It is gone. A slam for Durbin. What is going on? It is 5-0 Red Sox.
That one deserves some Motorhead in the background. I think next time we play that. That is Motorhead worthy, without a question.
We need Lemmy Flemmy, no doubt.
Lemmy Flemmy, indeed. Well, as I was saying, it was a game over in the first inning. 6 runs scored by the first 7 batters in the game for the Sox as the Red Sox continue to blow out. Oh, play it again.
You said haymaker, right? Right to the 1-0. Pitch is swung on and driven high into left field. It is back.
It just makes it so much better, doesn't it?
It really does.
Love the Lemmy Flemmies.
I was listening to the game while I was doing my swim workout. Right, so I'm.
Really in the pool?
In the pool, so I have my boom little speaker there next to all my stuff on the outs. I've tried to do the headphones under the water. That doesn't work for me. So I have my little boom thing, and there's people also in the pool as well. But there was nobody there when I turned on the radio, and I'm on the other end of the pool. And I hear just screaming, and I'm like, something big just happened. And I get to the other end of the pool, and then hear that it was a home run, a grand slam. So the entire pool area where I was, everybody was like, "What the hell is going on?" From that call. But that was, when I can hear the tone of Will Fleming's voice just going crazy. Something big just happened for the Red Sox.
Yeah. And you know what made it even more absurd was that immediately Jarren Duran hits a home run afterwards. Right. And you're just like, all right, now we're in bizarro land. And the
As
great
I texted you, Rich, take the interim tag off. I mean, when that thing had left the park, that convinced me.
But is there any surprise that maybe JD does that? Because, the trade deadline comes and goes, and I think he's just a little bit more relaxed. He's still on his team. He's feeling good. I think he thought maybe he wasn't going to be on his team, so
maybe you'll see something unlock with Jaren Duran now that he is on this team and hasn't been traded.
He did seem loose, and he was on our postgame show with Will Fleming last night and talked about that feeling of like he thought he was going to get traded. So that must be something. What a relief.
And you know what's wild about this team, too? So the Red Sox obviously blew out the first-place team in the AL Central. And it seems like the better the team, the bigger the beatdown by the Sox, doesn't it? I mean, because they lost a game against the A's, but I mean they're just kicking the ass of the Dodgers. The White Sox. That was an embarrassment last night. But then again, that wasn't the only 6-run inning in the game. Oh no, they did it again, and this guy had 2 dongs last night. Let it roll, Stu.
Here's Willier. He drives one high and deep into center field. This is pummeled. It is back. Make it 2 for Willier. A big fly. Exclamation point. It is 14-2 Red Sox.
Oh, absolutely. That's Motorhead worthy as well.
That's home runs in 8 straight games for the team. Multiple home runs in 5 of the last 6. 4 home runs in back-to-back games. First time since 2021. Do you guys think this is sustainable? Like, if they get in the playoffs against Schlittler and Garrett Cole and all these guys again?
It's hard for me to say that. I mean, that's the big question, right? It's hard for me to say that with any real confidence, Ken. There's just part of you that's like, these guys are doing things maybe they've never done in their careers, right? And so now you go to the playoffs with the pressure. I'd like to see how they perform. It's a different stage. It's a different feeling. It's a different kind of pressure that they've never felt. It's hard to think that a lot of guys that are being called on to be big leaguers for the first time are going to go to the playoffs and all of a sudden, have the chutzpah and what it takes to do the same thing in the playoffs. So I'm a little dubious about the chances in the playoffs.
Because we saw Yamamoto Saturday, Rich, and they got 4 hits off him. 2 of them happened to be Rafaela home runs. That was enough, and they grinded out one on a Duran bunt. But are they going to have 4 hits a night in the playoffs or 4 home runs a night in the playoffs?
And that's interesting, dude. I worry about them losing steam. Like it takes a lot of energy to do have 15 game win streak to come back from where they were. It takes a lot of energy to do that. Do they still have any gas left in the tank at the end when it really matters?
Well, if you're feeling that the Red Sox are a lot like a Rush concert lately and that there are a lot of dongs, well, you're exactly right. Since
Very
July
balanced,
9th.
30% women.
Sure. July 9th, since then, Boston has hit 31 home runs, which is the most in the American League. It really has gotten absurd.
Power? You want power? We got power. We got power, man.
And Adley's not even here yet, so wait till he gets in.
Right.
That's right. Well, here's Chad Tracy afterwards.
Obviously, the 2 bursts, the first and the 6th, but the one in the first to get 6 runs, obviously Durbin being the big blow and open the game up early. And there's 9 innings to play, but at least, you got some breathing room early where you feel like if you can stack some zeros on the board, you have a chance to add on and put it away early. So it was first thing awesome, but the offensive effort from the 1st to the 9th was really, really good.
By the way, that man right there, Chad Tracy, joining us in studio at 2:30. The Sox
Chad
now
GPT.
Chad GPT. They are now
your
a
guy.
season. What did GPT stand for again? That guy was trying to tell us. I forget.
Don't remember. I'll have to go back to the notes. From bad to Chad. I remember that one. We were coming up with all kind of.
I like that one actually.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
The Red Sox now a season high 10 games over 500. And meanwhile, the newest acquisitions have arrived. And if you want to know how loved Adley Rutschman is by his ex-teammates in Baltimore, geez, man. I mean, the board, like holding back tears, Gunnar Henderson, while talking about him, according to reports. He said, it's not easy for me that he's gone, somebody who's been with me for 7 years. I'm not going to be able to talk about it today. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we had Rob Long on yesterday, who covers the team there locally in the mornings, and he basically, he couldn't have said nicer things about the kid's leadership and just the way people feel about him. So it sounds like, honestly, that to me that makes me feel a whole hell of a lot better about the player, because I just think at that position it's a natural leadership position. And if he has all those intangibles that come with having a game to as well, oh my gosh, then I look at what they gave up as not that big of a deal.
Nobody cried when Meyer got traded. Just note that. Now Ted cried when Yeah,
Lawyer,
maybe.
bald.
When Lawyer got cut, you
big
cried.
difference.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, Lawyer was a proven. Come on, no, that was apples and oranges. But yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, nobody was shedding tears over Marcelo, so that's a good point.
No, we didn't see Roman. We need got to kind of find out how his
that's true.
Seaport buddy is.
There is a lot out on the dark web about Roman and Meyer today, and I can't repeat any of it.
Is that right?
Just go find it if you're interested in that. I mean, it's nothing has been proven, but it's getting interesting. At some point, maybe somebody credible will come out with a report of what went on.
Maybe not tears were shed in the locker room of the Red Sox, but maybe in some of these college campuses. I mean, some of these sorority houses.
Oh,
you know
really?
what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Coming
man.
back in 9 months.
Yeah. Well, it is funny because, his teammates, they just kept going. Like Colton Cowser was like, Cowser said, as a friend. He's talking about, of course, Adley. He goes, as a friend, he's someone who I've grown really close with. He's going to be in my wedding, and someone who I'm going to miss dearly on a day-to-day basis. I was pretty emotional yesterday. I mean, that's the kind of guy you want. You're right, Ted. And I said this yesterday, but the comparison that I heard from a few people who kind of cover that team say he's a Jason Varitek type player. And if that's the case, great. God knows that you want character guys in that clubhouse. And it sure does seem like they are trying to stack the deck, and that seems like a good thing. And then there's the Hoss, 6'6", 265-pound Eric Miller, who I do like the dump truck, a lefty reliever that the team needed. Our own Rob Bradford spoke to him yesterday, and the dump truck told Bradfo about how he found out he was traded. You want to let that roll, Stiz?
Yeah, hold on. I just got to pull it up, Rich.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, by the way, Adley, I guess, was on the way to the movies to see the new Spider-Man movie with some of his teammates when he found out he was traded, and then just obviously didn't get to see the movie.
Good for him. Chose that over the Odyssey already.
Really good decision there.
You too. Unbelievable. Only two people I know who thought the Odyssey was meh. All right, you got that. Yep. You got that clip.
It was Eric Miller that Bradfo spoke to.
Who did I say? Did I not say?
Yeah, Eric Miller.
Yeah,
the killer.
I thought he was saying
No. Adley was the one who was going to Spider-Man.
Yeah, the sawmill. Let's go, Stiz. Come on.
After 90% of playing catch, and then
that must have been the weirdest game of catch in your life.
It was very weird. Warming up with the guys and stuff, it was weird. Because, I knew, but yeah. And then once I was almost done, they were like, "Hey, you gotta get off the field. You're not on the team anymore." So, yeah, I said I had to get off the field.
But you're probably thinking, it's human nature. This is my last game of catch as a giant, right?
Yeah. No, I definitely did not show up thinking that was going to be my last game of catch. But,
yeah, well, that's another thing. Leading into the deadline, everybody, you never know, right? Yeah. But did you have any sense at all? Because you're still a young guy, obviously. It's not like you're going
I would be lying if I said. I really didn't think. I didn't think anything was happening, especially how late into the day it got. As I started seeing some of the other guys, we had a bunch of guys that were going into free agency here, so all those guys were coming off and getting traded, and I was like, all right, yeah, that makes sense. And then me and Elliot Ramos were kind of around the same time, two non-free agent guys.
All right, you can stop the clip. Because I want to get a question for Ted. Is it really that abrupt? Because he said someone came onto the field and said, you have to leave the field, you're not on the team anymore. Ted, when you're around people who've been traded, is it kind of that abrupt?
I was going to say, I wouldn't know. I've never been traded, so. Hey.
Bill tried, but Kraft blocked it.
Kraft said, dude, it's not as abrupt in football because everyone knows cut down day, and then guys, obviously can get cut in the middle of the season, but it has to. I can't imagine what a baseball player feels like because it's just because you never know. But it's hard on the players, man. It is. It's a shock to the family. And if you don't see it coming, it doesn't sound like Eric saw it coming. It can be. I would think just kind of rattling. And so it's up to the Red Sox players to make them feel at home. And I'm guessing after the performance he had last night. Going in there and getting a taste of what it looks like here in the summertime when things are rolling, that he'll be just fine and adapt to his new team without any issues.
And, Rich, you do have to give baseball credit. Having this trade deadline, it just gives the whole second half after this a whole new – yesterday, Skubal makes his debut for the Dodgers at Wrigley Field. I was watching Tampa and Colorado late night come back from a 2-run deficit. Their new catcher, Liam Hicks, hit a home run. It's just everybody's got a new team.
Do you miss Ken, the old way where they used to have at the end of July
I
a
like
trade
it later
deadline and
better.
then one in August again?
No, I like this.
Or end of June, I think
Yeah,
it was, and
it's
then
early.
another one at the end of
They keep
early
pushing it
August.
back. I like it.
Just one. Just
one.
Yeah. I like it too.
NBA does a pretty good job. We'll get Steph Curry at the deadline this year, so boom.
Well, they played
yeah,
golf
rumors.
together, him and Tatum
Yeah.
yesterday, so I guess that it's official. He's coming to the Celtics. All right, Chad Tracy's joining us at 2:30. We're not going anywhere. Back in 2 minutes. Talk a little Patriots.
I got a nickname for him, Chad GBT, for greatest GBT, greatest comeback ever.
We're gonna get there.
No.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business.
It is 93.7 WEEI, your home of the Boston Red Sox. Chad Tracy's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes, probably about 10 minutes from now. It is Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, or as we call him, Lord of the Rings.
Teddy Three Rings.
Lord of the Three Rings, I guess. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And, Ted, you made a great point yesterday. Usually this time of year, like, we're all in. It's all Patriots. But the Red Sox have kind of, for great reasons, stolen the summer. They've saved the summer. There's usually that dead period in July, and July was anything but a dead period for this team and for this town. But the things that are going down at Pat's camp have been very interesting. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with the Kayshon Boutte storyline. I love hearing every day at camp how he's been doing and how he continues to impress and just doing everything he can to stay on this team, yet there doesn't seem to be any definitive, yeah, he's our guy or he's not our guy. I don't know. For some reason, Ted, that's like one of my favorite storylines in camp right now.
It's a great storyline because we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, they're playing him as if he's on this team, which, you know, if you have any designs of trading him, you would think he'd be playing with the threes and just not getting the snaps he's getting. But he's getting quality snaps with the ones. That I feel like is changing a little bit recently, and it was interesting. I think they asked Drake May about it again for the 100th time today. And he almost referenced, you know, Kayshon like in past tense, which I found interesting. I can't imagine, you know, coaches aren't going to be talking to the team about, hey, this is what we're thinking. This is what we're going to do with this player, obviously, out of respect for the player. But, you know, you almost wonder if it's just you know, everyone kind of knows it. And it's so funny, man. You go to the, you know, training camp, you go to the board and they have the kind of the depth chart every single day. They update it all the time. And if you can just see little tweaks and like reps coming down a little bit with certain guys, it almost is like a tip off to what they're thinking. And maybe, just maybe, they're getting closer to maybe moving him. But it's what I love about him is he's going out there and he's basically making it almost impossible for them to trade him. And that's what that's what I tell my kids. I'm like, hey, man, you want to play? You got to make it impossible for them to get you off the field. You got to prove it. And so that's what he's doing. So a lot of respect for the player. I just don't know if there's going to be, if he's going to be on the opening day roster.
Well, Ted, this is going to be music to your ears because I know what your expectations are for Drake May this season, and I think it's the expectations of a lot of people, except for some of the haters making these quarterback rankings. But, year 3, healthy, not like he was in the Super Bowl with a jacked-up shoulder, a better offensive line, better weapons, and A.J. Brown. And you're hoping that this is the year that he ascends, much like you had Josh Allen do in year 3. But not just that. You hope this is the first year he steps in there and says, this is my team. And according to Mike Vrabel, it sounds like Drake May is doing exactly that this preseason. Let's take a listen.
He kind of surprised me. We had him mic'd up, and he says a lot more in the huddle than I thought he would. And because he doesn't say a whole – I don't hear him say a whole lot. But he's improving that. I think that the guys need to hear the quarterback in this league, in any league. You want to hear the quarterback tell you that it's going to be okay, or that, hey, we got to pick our shit up. Yeah, and right. There's certain things that quarterbacks have to say in their own way and how they want to say it. We talk about having a demeanor off the field, having a demeanor in the meeting room, but then a demeanor with the players on the field, so that when he says something in a manner, it gets their attention. That, hey, it's time to lock back in and focus here. This is a critical situation. This is what the detail is, and this is what we need to do. So it's been fun. It was fun to watch him play last year, and hopefully we have just as much fun watching him play this year. Just a very athletic player at the quarterback position.
Doesn't it seem like Vrabel's the perfect guy to get
last line was
Drake May
random
to emerge? What's that?
Yeah. He is. And Mike's. The love languages, the 5 love languages. That's legit, man. That stuff is really legit. But anyway, his number 1 love language is, I think, words of affirmation. Mike doesn't ever stop talking. Shut up, Mike. When I played with him, he just his mouth just keeps moving. But it keeps
an
energy.
Just words, not words of affirmation.
It was right. It was more like it really wasn't affirming either. Now that I think about it, but just words. He wants the quarterback to kind of be the same way, and guys kind of feed off of that. We got to play maybe some of the mic'd up stuff.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, guys, but Chad Tracy is here early. Do you want to take a quick break?
We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back. Chad Tracy, your interim manager of Boston Red Sox, will be back in just a moment.
Boston's sports original, WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI, home of the greatest offensive team in baseball right now, your Boston Red Sox. The game was over in the first inning last night. If you were 10 minutes late, then it was pretty much over. But it is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. And Chad Tracy, he is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, let's start with the obvious question. Do you find it absolutely bonkers that you're in the conversation for Manager of the Year and they still haven't taken that dumb interim title off of your name yet?
You know how I'm going to answer that. I'm still not focused on that in the least. I am completely and utterly focused on keeping this team pushing forward the way it is right now. It's interesting to hear you at the intro there saying the best offensive team in baseball. Who would have thunk it? Huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the numbers, what was the stat we just had? I think it was since July 9th, you guys have hit 31 home runs, the most in the American League. I mean, how the hell did you guys go from what you were to what you are now when it comes to hitting that many home runs?
It's hard to answer that with one thing. I think the best way I answered it up to this point has been like, it didn't start that way. It started as playing a better brand of baseball. How do we find ways to score runs when we're not hitting for power? So that's where, the bunts and the moving the runners and the safety squeezes and all the different things that we did. And then when you start winning games and then and you feel that as a team, and then some guys start to find their swing, and then you start to put those together. And I really think most sports, but baseball especially, when your confidence starts to go north, then your true talent comes out. And I think there was always players in this team that had the ability to hit more home runs and things like that. We just needed the confidence to get there, and it's there now.
Well, speaking of that, Chad, a lot to get to, but last night, Rafaela, the hottest hitter on the planet, shows bunt in his first at-bat on the first pitch. Do you endorse that? I mean, is it just trying to play games with the other team, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's in some cases they're doing that on their own. Sorry, I had to turn away from the mic. But in some cases they are. There's other cases where I put it on. But I think Rafa and everybody has gotten to the point now where we've talked so much about the identity of the team being like, hey, like if we get opportunities to score runs early, like let's score the runs. And in his case, there's just like, I'm gonna try to bunt for a hit and put two people on base right out of the chute here. And he ended up, not getting that down, and that's gonna happen sometimes. But the mindset and the mentality is like, let's score first, let's get a lead, let's stack on the lead. And I think Rafa knows, like, I'm not going to hit 5 home runs every week, and this is a part of my game too, and he's trying to use it.
You talk about confidence. I'm always been fascinated about how that affects the team, the collective confidence. Like they always say in baseball, though, it's one thing doesn't lead to. It's like everybody's got their own job and they don't feed off of each other. Is that total BS? Like, don't you guys feed off of each other, seeing each other do well, seeing improvement, and I don't know, just there's a synergy. There's got to be seeing other guys do well that it raises the level of every player. Is that true or false in this game?
That's very true, extremely true. It's a 9-man lineup, and you always hear the term in baseball. It's like pass the baton. And when you're passing the baton, it's like, oh, he did his job. When you pass to the next guy, oh, he did his job. And like, no doubt about it, like a lineup when it's functioning that way, and you see people having success before you, and it gives you confidence. Like, man, he hit that hard. I think I feel good stepping into the box right now. And then he hit that hard. That's always been the case in baseball, and the same going the other way when things aren't going well, and this guy's not having a good swing, and it can go the other way too. But like baseball more than any sport, like absolutely is that way.
We're talking to our manager, Chad Tracy of your Boston Red Sox, and boy, we were talking about Adley Rutschman, and his teammates in Baltimore love this guy. Like, I mean, we were talking about how yesterday they were being asked about him leaving, and some of the players were close to tears, according to reports. And obviously, we're excited as fans. First of all, do you have any indication as to when Adley's going to be playing? Do you know what the timeline is on that?
I don't have a definitive timeline. I just know that was in the process of already starting his hitting progression, and he's in the middle of that. He's 3 or 4 days into that. So And that's when the trade was made and he came over here. That had already begun in Baltimore. So he's in the midst of hitting, doing catching work. So I can tell you he's getting closer. But as far as definitive timeline, I don't have it yet. He's also in the midst of doing this, also meeting with our hand specialist and things like that, just to kind of get a real clear look of what that could look like. So hopefully we know that soon, but not a clear answer on it yet.
As a manager, how does that feel when you know that the powers that be got you an all-star? How does that affect what you think and what the rest of the locker room thinks down there about? It looks like, hey, they're really trying to help this team win. They believe in us.
Yeah, it has a huge effect. I think the biggest effect is on the, certainly me and the staff, but the players in the locker room, the work that they did over the last month to get in the position we were, and then to see the deadline come and the front office work hard to go out and make changes that are additions that everybody in there feels pretty good about. This can help our team a lot, and in so doing, they were really, I feel like they threaded the needle nicely of what can we do and how can we do it and not, overly affect what is already on this team and what's made it go for the last month and a half. And they threaded that needle nicely too. So I think it was extremely well received in the locker room.
What did you say to Craig Breslow after the trade deadline? Was there a high five moment?
Yeah, there was. I just shook his hand and said, congratulations. I was like, you guys did an amazing job. And, Eddie Romero was in there. I said the same to him. I know, I don't know. I'm not in their job, so I don't know what it's like to sit in that room for probably 3 days. That you can see Brez's face. He's probably not a lot of sleep, working so hard to get something done, and they get it done. And you also have to acknowledge, we gave some players away, some talented players, in order to do it and go for it, and that deserves a handshake and a job well done. It's about winning at the major league level. So I just shook his hand and said congrats. It's a good deadline.
Do you get the sense, Chad, that now that the trade deadline's come and gone, that maybe great, home run last night, maybe there's going to be relaxed. He'll be a little bit more, I don't know, at ease, knowing that he's here for the rest of the year. Do you think that should impact him and bode well for him the rest of the way?
I hope so, because he's really good. He's a lot better than he sometimes puts it in his own head. But this started even before the LA series, a little bit in Oakland. So you started to see signs even in the end of Oakland, he's starting to swing the bat better. Mm-hmm. LA looked really good. Obviously looked really good last night. And I've said it before, obviously Jaron would tell you he's not had the year he wanted, but when you kind of look at the numbers and go what that could be if he had another month like he did in May, which he's more than capable of doing, and you look up there and go, that's a pretty productive season. So, and if he does, what that does to lengthen our lineup even further beyond the additions we've made and the ones that we could still have, that'd be great. So I think I've always thought he's a really good player, and when he's relaxing his head and you're getting the best out of him, he can be electric, and I think there's still a chance for that to happen.
Well, Chad, you gave us some good news the other day. It sounds like with Roman Anthony, we might be past the dry swings and now into big, wet, sloppy swings off the tee. Is that right? Is that what we're looking at with Roman's
he's swinging. Yeah, he's swinging. It started with a few days of tee and flips. That you guys would know the natural progression is a few days of tee and flips. And then here the last couple of days, it's been overhand BP in the cage. So he's actually hitting off overhand BP, which is great. We'll kind of see how he goes with that for a few days. And then the next logical step from there would be to get machine involved, with some higher velocity pitches and things like that. So we're still taking it one step at a time. Obviously, there's no timetable on it. You gotta cross each of these little bridges here and make sure that nothing flares up. So far, so good, but we'll keep progressing him. But he has definitely got a bat in his hand, a real bat and a real ball, and he's swinging and he's hitting, and things are going okay so far.
Can you give me the check? I'm sorry, real quick. Can you give me the checklist? I know you don't want to put a timeline on it, but will he definitely need a minor league rehab assignment?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whenever we get through these other checking off these other boxes, as far as get to the machine, right? Just a regular hack attack, velocity, and then we have a traject machine. If you guys don't know, that's that real image pitching monitor where the ball comes out of there like a real pitcher at 95 miles an hour. We got that down there that he can get to. But yeah, he's been down for over 3 months. So like whenever he gets to that point, like he's certainly going to have to go out and play some games.
What are your first impressions of the new guys? I'm sure it's tough after one day, but were they also taken in by the atmosphere last night and to come into that 14-run game?
Yeah, I think everybody's been paying attention. Even if you're a baseball player, you follow the league and everything. Those guys too. Like they know, like they were aware, like you guys are killing it. So like the league is paying attention. Other players are paying attention to what's happening. And then you have some of these guys that have like not only paid attention, but they've been at Fenway before as visiting players and probably have been in Fenway like when the team is performing well and they know what it feels like here when things are going well. So you could just, we talked a little bit about it and said you're getting inserted into something pretty fun right now, and they're like, I can imagine. So like they're aware, and then got to see it last night. So like again, like for us, the mindset is just one day at a time, and we have to keep going. But I think those guys are happy to be here.
Your thoughts on your bullpen? I mean, they get off the bus, and then it looks like holy crap, this is going to be a long day with Chapman, and now the addition of Eric Miller. Just your lineup and your bullpen. I mean, would you trade your bullpen for any others?
I think we have the best bullpen in baseball. I really do. I thought our bullpen was great before we added Eric Miller, and then you add that in there. You kind of watch the video and look at the underlying metrics of what he's done the last 2 years, and you're like, man, that's another back end guy to a back end that we already had that was pretty deep. So I think when you look at the performance of our guys that have been here, and then you watch Miller get added to that, plus you add in like, oh, by the way, like if we need to chew up some innings, like Brian Bayo and the job he's done, and Weiss in short stints, like what he's done, to wipe out some righties, like we're very deep. We are deep enough where even if some of those guys are down, these other guys, Giovanni Moran, another one, like who's been excellent. So it's not just the back end; it's what all of them can do. And you feel really good about and then couple that with the starting pitching. Hey, if our starter goes out there and gives us a good game, we can grab a lead. Like it's going to be difficult to score against us, and those guys have shown that.
So, Chad, from the outside, when fans are watching, all we really get to see is the games in front of us and the post-game press conferences and interviews like this. But behind the scenes, who's the player whose impact on this turnaround is much bigger inside the clubhouse than fans realize?
That's a good one. I don't know that I could pinpoint one person. I think it's been so like collective. Like, I mean, during the run, right? Like there was a lot of commentary. It's true. It was like it was somebody different every night that was doing something special to help you win a game. I do think like Sonny and Wilson, like at different times, have really stepped up as far as like so many guys were hurt with Crochet down and Trevor goes down, and some of these guys, Izzy, like some of these guys you look at as like definite veteran leaders of the team, and all these guys go down, and Wilson and Sonny are two that come to mind, at least as far as veteran players that have been around a really long time that have stepped up and definitely like taken on leadership roles of like, hey, when something needs to be said, it's said, and things like that. And that makes your job in the manager's office so much easier. The pulse of the team, and guys that are overseeing out there that if something needs to be done, like I don't have to go out there and do it. They'll take care of it. Like that's a comforting thing to know. So I'd call those two guys out, but with also saying that, man, everybody in there right now, they're together, they're friends, like they're pulling for each other, and they all know like this is my job to do tonight. I'm gonna go do my job.
Nesson had a shot of Ranger in the dugout last night eating a sandwich with his feet up. Is he as relaxed as he appears? Is he just the slowest heartbeat ever?
Yes, he is. I don't know how. Yes, he is. Yeah.
And does that rub off on the team? That kind of calm?
For
I mean,
sure.
like,
it's the Uncrustable. It's a great snack.
Oh, it's the best.
It's a really good snack. So
put it in the freezer. They're better
a little
frozen.
Peanut butter gives you some energy in the game. But Ranger is Ranger's. He can throw it in third gear, and that's just where he operates. And he's tremendous, man.
Don't you have
awesome?
You have the Uncrustables. Then you have pickle juice, right? Is in the dugout. What's the craziest thing you've seen in a dugout that guys use as fuel through a game?
All of it's crazy to me because, like, when I came up as a player, 20 years ago, the thing was no food in the dugout. Like nobody ate, and then the food, the spreads in the post game, none of it was like it is now.
Yeah.
And then people slowly started to come to realize and understand, like, hey, you're athletes. Like, no, you need to fuel, and sometimes fueling in the middle of the game is what. So like all the stuff, we got a little briefcase in there of different bars and snacks and things, so you can grab something in the fourth, fifth inning in the middle of the game and kind of give yourself a boost. But there's all kinds of things in there.
So, Chad, the media was obviously very, very tough on this team at the beginning of the season, and now I think the majority of people have realized that this is one of the most epic turnarounds that people have seen. But when it comes to the media, whose takes about this team have been the most wrong that you want to shove in their face?
You know I would never do that. No way I'd answer. I would never do that. I'll be.
You can say Bradford.
Number one, I would never do that because, like, you know, we weren't playing well. So, like, it's understood in Boston. Like, if you're not playing well, the takes are going to be a little ruthless because we weren't playing well. And secondly, and I don't mean this just like I try to stay away from that. Like, I try hard to. I see stuff. Abby's here. She keeps me informed if, like, hey, this is one you probably need to be aware of. But, like, for the most part, like, for my own mental health, it's like I try to, unless it's like something I need to read, I try to, like, keep my focus on what's going to happen today. But I know that was going on out there, and it was right. It's just like, I guess that's most proud of our guys with all of that noise going on that they were able to do what they've done to this point. And turn it around, and we have to keep going now.
I think one more win. You passed on Mattingly for best record of interim manager this year. Can you, like, call him up and trash talk if you get there? Like,
no.
Just one more? No?
Will not be trash talking Don Mattingly. No.
And I will have you know, Chad, it was after the Braves series that I called this turnaround, and the guys can back me up on that.
Yep. Yeah, but then you bailed the next day.
That may be true. Chad Tracy, great stuff, and congratulations. I mean, this has not only been an epic turnaround, but every night it's been so entertaining, and the amount of bombs you guys are hitting, it's just been a lot of fun, and congrats. I just don't know really at this point. It's like I don't know what's next because every night seems to be another. I can't believe because you're beating that you play better against better teams. It's almost like the better the team, the more ass you kick. It's, you know.
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job. I know you guys know I'm going to push it to the players play the game, you know. So, like, I'm in the same boat. Like, I'm looking forward to going and doing our work this afternoon, getting prepared, and I'm looking forward to going and watch them play. That's awesome. How I view it. Like, they're playing great baseball, and if you're a baseball person, even if you're the manager of the team, like, I enjoy watching them play right now. So I look forward to see what they have in store for us tonight, and win or lose, we'll turn the page and prepare for the next one like we've been doing.
Awesome. Well, interim manager Chad Tracy, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Chad. That is Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. We'll be right back. absolutely bonkers that you're in the conversation for Manager of the Year and they still haven't taken that dumb interim title off of your name yet?
You know how I'm going to answer that. I'm still not focused on that in the least.
Oh,
I won the bet. I won the bet, Rich. I bet Ted. First question out of the box was the interim manager.
Yep.
He had Roman Anthony timeline, but fine. Winner right here.
Well, yep. It is interesting. One thing we did get, by the way, it is Rich, Ken, and Ted here at Fenway Park and 93.7 WEEI. Chad Tracy was just on with us if you just missed it. The Roman Anthony thing is interesting. It's great news that he's actually hitting a ball. Like, he went from 0 to 6. I don't want to say 0 to 60. He went from 0 to about 30 pretty quick. Like, there was, like, he can't even hold a bat. And then it seems all of a sudden he went from that to hitting a ball hard off a tee, and I guess he's getting over. What did he say? Overhand pitches to him? Is that what the phrase was that he used? Which
swinging
obviously
and hitting. And what happened the last couple of days that might have spurred action? Anything happen?
Can I
You're
just
a
say
conspiracy
something?
theory guy?
Can I listen? Can I just say something about that, Ken? Is that I am seeing some of the stuff that you guys are seeing, and all this stuff about him and his friendship with Marcelo Meyer and all this stuff. And there's some stories that are out that are just so blatantly obviously false.
I'm not saying I believe everything in there, but it is curious. You just said he went from 0 to 30, and something happened very recently. One guy left. Maybe the training room was a little clearer, for him to get back in there. I mean, I don't know.
Occam's razor.
That
right.
story, that Reddit story that you guys sent me reads like a drunk dude sitting at Sullivan's Tap saying that I know a guy.
Of course,
the story
I didn't
goes
repeat that.
But Rich, is that scenario not a story as old as time that causes friction between two men?
As old as time, it's the dumbest. It's like, yeah, and then he knocked up his sister. And then after he knocked up his sister, he punched him in the face. And then he punched him in the face, and guess what? That's the hand that screwed up. And they had to split him apart because she had to get an abortion.
Well, that one's stupid. Because he got injured. We all saw that happen. It was at an at-bat.
These stories are so stupid that are coming out about now, it could be as simple as they just weren't good for each other. Like, if you want to say they were bad influences on each other, maybe one of them was lazy and it kind of fed into the other one. I'm not saying any of this is true. That's a more believable story than, and then they're fighting over a chicken. They had a threesome, and in the middle of it, he goes, guess what? It's my sister, and he got her pregnant. Go! Like, this is
ironically, I saw the same story on Reddit, but it had Tatum and Jaylen Brown's names. Indoor Myers and Roman's. They just swapped that up. But either way, I'm interested. I mean, I read the whole thing, didn't you? I mean, I didn't stop.
Well, I mean, I read it, but I read it in the voice of, like, like Townie Joe, a guy who has, like, 14 Celtic cross tattoos, and just is like, I know the guy who knows this guy, and he knocked up his sister.
I don't know why you think it'd be so out of the realm of possibility. Now, you're putting extra sauce on it, Rich. You are throwing so much extra sauce on it.
What extra sauce did I add onto it?
Well, they're pregnant and threesomes and this. But
no, the threesome's in that story.
Could there not
Is
be?
it really?
I didn't see that. But could there not be friction over a woman because they were both going out and I mean they were out on the town, Rich.
All right. Should I read this story but change the name so nobody archives this?
No.
Why? I'm not going to use anyone's names. Matter of fact, this could be a story about anybody. It could be a story about anybody whatsoever. Let's say this is a story about like a guy named Dave and his best
Jackson
friend
and Stiz.
Ken and Curtis.
Bobby. Yeah, we'll say Jackson and Stiz. The inside story of Jackson and Stiz. For people who are wondering about the vagueness from WEEI regarding Jackson and Stiz, I happen to know some inside information that very few others know. I mean, come on, listen to the way this is set up. For starters, I will say that Jackson is a bit of a lazy bum. He has openly admitted that he doesn't take strength training seriously. He smokes a lot of grass.
So far. This is accurate.
And he drinks a lot of alcohol and loves to get lit up and sleep with lots of young women. Come on, guys. I'm not even a quarter through this, and this is the dumbest
You're reading
thing I've ever
it. Ted and I are not reading it.
Of course, Roman Anthony. Oh, sorry. I don't even know what he's talking about. Of course, Jackson is the same. In regards to the partying, not just as bad as Stiz, as we know, as they have been seen out in the town many times together, macking on chicks. Come on, who's writing this?
Jackson is definitely macking on chicks. I mean, we've seen that in action.
However, the two of them had a falling out, and his falling out involved a physical altercation between the two of them, and that is why they are reports on their injuries are very vague, but that's also why they had to be separated. Jackson went down to Florida for a very questionable assignment for an already questionable injury. This is because not only was WEEI unhappy with their partying, but they also learned about the fight. The fight is actually how Stiz got his bizarre finger injury. The only thing I'm unclear about is whether the fight was over a love triangle or whether it was that Stiz caught his best friend sleeping with his sister. I'm telling you, this is the dumbest thing I've ever read. I know for a fact that it's one of the two scenarios. Okay, how can he know for a fact that it's one or the other? He said
that it was over a girl, but just not sure if they were vying over the same. If me and Jackson were vying over the same girl, or Jackson was trying to hit on my sister.
Stiz, all right. Can I just read you this sentence that I just read? I know for a fact that it's one of the two scenarios, but I'm not sure which one. Then you don't know it for a fact.
But you got to boil down to two. And Rich, you yourself have admitted how crazy the excuse of why Roman was sent down to Florida.
Not this. As I said, it could be something as simple as just like the guys just, like maybe
no room in the training room?
No room in the training room is a great excuse. Thank you, Craig Breslow. You don't think we're idiots at all. No, but
Ted, I would take the interim tag off. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, clearly.
This is so great because, okay, now I'm reading. Hang on, let me go through inside sources. They had a physical altercation, falling out, conflict of interest on a women. One of them was romantically and sexually involved in. I mean, this is the dumbest thing that is going around, and it's a dumb Reddit thing. Like come on. Maybe it's just that sometimes there's two players that feed into each other's bad habits, not anything having to do with them getting in a fight or anything like that.
So
just
that's why it went from dry swings to sloppy wet swings, in your words. It was bad habits. And then all of a sudden, good habits.
Great timing.
Yeah,
Maybe.
wow, that's amazing.
Maybe that's the case. All right, there you go. Everybody loves Reddit. 617-779-7997.
Stiz and I encourage good habits with each other.
Good. I'm glad that you two have made up, and you are not indeed. And Stiz, I'm sorry about your sister, and Jackson, you need to stay away. Okay? Do not do that.
Down, boy, down.
Yes, down, boy, down. All right. We will be back in 2 minutes.
First responder.
And the feed brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Red Sox a 14-2 winner last night over Chicago. 29-5 in their last 34. Everything is rolling. They'll go for 7 straight wins tonight here at Fenway. 7:10, your first pitch on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws proud to be local since 1860. After last night's win, Jaron Duran joined Will and Will in the booth. Talked about the emotions of still being here after the trade deadline.
I had a lot of emotion because, you know, this is the only organization I've ever been with, and just kind of had a feeling deep down that this might be it, and for it to be over and for me to still be here and for them to trust me to do what I do and continue to produce for them it means a lot to me.
Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside, your body is primed to succeed. Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
I have Drake May 4th, which I think people would think is high.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Teddy J. And you can call us at 617-779-7937 or go to the Odyssey app. Listen to the show that way. Press the little microphone button and you can leave us a message. We've been getting a lot of them lately. We love it. We play it in the 5 o'clock hour as we launch our Take Grenades. And what a beautiful day at Fenway. We are in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. It has been a mixed bag, Ted and Ken, about how the national media seems to view your New England Patriots this year. Despite going to the Super Bowl, they obviously crapped the bed, and that leaves a bad taste in some people's mouths, and they could be overly harsh. And then there's some people who still believe that they are an elite team that has one hell of a schedule ahead of them. Tougher than last year, no question. So really, to be quite honest, these rankings are all over the place. But I do like this one. I do like this one that The Athletic came up with, and that was their – and I'm not saying I like it because of how they rank it. I find a little bit of controversy in here, and I like that. This is the quarterback tiers, which they have come up with. And, Ted, there's a couple things on here. First of all, have either of you two seen this tier list? Have you seen who's on it?
You're talking about the Athletic one with Mike Sando, right? He polled all the GMs, or several GMs anyway.
That is correct. Have you guys all seen the levels, like who's on each?
No.
I have, yes.
Okay, so Ted has not. Okay, well then great. Perfect. So, Ted, there are 4 quarterbacks that they have on Tier 1. Would you like to guess the 4 quarterbacks they have put on Tier 1? This is once again, this is the GMs who voted in this. So this is obviously people who are, they know the game. So they're, this isn't just like Joe Schmo. Who do you think is in Tier 1?
He says 50 coaches and executives, and I think there were some current GMs and some former. 5 former GMs, 8 current GMs, that sort of thing, yeah.
So it's you got to go with the what everybody puts 1, 2, and 3. So it's Josh Allen, it's Patrick Mahomes, and it's Joe Burrow. I'm guessing are three of them. And then if I had to pick the 4th, I would probably put my guy out there in L.A.
Matt Stafford.
Yeah, Matt Stafford. Hello, Matt Stafford.
Bingo.
That's my guess.
Bingo.
Yep, that is it. Number 1, they have the most first-place votes would be Patrick Mahomes. He got 49 first-place votes and 1 vote for Tier 2. And when you take a look at Josh Allen, he was tied for second with Matthew Stafford, and then it goes Joe Burrow. Then they go Tier 2, and they define that as someone who carries their team sometimes, handles pure passing situations in doses, or has other dimensions that elevate him above Tier 3, has a hole or 2 in his game. And on this, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarterbacks. I'm sorry, 7 quarterbacks. They got a lot. So you don't have to start yelling out who you think is on there. Just let me know, who do you believe is underneath that? Who is ranked below those 4?
It's got to. Well, I would think Drake May's got to be there. I would think
Drake May is coming in at number 8. He comes in at number 8. They say a high 2 on his way to a 1. They go deeper and say finishing second MVP voting for a team that reached a Super Bowl pushed May from the middle of Tier 3 after his rookie season towards the top of Tier 2. Most executives are high on him. They just want to see how he does in a high-pressure situation when he's not injured and on a harder schedule. So I think that this is, if anything, this is going to be a year where he can prove that he is one of the best. I mean, my God, he's facing a gauntlet. There's no question. They said 5 of the 21 personnel executive placed May in Tier 1. None of the 29 coaches did. The gap between May's average vote from personnel execs and coaches was the largest in direction.
None of the coaches put him in tier 1.
Not one.
Wow, that's shocking to me. Sean McVay, man, wow, he I thought he loved the kid, and that was his rookie year he played against him. So, all right, that's surprising. I am surprised by that. Wow. Okay.
So ahead of him, Dak Prescott. They have him rated above that. Justin Herbert, who's getting a ton of love this year. Tons. And then Lamar Jackson at number 5. Do you have a problem with any of them being ahead of Drake May there, Ted?
Yeah, I Justin Herbert and Dak Prescott, I do. But, I mean, I guess Dak's been doing it longer. They've all been doing it longer, and I think that's part of the reason why. Lamar Jackson, I'm not that surprised about. But Justin Herbert and Dak Prescott, I am surprised, is ahead of Drake May.
Yeah. And by the way, Drake May tied with Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff is underrated. Like he's a player that doesn't get a ton of respect, although here he seems to be right probably where I would put him. Like in the top 10, but near the bottom of the top 10.
He had a passer rating of 105.5 last year, so Goff had a good year. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. No question. Is there, when you think, Ted, about Drake May and what you're hearing about his leadership, we played that clip from Mike Vrabel before, and when you know that, in his third year, that's kind of when you start to feel that this might be your team indeed, and you're just not, coming in here trying to feel things out. How do you think his game is going to change now that not only does he have weapons, but he's got more confidence?
It's kind of hard to even think about it. The fact that he was run up for MVP, that it could just get leaps and bounds better, but I think it will. I think it will get better because the confidence is the key to the whole thing. Usually you get that in your second year, but he was still, his first year, he was 1-9, and then going into his second year, it's a new offense, and he still doesn't feel like he kind of maybe is real comfortable because he's learning a new offense, and he again was 1-9 the year prior. So then in your second year, you go to the Super Bowl, you're runner up for MVP. He's like a different guy. He's a completely different guy. You can just tell. There's just not. I don't know. Just there's always a little bit of tension in him. Just if it's subtle, but it was there. I sense no tension, none at all. He's just playing. He's going to play free. He's going to play with a confidence. Him with confidence, forget about it. I mean, it's scary, man. It's scary to think about it. So he's going to have a leap in his third year where most guys have in their second year. And I say that knowing in his second year he was the run-up for MVP, which is insane. So. It's gonna be he's gonna be a different person. You're gonna see a different Drake May because of the fact that I think he feels like he's a made man now. I feel like he thinks he deserves the commercials, he deserves the adulation, he deserves the praise. Where I don't think he felt that, which speaks to his humility, which is great. But now he knows he's earned it, and so he's gonna play and handle himself as a guy who's an established veteran, which is what you want.
And Rich, I wonder, to Ted's point about coaches not voting Drake that high, is the confidence thing something that they were afraid or didn't see last year? Because the only difference between him and Burrow is confidence. Burrow's got the cocky swagger, but they both went to a Super Bowl and lost. They're almost identical players, except Drake's much younger, but they're very similar. They took a lot of hits. They disappointed in the Super Bowl. It's just one was an obvious confident alpha, and Drake is ascending to that.
I mean, sometimes I wonder, because were they not on that? I mean, these coaches all watch film of, common opponents, so you think there would be coaches that would see a lot of tape on Drake.
I'm telling you, the Cam Newton thing just swayed people. That thing stuck. Mm-hmm. The fool's gold schedule talk has people skeptical. It's just some people can't get over it.
Which I understand, but if you watch the games, you go, oh, that was a special play. Oh, wow. I mean, they might have beaten a bad team, but they obliterated a bad team, and they did it with a couple plays in there where Drake May was like, oh, did you see that pass to Keyshawn Booty? Ooh, it was against the Miami Dolphins, but, dude, that was a dime he threw in the back end zone.
And by the way, it was Keyshawn Booty. Like, look, he's not throwing to Jamar Chase.
Good point.
But if you had only watched his playoff performance, I think people would have been like, wait, how is this guy number 2 for MVP?
Yeah. And as I said, the final scene of a movie is what you remember when you leave the theater. It's like the final thing you see from a season, the way they go out is what sticks with you, and I think it affected a lot of people ranking this team one way or the other. I'll tell you what I've noticed with Drake May is he speaks differently now. Have you noticed that? Like when he is talking to the media and when, there's a microphone in front of him now, he seems to be more measured in the way that he speaks. He's a little slower, seems to think about his answers
and that's
more.
why they call it a present, man. It's a gift.
I guess so.
He did revert back to that today. That's a cheap shot there, Stiz. I agree with you, Rich. Mostly he's talking a good game.
What did he just say there? I'm sorry. What was that he just said?
It's a little out of context, but he was being asked about his contract and then basically like, are you concerned about your future? And he said,
that's why they call it a present, man. It's a gift.
The present is. See, he wants to stay in the present. He doesn't certainly ask him about his contract.
I won't play dirty radio. I'll give you guys the whole thing.
About your future and your long-term future and maybe being.
I don't think it's hard to think about it. For me, I try to be in the present. Every day, the present. That's why they call it a present, man. It's a gift. So I just try to be here, be where my feet are, and try to get better and better.
Drake May or fortune cookie?
Oh, that's nowhere near Jaylen Brown. Oh, no. Matter of fact, Jaylen Brown, ooh, boy. Okay, I know that there's a lot of times where we come on here and someone will say something, oh, did you see what so-and-so said? And you're like, oh, I bet he was talking about him or about it. In this case, he's talking about Jason Tatum. He's talking about Jason Tatum.
Did you find this in a Reddit forum? Let me be honest.
Yes, yeah. And then he knocked up his sister. and he broke his hand, punched him right in the schnoz. Yeah, no. This is absolutely Jaylen Brown calling out Jason Tatum on his Twitch stream, which Jason Tatum was never on, which is going to be really funny when LeBron James shows up on his Twitch stream. That's going to be...
And Bronny. Wait till Bronny's on there. They're going to patch things right up.
No. But Bronny, even LeBron don't want Bronny around. All right, let's go. So let's get to that audio, because there's a lot of times where it's sports talky and people are like, oh, he made a shot. This is a shot. Like Jaylen Brown absolutely took a shot at Jason Tatum, which is making this way more fun. Now it's really fun. Let's get to that audio. We won't make you wait long. 2 minutes. We'll be right back with that. It is 93.7 WEEI, home of your Boston Red Sox. You can hear, of course, Red Sox baseball from Fenway tonight. We are live from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. It's Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Okay. Do you remember how this all started pretty much when Colin Cowherd came on the air and said that he had heard rumors that Jaylen Brown, people viewed Jaylen Brown as a guy who always thought he was the smartest guy in the room. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we got the audio if you want to play it, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So since then, there has been a decent amount of interesting shots that seem to have been fired. Now, this first one right here, or the one that we were talking about with Jason Tatum. Stiz, do you have the Tatum clip by any chance? I know I'm asking you to
well, that
run around
one, I can find it, but that was the one where he was at an event. Remember, the audio was horrible, guys.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
That's right.
He was talking to the kids.
Yes.
Jason Tatum was talking to these kids at a camp, and Jason Tatum was talking about, I never want to be the smartest person in the room. Right. I would rather be the person who will learn from somebody who's smarter than me. And many people thought that that was a shot at Jaylen Brown. Chances of it being a shot, I would say 75-80%. Like, I would think it was more chances that that was a shot at Jaylen Brown than it wasn't.
I was more 50-50 on that because he's talking to a bunch of kids. Like, why would you take a shot at Jaylen Brown in front of these kids? I mean, maybe. I mean, it's on his mind, I guess, recently.
Talking to kids, but is he really talking to kids? You know?
Okay, all right.
Well, the only thing that made me think that it could potentially have been a shot is that he used the exact phrase that Colin Cowherd used, and that was that he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And that's what Jason Tatum said. I never want to be the smartest guy in the room. I want to be around somebody who I can learn from. And so Jaylen Brown the other night went on his Twitch stream. He unveiled his Sixers jersey. Woo! And said a bunch of stuff like he's going skydiving if they win a championship. All right, fine. I'm sure the owner of the Sixers loves hearing that. I'm sure that's not in your clause at all that could void your contract. So go ahead, do that at your own risk. But he did say this when he's talking about LeBron James. Remember what Jason Tatum said. Here is what Jaylen Brown said just the other night on Twitch.
Super excited for this upcoming season. Yo, we got Bron. And, like, what an opportunity that is. Like, obviously, everybody's going to say whatever they want to say, and there's going to be a bunch of media this whole entire season. But, like, for me, like, what an opportunity is to learn. Like, one of my favorite things to do is to learn. Despite what people may say, despite what people may feel about, my favorite thing to do is to learn. I love learning. So, like, to have the opportunity to learn, one from one of the, if not the greatest player of all time, you know, I get an opportunity to, like, on the court, off the court, learn and gather experiences that can accumulate to my own knowledge base.
Mm-hmm. I counted six learns. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, six learns. Five learns and one learning.
But if I could just parse words here, it's not a shot at Tatum. It's a response to Tatum and a correcting of the record. At what he would like to say is that he's not the smartest guy in the room. It's unfair the way he's being portrayed. He's just been put in a corner and feels like he needs to come out swinging a little bit. I got no problem with that.
You know what? I agree with you. Ken, I absolutely agree with you. You're right. That it was not a proper way to phrase it, that it was a shot, but it was absolutely a response.
Thank you.
No question. And you know what? I believe the same thing. I think that, probably was a low blow. Although, how did he end that? Like, give me the last sentence. He said, I like to learn in a very weird way. He used a lot of words.
I get an opportunity to, like, on the court, off the court, learn and gather experiences that can accumulate to my own knowledge base.
I agree. That's what I try to do every day. I mean, he's going to be having such a good time this season, taking these little responses, whatever it is, because he's on Twitch all the time. And by the way, the 76ers president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, was on the Phillies broadcast last night, and he said this doesn't happen, getting LeBron without the Jaylen trade. So it's like they're all taking little digs at the Celtics, and it's so true. Brad, this is Brad's fault. If the Sixers win, it's on Brad.
Do you think Brad saw this move? Like, I'm going to trade him to the Sixers, and that's going to bring – I mean, who would have ever thought –
Isn't that his job to see those things, though?
I guess, man.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. But maybe he feels like – maybe he did see the move, and he was like, yeah, and we're still going to be a better team. I don't know, guys. You guys keep just kind of counting the Celtics out when it comes to the Sixers, and I'm not so sure I'm ready to go there.
Then why were they trying to court LeBron themselves? I mean, right, Rich? That story came out last week that they were somehow in the mix for LeBron at some point. I mean,
yeah,
he was on everybody's radar. You know,
yeah, and LeBron didn't want to be with the Celtics. So I mean,
Right.
that is, I guess that they did reach out, and which I'll tell you, if I was pissed. Or who I'd be pissed if I was a Cleveland fan, because I guess like Cleveland did everything they could to get him there. And I was like, I'm good, been there, man.
We had our day. I dated you in high school.
Is any of this stuff like? Are people going to finally realize that JB and JT were not a good fit together? Like they're just, everybody. Were you driving a wedge between the two? There's nothing to see there. Like so
But
many
you can
fans
always
think
make
like
it, one more year or half a year. I mean, if you've been together 10 years with somebody, you don't have to get divorced right now. You could wait a couple weeks.
Wow. Have you ever gotten divorced?
I haven't yet.
So
daily proposition.
Yeah, you know what? I wish. Yeah, my dad. Hey, son, just hang in there one more year.
You can live in separate bedrooms, or
Oh,
I mean,
God, for the kids, stay in
Yes,
it one more
yes.
year. No,
have a little patience.
Oh, a year.
Can you isolate that, Stiz? Have you ever been divorced? God, that made
That's
me laugh.
amazing. No,
it was not at the level of intolerable where they were throwing things at each other. They're taking veiled shots on Twitch.
But it was
JP
broken
is
enough
kind
that
of
it
intolerable, though, isn't he? Like, now that he's not a Celtic, he's the biggest douche in the world.
But you know what, Jackson? Here's what I'll say.
I mean, he's always been that way, though. And now
Yeah.
you're just finally seeing it. He's finally exposing himself.
What has he done that's been a douche move? Again,
Oh,
he's
the favorite year ever? Favorite year ever.
Okay, and then Tatum skips Game 7 like a baby. He won't play. I mean,
Oh, God.
because he called it his favorite year. I mean, geez.
Can we just agree that Jaylen Brown has been getting screwed by the Celtics for a while? Like his name's always
Oh.
mentioned in trades.
4 years.
Always.
Oh, my
He's
God. Oh,
paid
my
basketball
God.
player
The
of all
highest
time.
paid guy ever is getting
Ever.
screwed.
Okay, but he's getting screwed by them jerking him around and doing that. You're right. They paid him a lot of money. But if I was him,
It's about
I'd be a little
respect.
upset that he's his name is constantly in trades. And after this year, it's true. He went out there and he killed it. But he ruined all of that. Like, he shot all that goodwill in the ass when he started saying this was my favorite season. Because then you're like, well, now you two can't play together. Like, you did it. You blew it up. Whatever chance, because, when you were saying, can we all agree that they're not good for each other? They won a championship together. Like, they found success. They were able to make it work. But then certain things just rot. And I think in this case, the minute he said that we were, this is my favorite season, you knew at that point that they can't play together anymore. So,
Well, great. Now you got Paul George, so hope you're happy. Hope you're happy with your quick divorce.
So
Listen,
he forced Brad's hand, so he had to get rid of him. So it was really JB was the impetus for him being traded.
Yeah.
It wasn't Brad.
Okay, but it didn't
When
have to
we
happen
win a
a month
Marconi
ago.
when Stiz is on vacation, it's going to be my favorite week ever.
There you go.
Whoa.
Seriously.
Woo.
sure.
I mean, that was just come on, man. He just JB's, dude. I can't believe. I mean, you're seeing what I do like is he's revealing who he really is, and I just think he was. At the end of the day, even with those two together, there's just you cannot win a championship if the two best players aren't seeing eye to eye and aligned. You can't.
Kobe
not
and
in this-
Shaq kind of dug at each other constantly. I mean,
yeah.
True, Rich.
So those two are very comparable to these two.
They are.
Come on, the two of the greatest all-time players versus JB and JT were.
We said this was the best title team in the last 8 years. We went through all the last winners, and we've been a bunch of different winners in the NBA in the last 8 years, right? And we called this Celtics team the most talented. So that was an impressive season. It was up there with maybe not the '86 Celtics, but it's up there with one of the great teams of all time. And you blew it up before it had to be.
I mean,
and
they're
for,
not
and
Kobe
for a
and
bad
Shaq.
return.
Even though it was my example, I mean, they aren't Kobe and Shaq.
I'm not saying they are.
But I'm just saying you can succeed having two guys that don't have to be best friends. But I don't care. I don't care. We're past that. We're at the point now where this is fun. Like, please keep it going because it makes the rivalry that much better. Like, every time I see something like this, I'm like, yes, can the NBA season get here? I can't wait.
I texted my brother last night. I was like, dude, we are at that first game where Philly comes to like 100%.
Forget about that. Wait till Jalen's shoe event here in Boston. I'm going to be front line of that puppy. I'll be VIP.
If it ever happens.
If it ever happens, indeed. All right, 617-779-7937. This Red Sox team is just firepower loaded. I mean, what you saw yesterday in that first inning and what you've been seeing for the last month. This is the best offensive team in baseball since the end of June. Man, Chad Tracy told us a little bit about why he thinks that happened, and it's not one guy, it's not two guys, it is all around, man. And now you got yourself a little bit of reinforcements here at the trade deadline. How are you feeling about these Red Sox? We'll take your call, 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
Finding.
interesting to hear you at the intro there saying the best offensive team in baseball. Who would have thunk it? Huh?
Yeah.
It's hard to answer that with one thing. I think the best way I answered it up to this point has been like it didn't start that way. It started as playing a better brand of baseball. How do we find ways to score runs when we're not hitting for power? So that's where, the bunts and the moving the runners and the safety squeezes and all the different things that we did. And then when you start winning games and then and you feel that as a team, and then some guys start to find their swing and then you start to put those together. And I really think most sports, but baseball especially, when your confidence starts to go north, then your true talent comes out. And I think there was always players in this team that had the ability to hit more home runs and things like that. We just needed the confidence to get there, and it's there now.
It is 93.7 WEEI, home of your Boston Red Sox. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, and that was Chad Tracy, who joined us earlier. Joins us every week. And we are in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers and Employee Pricing for All. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. There was a point last night where I just started laughing. I started laughing at how really it's kind of become comical how this team is just annihilating good teams. And, like, during that first inning, here's when I laughed. Caleb Durbin had already hit his grand slam, which, by the way, I missed the first time. Like, I walked in as soon as he hit it. And I was like, oh, my God, we're already – it's 5-0. I just went to go take a dump, and all of a sudden
that's a you problem. Ted had the Odyssey app playing out of the speaker in the pool. So
I did. Everybody at the pool heard the call from Will Fleming, man. I was like, but it was echoing because it's a big room.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is going on? Something
across
good.
the water, yeah.
Man.
Well, it's worth hearing it one more time. Let's hear Will Fleming calling Caleb Durbin's. You got a little motorhead, too, as I said. Let's go Lemmy Fleming on this one because it was just that good. Stiz, if you don't mind, if we could just orchestrate it, put it together. You're the Rick Rubin of big Will Fleming calls. If you happen to have those two, that would be phenomenal. Here we go.
1-0. Pitch is swung on and driven high into left field. It is back. It is gone. A slam for Durbin. What is going on? It is 5-0 Red Sox.
Okay, that was awesome. But where I started laughing was when Jarren Duran steps up to the plate and just cracks one. And just like, are you kidding me? The first 7 batters, there's 6 runs in. And just, it's like every night there's something different that just makes you laugh about this offense in a good way. Because you're going to get something big from, Willie Abreu's been good, very good. He had 2 homers last night. Caleb Durbin, since he saw our man Lorenzo, is absolutely killing it. Contreras is going to get his knocks. But when you've got dudes like Jarren Duran and Yoshida getting up there and saving the day, and of course, Cedon's the hottest batter in baseball. They're all on the same team.
Monasterio's crushing it. Sogard hit a wall ball to start the game. I mean, it's like everybody but the catcher, who you just traded for, are crushing it.
But it might sound weird to hear this, but there's the fact that they're playing small ball better, that they're getting bunts down, they're playing smart baseball. It's going to lead to more home runs. Like it's confidence. It's not just okay. It's not like they're just hitting home runs and not doing the little things. They're doing all of it right. Like every little thing they're doing right. So it's a team, and I told you this. Once you start winning like they're winning, and once you get a spotlight put on you like this, you don't want to be the guy to let your teammates down. So your focus is hyper focus. You everything is with intent, and you don't relax ever. And so you're seeing a team play at a high level because no one wants to let their teammates down, and that's kind of the beauty of what's going on.
Well, we probably compare things cross sports too much, but on the text line yesterday, after we were talking about the Dodgers series, a lot of people were saying this reminds them of you guys, Ted, and the Rams matchup in the regular season, getting a taste of it, and then getting them again in the Super Bowl. Could that Dodgers series be a little bit of that? You swept them, that confidence like you're talking about. It just takes them to a new level.
It could. I just feel like baseball is so different. There's so many things that could change between now and then. Where it's I see what people are saying, and it might, especially for this team. I think this team's kind of relatively young, and guys are on this team for the first time, and so they're they maybe need that kind of confidence to have a good run in the playoffs. So maybe that same effect could be happening here.
So the problem with having this much success, especially when the season started off as bad as it was, the big problem is that expectations absolutely change. So Ken, with this team, in your mind, what would constitute Red Sox failure now? Like, what would be failure for how this team finishes?
So obviously, if you don't make the playoffs, that's a fail.
Oh.
I actually think
Major
now, if you lose in the playoffs, boy, if you lose to the Yankees or the Rays, it will be tough to take. Even though right now I think those two teams are still the betting favorites over you.
They are.
So it's, boy.
And if they don't have Aaron Judge, it's a definite.
Yes. But if they have Judge and you lose to the Yankees, I guess it's hard to call it a failure because you still saved the season. But 2 years in a row to lose to the Yankees, would that be a failure? I'll throw it back to you. I don't have a good answer for that. It's a great question. It really is.
Okay, so I kind of thought of it this way: missing the playoffs would be catastrophic, massive failure, no question. Losing
right
the
now,
wild card,
they're at 91% odds to make the playoffs right now.
yeah, no question. Like that, it would be almost as historic as the run they just went on, but in the opposite direction. No
but would you
question.
be surprised if it happened?
Oh, yeah, I would now.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Really?
Now I
don't
would.
know.
Yeah.
If they go chicken and beer, like
Dude, this was historically one of the worst teams in Red Sox history just 6 weeks ago.
yeah, but that wasn't the real team. This is the real
Okay,
team.
do we know? All right.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Durbin and
So I know-
Lorenzo, baby.
That's right. Once Lorenzo took over, we're all set. Okay, so missing the playoffs, catastrophic. Losing the wild card round would be a failure. I think that would be considered a failure. And I know that there would be some justification afterwards, and you'd hear a lot of people saying, but you never would have thought at the beginning of the season. I think the way we've seen this team playing, even for them, they would look at it and go, man, that was a massive opportunity, especially now that Breslow's gone all in and he's traded away some of these prospects to hopefully get these guys over the hump. So I think if you lose the wild card round, it's a failure. If you lose the ALDS, in my opinion, that would be disappointing, but I would need context. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if it was like the Yankees and Judge was back, I'd be like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's, we kind of felt this was going to happen. And if they get smoked, get swept, I would consider that a failure. But that would be context for me. You lose the ALCS, not a failure. And anything but more than that, obviously, it was a success. And so that's where I draw the line. If you lose the ALDS, that would be disappointing, but I would need some context. Because I think everything has changed. And by the way, think about how nuts it is that we're having this conversation after the way this team started. But you have to readjust your expectations, and I think realistically, this isn't a team that's going to crap themselves. And you know what? Throw the jinx out there if you want to. I don't think that they're going to, regress in the way that's the opposite of this run they went on. But I do believe that, if you don't win the wild card round at this point, that's considered a failure. That's kind of where I draw it.
And to your point, Rich, like now, if you win the division, you get a bye. So that's huge. You're already past any possible disappointment. So as a 1 seed, you would play the 4-5 winner who already has to play a best of 3 like you did last year. So that's huge now. You can catch the Rays, then you're golden,
Yeah, and you're not far behind them now. It's absolutely in their grasp.
5.5 back.
I just feel like, dude, I think they got to get to the ALDS. They have to.
Yeah.
With the pitching, they have maybe the best starting pitching, and the best bullpens in Major League Baseball.
And honestly, at this point, you could make a case that, if you had to say offense, defense, or pitching, you would still probably say pitching is their best phase.
Without question.
But defense, they have 3 of the top defenders in the American League right now.
And it's about to get better with Rutschman, too. Rutschman's
yeah.
No question. So there you go. I was just thinking about that, and you kind of got to check yourself when you see how well a team has been playing, and I think that we've all adjusted our expectations. So there you go. ALDS, if they lose it, it's disappointing, but I need context. Anything past that, hell yeah, not a failure. Anything below that, absolute failure. All right, we'll take your call, 617-779-7937. We also got to get a little bit into some of this Bill Belichick, Urban Meyer stuff. I know that, Ted, you've been talking a lot about this, and I love the context between the two and how things are going and how things have ended. And by the way, Bill Belichick, not nipple pierced. All right, there's a picture that went viral.
I can't
and
believe
is
Stiz
fake.
started this. Stiz just throws chum into our group text water to get Ted fired up.
It got me fired up.
And I thought it was real, and it's totally fake.
Do we know that for sure?
I know.
I don't know, Ted. It looks. I don't know, Ted. What do your eyes say?
What Stiz sent me, it's you know what, and it just says everything. If that picture's
not
true,
true.
it says everything you need to know.
Ted, I saw it, and you know what I thought? Of course he got his nipple pierced. Like I just, it's perfect. I was like, yeah, he's
But
hanging
you don't
with
trust the
Jordan.
Reddit. You don't trust the Reddit forum, but the nipple piercing, you're all in favor.
Well, it's a picture. I mean, how do you dispute
Well, it's
the picture?
a fake picture. I mean,
How do we know?
Photoshop.
How do we know? How do we
Ted,
know?
it's a Photoshop. It's like it's fake.
Can't you now upload it to Grok
How
and
do you know?
say, tell me, is this fake or real? You know, and it comes back and it tells you.
I didn't take that next step. I just saw the picture.
I report. You decide, Ted.
You got to take the next step, though.
Ted, I bet within the next 3 minutes we can be sent a picture of all three of us with our nipples pierced. It's easy, and it will look totally real. Like it's easy to do, but according to the internet, it's fake. I wish it wasn't because it makes all the sense in the world, no question at all. All right, we will take your call 617-779-7937.
future and your long-term future and maybe being.
I don't think it's hard to think about it. For me, I'm trying to be in the present. Every day, the present. That's why they call it a present, man. It's a gift. So I just try to, be here, be where my feet are, and try to get better and better.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI, home of your Boston Red Sox. And right now, Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson broadcasting here at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. That, of course, was Drake May talking about his contract. I don't think you're going to have any kind of drama like you're having with what's going on right now with Christian Gonzalez. Still nothing on the Christian Gonzalez front. It's kind of quieted down a little bit, hasn't it?
How can you say that? Like, you don't think you think it's just they'll give Drake whatever he wants? You don't think they'll really?
I think that there's going to be, before they give him whatever he wants, it's not going to hold things up. I think they're going to have one of those sit-downs where I guarantee you Robert Kraft's going to be like, sweetheart, Tom Brady used to take a discount to get better players around him. And he would sit there and he would try to convince him to take less money. But you know what? It's not going to happen. And I think immediately Robert Kraft's going to realize, we got to pay this kid. And then they're going to end up paying him whatever he wants. He will set the market.
Whatever he wants? Whoa.
Yeah.
I would be surprised. I don't understand. Like, he's already kind of playing games with Christian Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez is not Drake May. Christian Gonzalez is not Drake May. Christian Gonzalez deserves to be the highest paid at his position. But Drake May is an instant. If you lose him, then you lose the franchise. Like, he is the face of your franchise. You cannot screw this up. And right now, that's the market. The market is the market. He's going to set the market when he ends up getting his extension. There's no question. I think this is going to be an easy one. They're going to give it one shot to try to get him to take a discount. Robert Kraft's going to get laughed at, and then they're going to pay him whatever he wants.
And they asked Drake straight up, is watching what's going on with Gonzalez having, any sway on you as to what's going to happen with you? Can I play that for you guys real quick?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to.
Does how this has gone with him make you wonder at all if you might have to wait for a new deal from the Patriots?
I'm not thinking about that right now. I think, I'm a big fan of Gonzo and kind of how things are playing out. So I respect him for being out here and competing and wanting to practice. I think that speaks a lot for, him wanting to be here. And, I think, like I said, he's said it before, he's one of the best corners in the league. So I'm looking forward to, playing with him. And, I'm glad he's on our team.
Great answer.
Lie. He's not. He says he's not thinking about it. Of course he's thinking about it. Can't help not think about all that money waiting for you. I don't think that's that easy, Rich. Kraft was never giving the best quarterback of all time the contracts that he deserved and he worked hard for. So what makes you think it's just going to be an easy deal with Drake May? I don't. History would not tell you that.
I just think that outside of the Patriots, like elite quarterbacks, outside of Lamar Jackson, he's the only one I can think of recently where there was it was a very public back and forth weirdness between the team. Usually you just hear that these guys get these massive contracts. They set the market. Honestly, I can't think of a recent example outside of Lamar where it seemed to be anything but, sure, we'll give it to you. You got it. You're making a ton of money.
For
Let's
a
go.
young guy, right? Because obviously in Tampa, there's a little bit going on with
Baker Mayfield.
With Baker,
yeah,
but
I said
he's
elite,
older.
like elite quarterbacks, like your top 10 quarterbacks in the league. You almost never hear about this happening outside of Lamar. And Lamar was a weird one because Lamar didn't have an agent. Remember, Lamar was just trying to do this on his own, and so that got odd. I just don't see it happening. And first of all, if it does happen, Ted, and listen, there's a chance you can be right because this is the Patriots and this is new territory in the quarterback world. But if it does happen, it's the stupidest thing they can do. It is the dumbest thing that the Patriots could try because the last thing you want is to piss this guy off. He's done everything right. He's the face of your organization, and it would set a bad message for everyone else. If Drake May doesn't get paid, if you don't immediately just say yes, then everyone's effed. Then it kills a lot of the. You know how it is, Ted. Whenever you see someone having difficulty, who absolutely deserves it with a contract negotiation, how does that affect the rest of the players?
Yeah, I just think that this deal with Christian Gonzalez could be a precursor to Drake May. I mean, if I'm Drake May, I'm watching what they're doing with Christian Gonzalez, and everybody's watching what they're doing with Christian Gonzalez, and that sets the tone for the culture and everything. So,
and I got to admit, I'm still confused on that. I don't understand why Gonzalez is out there playing hard the way he is without a new deal. It's stunning. It makes me think that everything's fine and they're just waiting for Witherspoon. But I'm less confident of that from when Kraft first spoke. It does seem like with these reports that they're not close. You just kind of scratch your head, what is going on? And then you spit at Rich Ford next year.
Mm-hmm.
Will they say to Drake, well, hey, Gonzalez practiced last year without a contract. Why don't you show up to training camp and, in good faith, and we'll negotiate throughout September? I hope that's not the case.
Let's go to Steve in the truck on line 3. Steve, so let's talk some sense, buddy. What's going on?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
What's up, bud?
Good.
Well, Rich, I want to agree with you. Teddy, I love you. But, you know why they're going to have to pay him anything he wants? Because this is now and that was then, number one. And number two, Tom Brady, as much as I love him, more than Curtis does, he was his own worst enemy. He said yes the first time, and they kept coming back to him, and he kept doing it. So you know what? This kid's going to set his own precedent, and if they don't pay him, he's just going to go somewhere else. And then they're going to be up, the creek without a paddle. That's my take.
All right, Steve. I mean, but you said that was then, this is now. The one thing I will say to Ted that I agree with is that same ownership. it's sometimes that could be all that matters. It would just be that, Ted, don't you agree that would be the dumbest thing they could possibly do than
Yes.
try to dick around on this contract for Drake
Yep.
May?
Yes, very, very much so.
Now, do you think Caleb and Jalen or Jaden Daniels, because it's all same draft class, those guys will all sign at the same time, and that would make it easy? You just slot them all in and pay them the same? Could they, collude in a way with the
Man,
Bears?
that's tough. I mean, I don't know. Sheesh. Maybe. My guess is the Patriots want to wait. Those guys go first. You're right. I just think that position with all the new money comes in every year.
Because Mahomes just signed $64 million a year, $505 million total after 2026. So it's going to be more than that, which is it's Rich. It is hard to fathom the Crafts agreeing to that deal. $600 million, $700 million, whatever it is.
Yeah,
250 guaranteed. 250 million guaranteed.
Maybe more.
Yeah, if Robert Kraft is truly afraid of the perception that fans have that they are cheap, because I guarantee you that's why he went out there and said that about Christian Gonzalez publicly. We offer the most money. I think it's completely because of his ego, is because he does not like being called cheap. You want to not be called cheap? Then don't dick around with this contract for Drake May. It would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do. And if you do that, then no one's going to complain about you being cheap. You just set the market.
Now 617 texter, wasn't Belichick involved back then, and doesn't that make it different now that he's not? That's a fair point to me. It's Vrabel, not Belichick. It's the Crafts, but it's Vrabel, not Belichick. So that it is a different dynamic now than when Brady was here, yes?
Yes, yes and no. I mean, what have they done that is different than a departure from what they would do if Bill was here?
They're spending more money in free agency. They had one big class when Bill was here, but they have spread some money around. Milton Williams was the biggest in team history, right?
Yeah. So, and then you could say even trading for A.J. Brown,
true,
and paying him. But yet Christian Gonzalez has yet to be signed, and Robert Kraft went out and said that they offered him the highest paid contract, which is really weird. So are they playing games with Christian Gonzalez?
Are they? Yeah. He's out there practicing, though. I feel like if they were truly playing games, his agents would be firing back, and he would be holding in or holding out. He's not doing that.
Then why isn't the deal done?
He's waiting for Witherspoon.
Okay. All right.
I could be totally wrong. That's all I'm clinging to. I don't know what else to say. It is confusing.
He's so dumb for doing that. He really is.
He kind of is.
I mean, you hear about people getting injured in camp all the time.
But did they take out a Lloyd's of London insurance policy?
Yeah,
or maybe they agreed to something? Seriously.
They probably did. I would think so.
That could be the case. All right, 617-779-7937, live from Fenway. We'll be back in 2.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for...
feed brought to you by Pre-Flight Airport Parking. The Red Sox are on a 6-game winning streak, tied now with Atlanta for the longest active streak in the majors. 29-5 since June the 25th. It's the best 34-game span in franchise history. With a win tonight or tomorrow, the Red Sox will wrap up their 9th consecutive series win as well, which would be the second longest in franchise history. So all kind of records right now in the feed. Red Sox tonight, 7:10 first pitch on the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network, proud to be local. Shaw's since 1860. Arcan has your pregame at 6:10. And that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
Oh, yes, your home of the Boston Red Sox, who just are exploding at the plate. Best offensive team since the beginning of July. More homers than anyone else, more dongs. And you can hear it right here after our show. It's Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. And also, you can leave us a message that we play in the 5 o'clock hour. You guys have been great lately. There's been some good ones, legitimately funny ones. We can play those if you just go to the Odyssey app, press the microphone button, and leave us a take. Let's go real quick to Tim on line 2. Tim, what is happening, my man?
Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. Thanks. Love the show. Hey,
Thanks,
Red Sox, I think one thing that gets overlooked last night's performance by Patrick Sandoval.
Mm-hmm.
And if everybody's got to remember, man, that dude, they got him when he was still, after he had his surgery, right? Tommy John surgery. I can see why they traded Connolly now, right? They got a lot of faith in that guy. So he's building up his innings. He's got experience. He played for the Dodgers. I think that gets overlooked a little bit. And I just think if they can hold court till the catcher from Baltimore they got, right, and the second baseman Smead, right, when they get to that point, get those guys back because the catcher's going to come back earlier. But
Yeah, Curtis Mead, not Snead. And he played for the
Yes.
Angels, not the Dodgers. But I get your point. Sandoval, he had one really solid year, sub-3 ERA, 6-9 record in 2022. I'm not sure, though, that he's long-term. You traded Connolly early. He was had 5 years left, of control.
Yeah,
so that's
same.
not quite the same.
I'm just bummed that Tim went with his first question first because the second one is, what kind of bike does Ted ride? He put up there.
Oh,
That's what he wanted to know. What kind of hog you riding there, Ted?
21 Road King is what I have. 21 Road King, and beautiful Army green named Sherman. So it's a great little bike.
I bet Eric Miller's got a chopper.
I bet you he does. He's badass. He does.
Eric Miller would look like, remember that famous Guinness Book of World Records cover with the two brothers who were huge, sitting on the motorcycles? It's like they look like the Ryan brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's.
I literally had to get you have to get a bike though that I fit. I took my class on this small little bike, like these little roadsters, and it's
really?
The roadsters are cool to me, they're just better looking, but I look silly on one, so I had to get the Road King. I had to get a bigger bike.
You like seeing you in a little Mazda Miata driving around,
It's like
you're bigger than the car.
Right, I know. So it's I like the bike better, maybe the smaller ones, but I would look silly on those smaller.
Should get a little sidecar for me, Ted.
Okay.
Me and you go cruising.
Hey, you don't have a chopper, right? Like your arms aren't above your head, are they? You have a lower?
No, I do. Well, I do have the apes, but they're not so high. They're not so high. I don't have super apes. I have they're just a little bit high. So I didn't want my first bike to have handlebars that were so high that for my first time riding. So they're smallish apes.
All right, so Ted, I'm going to play you a sound clip here that is you are going to like, and it's not just because it stars Mike Giardi, who is, of course, a tall drink of water. It's because he is talking about a certain member of the Patriots and how he has been looking lately. Stiz, let it roll.
Since the Bads have come on, the best offensive player on the football team has been A.J. Brown. I think when, maybe there's a ball here or there that you think, in a game you want him to catch that, but we're not talking about drops. We're talking about the physical contested catch stuff. Most of the stuff, again, continues to be underneath. They have the slant down, May and Brown. And to me, some people will poo-poo that. I'm excited by that because I think that's in part where Brown shines because of the physicality, his ability to make tacklers miss and get yards after the catch. I think some of that yards after catch stuff was lost the last season or two with Jalen Hurts and some of the lack of accuracy and some of the unwillingness to throw the ball over the middle of the field and do that sorts of thing. May's not going to be shy about that, and I think Brown can eat off of that. Like, to me, I'm going to be surprised when he turns a 7-yard slant into a 45-yard gain.
You like that, Ted? From the beginning of the preseason, we weren't hearing much about A.J. Brown, and now once the pads come on, I guess the stars come out. A.J. Brown killing it.
You wear, you play football in pads. So, and I've always, a lot of guys that they do one-on-ones or they do 7-on-7s without pads. It's like, yeah, that's not football. So this is the real football. And you know what? I get excited over slants because you know what? On that 4th and 1, in that key situation where you got to have it, and it's all about timing and subtleties, and it's a 3-step, boom, plant that back foot, throw. You want to make sure that that you are where you need to be if you're A.J. Brown. And so it might not seem like they're completing slants. Yeah, that shows that they're on the same page, and the timing is where it needs to be. And he's such a big body and strong at the point of attack that there's going to be a lot of first down conversions off of a slant pass late in the season when the season's on the line. So that does get me excited. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? And yeah, the pads are on. AJ's starting to show out. That speaks to the physical, specimen and nature that he is.
Can I complain about one thing? I know it's early, and we haven't seen any games, or even Ted, you said that the practice next Tuesday is going to be maybe even more important than the first game. But Romeo Doubs, they committed to for 4 years, $80 million. We're hearing a lot about A.J. Brown. That's great. Booty is apparently stealing the show. But you let Diggs go. He just signed today in Washington for 1 year, $12 million. He was your leader. That was the guy who was in the huddle bringing the team out. I know he had a lot of off-field stuff that maybe you were concerned about, but I have not heard Doubs been talked about much. If he's like a bust or not as good as Diggs, aren't you going to regret not just keeping Diggs and getting A.J. Brown with him? Because that would have been a dynamite duo.
Well, it's hard to sit there and say, well, I expect Romeo to pick up where Steph Diggs left off because Steph was your number one leading receiver. And Romeo's going to be expected to be your second leading receiver. And you know what? The off-the-field stuff that you just kind of casually step, there's
that witness was not Rich. You remember that witness? She was not very
believable. They don't need that. They don't need that on this team. And so it's not as small of a
coach
issue.
had some issues too. So let's not hold everybody same standard here.
It's a little different. The two situations they're very different. But you need a look. I don't think Steph Diggs was pulling coverage away from guys. A.J. Brown will. That should open up things more for Romeo Doubs. And you know what? Just give me an under-the-radar, chill kind of receiver in Romeo Doubs because you got your alpha with A.J. Brown. So you don't need him to be a Steph Diggs type.
Okay.
And I don't know if Steph Diggs and A.J. Brown would have worked well together. I don't know. And I don't know if – because on the contract that Steph Diggs had with the Patriots was he was going to be owed $20 million.
Right.
I don't know if they felt comfortable going, hey, you know what, we want to chop $8 million off of it, and would you be okay with that? My guess is he probably wouldn't have been, considering the impact he had on the team last year. And so it's just easier to move on from him and to go get a guy like a Romeo, Doubs, knowing that you're going to land the big fish in A.J. Brown.
Was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No.
That was the best. She was awful. Not very good at all. Ted, you were talking about how, like, when the pads come out, that's when the real football starts. You know what? You played in an era that is so different than what they do now at these practices. Like, when you were when you played in the NFL, did you guys have Oklahoma drills still? Like, did you guys do Oklahoma drills?
Man, no, but we had very physical practices. But the Oklahoma drill in the NFL, I'd be like, dude, what are we doing? That would be
were teams who
irresponsible.
Did that. Wasn't there teams that did that during, like, when you played, like other teams that would do Oklahoma drills, which seem wildly irresponsible?
I would be shocked, but maybe. I mean, we did 3-on-3 drills, which are kind of like Oklahoma drills, but it's, if you had a coach doing that, dude, then it's not a team with a lot of veterans. A lot of veterans would be like, no, we're not doing that. Are you kidding me? No. Yeah, I mean, but dude, we had goal line period in our first practice of training camp. Like, it was a much more physical practice, even without the Oklahoma drills. You didn't need to have Oklahoma drills in the NFL to have a physical, demanding practice,
God, high school football was so irresponsible.
Oh,
I
so
think
irresponsible.
I mean, I just think back to even the stuff that, listen, I was no star. I barely played. But, my God, they would have us, not only would you do Oklahoma drills regularly, but then, do you remember, water breaks were few and far between? It was like you were a P word if you, wanted water. And water used to be like a giant PVC pipe with holes in it that they would stick a hose into the end of, and you would stand over it and hope it would make it into your mouth, like it's just sopping up this water that got shot up at you.
The biggest difference is football. There used to be a time in which coaches would evaluate players based on who was still standing after 5 days.
Yes.
Literally, who was the tough – I want to see who my tough players are. That was a Parcells thing. We were going to have 2 padded practices for the first 4 days. That's 8 padded practices in a 4-day span. And who's still standing, those are the guys I want to roll with. If you were injured, you were on a bike, you don't make the club in the tub was a famous line from Bill Parcells. You would evaluate players on their toughness. That's why I love playing in the era I did, because that was one of my better attributes. So you don't evaluate players on toughness anymore. You don't evaluate players on who's still standing after these long, arduous. It's guys don't pass their conditioning test. Oh well, they go ride the bike, lose some weight, and then they get to run it again until they do pass it. Which Parcells he cut 2 third-round draft picks in 1994 because they failed their conditioning test. Now can you imagine a coach doing that? Those picks are too invaluable. They make too much money. They worry about injuries now. We had 4 preseason games, and guys were playing into the 4th preseason game back when I played. So it's a completely different NFL than when I played.
But you loved Parcells' approach, right? So do you look back and think he was right to do that, or was he over the line?
He was for the time, he was fine. I thought it was probably more than needed, I'll be honest with you. And I compare him to football coaches didn't want to change what they did. Everybody almost did the same thing until someone does it different and has success. And the coach that did do it different, that had success, was Bill Walsh. And Bill Walsh did not believe in, let's beat the crap out of these guys until we see who's the toughest. No, we have a West Coast system. This is what we're doing. We're going to take the pads off, and it's not going to be as physical. We're going to save their in. And then they started winning Super Bowls, and then coaches from the Bill Walsh tree, Ray Rhodes, Mike Holmgren, Pete Carroll, they started going and being head coaches, and they start bringing that attitude with them. And then slowly, surely, attitudes started changing around the NFL because they saw a different way of doing it and still having success, as opposed to, the old way, which was the beatings will continue until morale improves type of coaching.
Ted, when you were coming up, did your teams ever do Bull in the Ring by any chance?
At the University of Colorado, yes. We did
oh
that.
my God!
What
Bull
was
in the
Bull in the Ring? Was it?
Ted, I'll let you
Bull in the
describe
Ring
it.
was it's just the dumbest drill ever.
Dumbest.
But in college, you do you just play off emotion. You be in a circle. Everybody, the position groups, everyone's in a circle, and then one guy's in the middle, and we all start jumping in just in place, and the guy in the middle points somebody on the outside circle to come and ram them. And you just go hit each other. And then the guy that he picked, now he's the guy in the middle. And he jumps around and he points to a guy. And then they go hit. And then the guy that got picked, he's now in the middle. And so on and so forth. And that's Bull in the Ring.
Yeah, but when it's funny.
But you have a big collision.
Yeah.
And when you point at each other, it's like, boom, that's signals to go.
Like a Gojira concert.
There you go. Same thing.
But what was scary, too, is that, there was I remember, God, I can't. It's so irresponsible. This is so bad. But I remember when Bull in the Ring was done at my high school, the coach would yell out the number of somebody. So the guy in the middle wouldn't know what direction. He'd have to think for a second and see who was coming at him. So someone could literally be coming from behind. And if your dude in the middle didn't have time enough to turn around, you were almost getting blindsided, by some sort of lineman. It was just so wildly irresponsible. And you know what? Stuff like that doesn't make you tougher. It makes you injured. I think there's no real skill you're getting out of that, getting hit from behind.
Head on a swivel. Got to be quick, Yeah.
That's the dumbest way to do that.
Turn your hip.
Oh, my God. But anyway, so football's it's just not. They don't evaluate more to see who's tougher. Football used to be fighting in a phone booth. It used to be we know where the plays were going, but we're just tougher than you. We'll beat you. Now it's space. It's scheme. It's can we trick teams? Can we fool them? Can we catch them off guard? It's just not. It's not about who's tougher anymore. And that's a bummer because I felt like that was kind of the nature of football. Where
you still do have Vrabel like ripping A.J. Brown for the dislocated finger. There's like traces of it. Vrabel's got a little taste of it.
So I'm not football. It's so hard. I'm not, but it's not like it used to be. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's just not.
I had a friend of mine who went to a school where they did a cup check. You guys ever, you know what a cup check is?
Yeah. Nobody wears a cup in the NFL. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about in high school where like the coach would go by and actually thump people in the nuts to see if they were wearing a cup.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I had a coach do that. Yeah. That
Did you really?
Embarrassing. Yeah.
Because at some point you're like, you're just like a perv. Like you're a
well,
weird
not
dude.
he wouldn't. They would make sure you had cups in. Yeah.
Well, but why do the check if you know they have cups?
You would just go, do you have your cup in? Do you have your cup in? The guy wouldn't go flick you.
No, this guy would flick nuts to hear a thumping sound to see if people had a cup.
Should ask Chad Tracy if that's
I would put a ankle something on. I would monitor him. Watch him. That's not good.
Did anybody else in high school get a cup check? 617-779-7937. Because like when my friend was telling me about that, I thought it was crazy, but I learned that no, that's something that happened in some schools.
We used to do that in my band all the time.
Okay, that's weird. All
right. Sounds like fun. All right.
Well, that's why all the jackass guys, they all take pictures with their their hands covering their nuts because it happens.
Okay. All right. We will take your calls next. 2 minutes. We'll be back. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtenlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, who's won a Super Bowl 3 times, and Chad Tracy joins us at 2:30. I'm sorry, not 2:30, 5 o'clock. He'll join us at 5 o'clock. And you can, of course, give us a call at 617-779-7937. I'm starting to hear the talking heads out there who are now finally paying attention to your Boston Red Sox and not just dismissing this as being some magical streak, but they're taking them seriously now. As a matter of fact, there's a clip I just saw, which I'll pull the audio of. My guy Mad Dog He ended up saying that. What's that? Yes.
Yeah. I saw him on Get Up this morning. Or first.
Yes.
Thing. Yeah.
He is. Did you have it? Okay. I like Chris Russo a lot. I think Mad Dog is a fantastic talent, and he's very smart. And he's even smarter after making this statement right here. Let's go.
But if Boston was to go up against the Dodgers in the World Series, would you give them a chance?
I would not, because the American League, as you just said, is so bad. And I do think the Red Sox have a chance to get to the World Series based on that, and they're going to be in the postseason. 29-5 is 29-5. But I do think if the Dodgers get picked off, it's going to be before the World Series. I think if the Phillies, the Cubs, somebody would beat them in the NLCS or NLDS. I think if they get to the World Series, they're going to win it. I think if to get to the Dodgers, get them a little early. They'll be a little nervous, trying to win 3 championships in a row. If they get to the World Series, I like them to win.
So is that?
Well,
All right.
of course, he did his radio in New York for a long time, so he's a Yankees guy. That's fine. I mean, honestly, if they get to the World Series to play the Dodgers and they lose, I think everybody's fine with that, right? I think we would all survive if that's the case.
Yes,
and then it would be such house money. I mean,
no doubt. But get to the ALDS, right?
Yes.
Yep.
To me, that's the goal.
I think we deemed that. I believe as a show we all agree missing the playoffs catastrophic, losing the wild card round is a failure, losing the ALDS is disappointing, but there's got to be context. Like if you get absolutely smoked and you get swept, then that's embarrassing and that obviously is disappointing. But if you lose a great 5-game series to an elite team, that's something I can live with, especially considering the way that this season started. Anything after that is a win. ALCS, you lose, it's a win. Losing the World Series, it's a win, obviously.
I do almost feel that, like, if you have to go and play, because now all the wild card rounds on the road are the higher seed. So last year you had to play all 3 in Yankee Stadium. This year, if you don't get a home game this year, that feels disappointing. So it depends, I think, where you finish now that matters. Because now that Fenway's becoming a place again and the vibes are high, and I think they had, 37,000 last night, which was the second highest crowd of the year on a
Can we
Tuesday
stop
night.
with that? Stop.
Sell out.
I hate that.
That was
a
a
sellout
legit
is
sellout.
a sellout.
Well, that's a legit sellout last night.
Well, then are these all illegitimate sellouts? Like every
Yes,
you
some of
can't
them
have
are.
more than a sellout. It's like we had the most people ever yesterday. I'm like, no, you said you've sold out all of these games. How is there more of a sellout than a sellout? I hate that. It means they've been lying to us.
It bends a little. There's some standing room, and you can stuff a little more in the suites. They had 37,669 last night. So bang, that's every body counts, especially against the White Sox in the middle of the week. It was impressive last night to see all those people here.
Yep. And today, I'm sure you will have another enormous crowd. And we are right now at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers and Employee Pricing for All. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. And if you are a big fan of Chad Tracy, and especially a big fan like me of wanting them to get rid of that interim tag, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard because he's literally in talk for Manager of the Year, then, you'll want to stick around and hear that at 5 o'clock. We'll be right back.
WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI, your home of the Boston Red Sox, who you will hear later on after our show. You can call us at 617-779-7937. It is Rich, Ken, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and Chad Tracy in about 30 minutes. And you can go to the Odyssey app as well and listen to the show, and also press that little microphone button and leave us a message. We play them in the 5 o'clock hour as we launch our Take Grenades. Let's go to Charlie on line 2, wants to talk some Red Sox. Charlie, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Charlie.
I'm doing well. You guys sound great. I want to talk a little about the new catcher. Nobody's ever mentioned the fact that could he possibly be, if he's injured, anything be a DH or anything like that.
You know, it's interesting, Charlie. We don't know when he's coming back. I mean, we're hearing things, but I mean, it was. I'll never forget us when we had the our sister station, one of the DJs from there, the morning show, and he was talking about. We were saying that apparently there were a couple of prospects that we ended up giving Baltimore that were damaged goods, according to some reports. And he said, well, who's zooming who?
Who's zooming who right now?
Right, it's true, because we don't know when you're going to get, what's his name? Rutschman. We're going to get Rutschman back. So it's really all up in the air. I have no idea. So we'll see. We shall see how that goes. Let's go to Rob on line 3. Rob, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
Hey, guys. Good. Look, I just want to comment on your definition of success or failure with the playoffs with the Red Sox. I tend to agree with the take, but you have to remember if the season ended right now, which of course with 2 months left the way they're going, who knows where they land. But let's just say we sat right where we are. You're playing the Yankees on the road 3 games, and to lose that series, it's not like it's. Remember, they're in a tough spot. That only one wild card team gets a home game, right? The other 2 are on the road, so that is tough.
Can I ask you this,
I
Rob?
just don't know
would you be disappointed if they lost to the Yankees in the first round? Okay.
Of course they're disappointed. I'm just saying it's a tough ask to say, well, we're just going to assume they're going to roll in there in September and take it, because it's 3 games. It's really tough to win a short series like that. If it's at home against, I don't know, the White Sox or whatever, yeah, now I'm with you guys. I'm just saying the draw and you win the division, you get the top wild card, we're good. But the road is tough, especially against the Yankees. That third wild card team's garbage.
I just think that what you've seen from this team, and that they seem to play better against good teams, and what we've seen that they've done recently against the Yankees, I believe that would be considered a failure if they got there and they ended up losing in the first round to the Yankees. After what you've seen, after them being the best offensive team in baseball for over a month now, I mean, listen, could things just completely go into the toilet, and could they go backwards, and could they regress into the absolute opposite of what they just did? I don't think so. But, I mean, I guess there's a chance. But if they continue playing the way that they're playing and you lose in the first round to anybody, that is, to me, that should be considered a failure. I believe so.
Especially if they don't have Aaron Judge and Juan Carlos Stanton.
Giancarlo.
So that's – if they don't have those 2 guys and they lose, then to me, it would be disappointing.
Big 4-game series, end of the month, by the way, in New York, Yankee Stadium, a doubleheader on the Saturday. That could decide it. You're 2 games back of the Yankees right now, so that's a huge series, which is so cool that you have a big series like that to look forward to this month.
What is the latest on Aaron Judge, by the way? Do we know anything about when he's coming back?
The last quote was kind of ominous. It was not definitive that he would come back at all. They're hopeful, but it's not close. So, I mean, that's a huge, huge deal for them. And by the way, quick aside, we were talking earlier about how emotional the Orioles got that Rutschman wasn't here.
Yeah.
The only thing that I've seen people get more emotional at is people that go to see the Odyssey and then tweet about it. Ted was just reacting to some guy on Twitter.
I can't believe it.
We get so distracted every time somebody goes to see this movie. They start crying about it on social media, and it blows your mind.
Because it's an experience, Ken. It's a life experience.
You want to read that?
To some people, yeah. I gotta find it. Where is it? I mean,
I'm sorry, that was a total squirrel moment, but it's
Also, boys, real quick, just on an Aaron Judge update. Apparently, he underwent scans and has been cleared for light activity, including outdoor running and upper body resistance. Aaron
Dry
Boone
swings,
said that earlier.
dry
Yeah.
swings.
No
Here we
dry
go.
swings, just body movement.
Look, since you brought it up, Ken, I got to read it. And this is Joe Fortenbaugh. Joe's one of the hosts of Sports Center. All right, we follow each other. We have a mutual friend, and this was his tweet 23 hours ago. I saw the Odyssey today. I love that feeling of leaving a movie after having your mind blown. So good. The rest of my day has been pathetic. I can't muster up excitement for anything else. Nolan wrecked me. Nolan
totally
wrecked
agree.
me. Unbelievable.
Who are these people?
It's
What
like
are you
this-
talking about? It was an
It's just like a
epic
spiritual
brought
you
to
know,
life
experience.
on the screen. I just do not how you guys. I don't know how you guys are not connecting with it.
I just asked Ted what his favorite scene was, and he was like, "I don't think I
know.
have one."
I'm like racking my brain.
Ted,
Which
and I
was
thought
my-
me and you was me and you.
Yeah, no, we've gone our different ways, man. You took a right, I took my left, man. I just don't get it. I've just never seen anything like this. The reaction to this
Grown
movie.
men behaving like this.
I got. It is wild that you two are the only people who do not.
we're not.
Have
We're not.
glowing praise for this.
There's one critic out there that has got Nolan all worked up.
Ben Shapiro.
Oh, really?
No, I forget whoever she is. It's some critic that now he's telling her. You know,
She doesn't know movies.
He's calling out critics now. He's calling out critics now.
well,
he's pulling the "you didn't play the game" card,
Right,
like you do
exactly.
with
So there
us
are
non-athletes.
there's numerous translations, obviously, to the 3,000-year-old story, The Odyssey. Apparently, Christopher Nolan based his on this woman's version. I forget her name. Let's call her Catherine for the sake of argument. But Catherine has.
What was that, Jackson?
That wasn't a one-liner, Jackson.
Catherine has come out and has ridiculed Nolan and said that she doesn't agree with his take on it and blah blah blah. So that may be
calls
what
it
you're
out big
referencing.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's not one of those people. It's like, Helena Troy was a lot hotter in that movie when she was like, she looked like me.
No, but actually, one of her big criticisms, Rich, was not enough sex. That's she said that straight up.
I need more Odysseus hot dog shots. I need that.
Not enough feet shots.
Let me ask you.
Sandals
Let me
movie.
ask you this: do I need to see it? Because there's people that are like, well, you got to see it in the way in which it was intended to be seen, which is through the IMAX cameras. Like, do I need to see this movie in an IMAX theater to understand like what I'm missing?
Nobody
I don't know.
can get those tickets. So how would
maybe
you know
need maybe you need a gummy or something, Ted.
Maybe
pop a gummy and.
That would help.
All right.
What about Robin?
Next time I'll watch
Did you go with Robin?
Yeah.
And what was her thoughts on it?
They liked it. My son liked it. They didn't see what everyone else was, but they liked it better than me.
They didn't put that emotional social media post out there.
No, they weren't teary-eyed.
Nolan didn't wreck them.
Like Nolan wrecked me. Like what
Nolan
are we doing, Joe?
We need
Come
Rich.
on, buddy.
We need Rich to see it. He's going to be the final vote.
All I know, Ted, is you asked whether you need to see it like on the enormous screen to get it. I had a very dear friend of mine send me a text that had a link to watch it on your phone, and I just started laughing.
That friend may or may not have been me.
As did I.
I'm like, you know what? That's how I want to watch the Odyssey, on a postage stamp.
That's how bad I am, though. Like, when I want my buddies to, like, watch a piece of content that I've seen, I'm like, please, just take this any way you can get it. Please, we just need to talk about it.
It's not the first time Stiz has done that either. I was like, you got to see Obsession, you got to see Obsession. And then it might have been like 1 in the morning, and I hear this bling on my phone. It's just a link.
Bootleg movie sites.
Right. You can see people getting up and using the bathroom like during the movie.
You know what you see here in these movies is these directors are treated like Aaron Rodgers is treated. Like no one says anything bad to his face, and you can't say anything bad, or else Aaron Rodgers will come at you. I feel like that's what it is with Nolan. Like you can't say anything bad about his movies, or else you know they'll come at you.
What would you say to his face if Christopher Nolan was right? Pretend that Ken is Christopher Nolan. What would you say to his face?
I'd be like, bro, Oppenheimer is way better than Odyssey. Like way better. You know what? But no, he didn't do Troy, did he? He didn't direct.
No, he didn't. Well, he was a part of that.
I'd
he
say,
was a contributor.
Sorry, Troy's better than your movie. That's what I would
100%.
say.
Wow.
Sorry.
You know what? I thought Troy was just like it was, didn't remember anything about it, which I guess is the most damning thing. I just remember being like, I don't know.
It's an average Sandals movie.
Dude,
Are you kidding? There's an elite fight scene right off the bat. Brad Pitt running at that big man.
You know what's great about Troy? It's
Miller?
like you understand it. It's like two guys love the same girl and they're going to go to war for her.
Right. Chick
like
hot,
it's simple.
stolen,
Like it's
right.
It's like, okay, and Brad Pitt all jacked up, man.
He's mad at the brother because the brother caused it all, and you can totally see that.
It's
happen.
an easy storyline to follow. I know what's going on. I don't have to wait to the end to kind of figure out like what the hell.
I don't have to see if Agamemnon has dark armor and he's bigger than the other guy.
Right.
And a symbolic meaning about something. I mean,
it's funny. To get ready for the Odyssey, I read a book of several months ago called "The Song of Achilles." I'm like, this is great. Okay, it's about the whole thing right there, and it ended up being like a gay porn. So, it's like somebody had turned
I don't know about all that.
Story.
I'll say this. There's the people that are arguing about like the story, doesn't follow this story. I don't care about that. I just care, is it a good movie?
Right.
And I did not think it was as good as people are making it out to be.
That's it.
Well, didn't Elon Musk say, "I'm going to make one that's historically accurate, unlike the one where the beautiful people don't look like me."
Yep.
And like people are just like, "Well, it's not historic. It's not a story from history. This is like it's like saying you're going to make Harry Potter historically accurate. It didn't really happen. There aren't really cyclopses or giant people eating dwarves or whatever."
We don't know that. We just don't have the evidence. It could have been.
That could be the case. That could indeed be the case. All right. I can't freaking wait to see this movie so I can just
hurry up so we can talk about it.
Because if I do, Ted, and I agree with you and Ken, I'm just going to walk in. I'm not going to say a word, and I'm just going to put the hand up in the air and go, "Oh, King, you spoke out when nobody else spoke out. You two are my kings," because people are scared to say anything bad about it. But
they are.
You
They're
guys,
terrified.
They really are.
They are, man.
It's quite the opposite. They're trying to one-up each other about how much they liked it. That's what's gotten ridiculous. It's just you don't have Fortenbaugh. You don't need to. God,
dude,
just be a man.
No
what
one
the
wrecked
hell?
me. Come
wrecked
on, bro.
me.
When's the last time a movie
Pull
wrecked
yourself together. Yeah, really.
When's the last time a movie wrecked you?
I mean, Rush wrecked me at the Madison Square Garden. I was kind of in tears at it.
Yeah. You two at the Spheres wrecked me.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Teen Wolf 2, I think, when I saw that.
That was good. Because you had low expectations, kind of like the Red Sox. And then it exceeded your expectations. And you went in, you're like, hey, Teen Wolf 2, excellent.
I'll tell you, the first Avatar, wrecked me.
Yeah.
You love Avatar, man. You love Avatar.
But then Avatar 3 disappointed you.
Horribly disappointed.
Yeah.
And 2 was, but 3 was horrendous. 3 was a joke. Mailed it in. They just mailed it in. James Cameron mailed it in.
Money grab.
Well, there's like 6 more coming, Ted, so maybe they can make up for it. Make a little cash.
Jeez.
All right. There you go. I
Rich,
love it.
just for the sake of the show, you have to come in and say you hated it because Stiz will lose his mind.
No, yeah. I actually don't want you to do that because I worry about Stiz. He's very affected by this. He's been wrecked.
I can't fake a take. Can't fake a take. I'm not smart enough. All right, 617-779-7937. We are 16 minutes away from your interim manager. It's so dumb. He's the interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, Mr. Chad Tracy. We will do that in just a few. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and Chad Tracy joining us in about 10 minutes. We are broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Gentlemen, don't ever say that we don't have inside sources. Because during the commercial break, I looked down at my phone. I saw that there was a text on there, and I looked down, and it is a link to a tweet that was put out by the Box Score PH, and it says trade. It says the Golden State Warriors are finalizing a trade that would send Steph Curry, Al Horford, and Kristaps Porzingis to the Boston Celtics in exchange for Paul George.
All right.
League sources.
Finally, Brad fixed it.
And I look and I go, okay. And I didn't recognize the number, and all of a sudden it comes in. This little thing says, bleep. This is Russ. Russ is. I had to think for like 10 minutes or however many, like 2 minutes or 3 minutes there. Who is Russ? And I realized Russ is a dude that I don't think I've spoken to since college. And just out of nowhere, he sends me this, and I just texted him back, this is fake.
This is right.
Dude, that's the world, man. What is real and what is fake? No one knows anymore. But what is real, I got to tell you guys this. I just saw this. Talking about the Odyssey and how insane and excessive people are. In New York City, get this, IMAX Odyssey tickets are so in demand, they're basically running 24/7. So you can watch the Odyssey in IMAX in New York at 6 a.m., 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m., and 2 a.m.
2 a.m. showing is sold out?
2 a.m. show on IMAX in New York City. They're basically running it 24 hours a day.
Sounds like a good Saturday to me.
Well, listen, sure, just do all of them. Just stay the entire time. Don't need to leave. Apparently, it's because there are only, Stiz, you may know this, there's like a certain format that's like the peak format to see the Odyssey.
70 millimeter.
It's like 70 millimeter, but there's only like 5 theaters in America that you can see it in the ultimate premium format, and that one in New York City is one of the 5
millimeter
theaters. Yeah. So there you go. 2 a.m. you can go see the Odyssey, and then you can text your friends that the Golden State Warriors are sending Steph Curry, Al Horford, and Kristaps Porzingis to the Celtics in exchange for Paul George.
It is getting scary. I mean, honestly, the AI stuff, I'm waiting every day for something, the next level of it, whatever it is, the singularity to happen. I don't know if you guys are as focused on it, but even just seeing these memes come through,
dude,
it is impossible.
I got sucked in. I thought I was like, wow, Russell Westbrook and Drew Holiday are going to the 76ers because the font was real. It looked like it was that it was 100% accurate, and then I was like, man, they're building a super team there. No, that's fake. You guys tell me. That's
then
fake.
then you saw that his name was Sham Charania, who
I
actually tweeted
guess,
that out.
I guess I got to look really close.
And Rich, you and I agree that the robot that Paulie had in Rocky IV was so ahead of its time. Like, I've been waiting my whole life to go get that kind of a robot, but now I'm afraid. It's just the dangers are too real.
Well,
I don't know that I could actually purchase it.
It was, I mean, listen, we all know that Paulie ended up having a relationship with that robot. I mean, he changed the voice to like a sexy woman at the end of it. We know what was going on there. I mean, it was Paulie was, I don't know why he changed those gears in the back, but, he got him a cold beer and happy birthday, Paulie. I know what his birthday present was. But there was, you were talking about getting tricked by AI. This was obviously so fake that I immediately saw it. I'm like, well, this is fake. But the one that you guys passed around today, like, could have absolutely happened, and that was the picture of Bill Belichick, who obviously had his nipple pierced underneath his shirt. When you zoomed in, you could see that it was like a barbell on his left nipple, and I thought to myself, well, yeah, of course that's something Bill Belichick would now do in the middle of his late life crisis that he's going through. Yeah, he would totally get his nipples pierced.
Now, you believed that, but yet this Reddit story with the Red Sox players who shall not be named, you have – there's no way that is even a shred of possibility.
No, dude, it reads like a drunk guy at Hurricanes – like at 2 a.m, right before it closes. I know something you don't know. That guy who's injured.
That, you must admit the circumstances are just peculiar. There's more to this story that Roman would all of a sudden start swinging right after Meyer got traded. Now he's good. Like one day later.
But it's not this Reddit story that's going around. Yeah, and then he said he got his sister pregnant. Like, oh yeah, baby, and they had a threesome, and he's like, you didn't know it was your sister. Like, come on, this is so like that one was written, as I said, like just a drunk guy rambling. Now, I do think there could be something to the fact that one of the guys was a bad influence on the other one, and the two of them together may have possibly. This is all me just thinking of something realistic, unlike that stupid Reddit story. Is that one of them could have been a little lazy with his work ethic, and it could have rubbed off on the other one, and they didn't like it, and they split him up. That seems way more realistic to me, even though I have no evidence to back that up, than this stupid Reddit story that's going around that people are actually giving credit to, when it's just I mean, it's like a bad storyteller. It's like a guy, it's like a kid in high school bragging about how he got laid when you know he did not. You know what I mean?
Well, totally. But I do think they have made a concerted effort. Ted brought up this point earlier to get new vibes in the clubhouse. Right? You're bringing character guys in, people you trust. Even Narvaez, who was a good guy, I think, but he was late for whatever it was, or he was got off on the wrong foot. They made a correction here at the trade deadline.
I think they care more about that than they're willing to admit or want to let on. I think culture guys, character guys, I think that's something that they want in the locker room, and they're not going to lean into that, but I think that is something that's a priority more than they realize, or more than they're willing to let on.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Let's go to Ralph on line 1. Ralph, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Ralphie.
Good. How you doing?
What's up, bud?
I agree with you. I would have rather had Dobbs than Romeo. Diggs than Romeo. I don't know. Last year, I may be different than most people. Other than the Super Bowl, I thought the receivers were phenomenal. They caught the ball. They didn't lose that Super Bowl because of that. They lost that Super Bowl basically because made an adjust and their left tackle, wasn't even there. But I would have much rather did that, bring Diggs back. And you know what? They didn't even really need him. You got Chisholm. I really like their receiver core, especially with adding Brown. I mean, now I got to tell you guys, I think they got possibly the best receiving corps, especially versatile in the NFL. I think this Dobbs, I don't even need him. I didn't even need him. I don't know why they even signed him.
Thanks, Ralph. Do we even know what Diggs got with the Commanders? Do we know what the deal is?
1 year, $12 million.
That seems doable, doesn't it?
Very doable.
Yeah. Yep. He had $20 million left on the contract that he signed with the Patriots. If they were to have kept him, that they would have owed him 20. I wondered if they'd ask him for a pay cut. And then I think, that'll be disrespectful. So maybe just
even if they just kept him on the original deal and paid him 20, you're paying Dobbs $20 million a year for 4 years.
Yeah, but Dobbs is a lot younger too, right?
He is younger. He's younger, but
more upside.
Who's a better receiver, Diggs or Dobbs?
Right now, it might be Diggs, but over the long run, you like to think it's going to be Dobbs.
Okay, well, for a team that is close to a Super Bowl and sort of in win-now mode, I don't know. It's unfair to judge Dobbs. It's way too early. But it's curious that Booty is getting more of the accolades coming out of camp so far, by far, than the new shiny free agent pickup.
No question. And as I said, Kayshon Boutte is the story that I am paying, other than Gonzalez and his contract, the story I'm paying the most attention to. For some reason, I feel emotionally invested in this guy making the team. It's something cool about seeing a dude who does absolutely everything he can to remain on the Patriots, and just there's so much doubt there. You're rooting for the guy. You're absolutely rooting for the guy. And also, I just think legitimately would make this team better, give him a lot more options. And Drake's comfortable with him, so you want a dude like that. All right. Chad Tracy, your interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, joins us next 2 minutes, and we'll be back with Chad Tracy.
Hey, college students, looking for an easier way to grocery?
And the feed brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. The Red Sox are going for 7 in a row tonight here at Fenway Park. 7:10, your first pitch across the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws, proud to be local since 1860. Sonny Gray opposing Mass native Sean Burke. 14-2 win last night. After the game, Will and Will had Jaron Duran on to talk about the emotions he's gone through staying with the team through the trade deadline.
I had a lot of emotion because, this is the only organization I've ever been with, and just kind of had a feeling deep down that this might be it, and for it to be over and for me to still be here and for them to trust me to do what I do and continue to produce for them it means a lot to me.
If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI, home of the greatest offensive team in baseball right now, your Boston Red Sox. The game was over in the first inning last night. If you were 10 minutes late, then it was pretty much over. But it is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. And Chad Tracy, he is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, let's start with the obvious question. Do you find it absolutely bonkers that you're in the conversation for Manager of the Year and they still haven't taken that dumb interim title off of your name yet?
You know how I'm going to answer that. I'm still not focused on that in the least. I am completely and utterly focused on keeping this team pushing forward the way it is right now. It's interesting to hear you at the intro there saying the best offensive team in baseball. Who'd have thunk it? Huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the numbers, what was the stat we just had? I think it was since July 9th, you guys have hit 31 home runs, the most in the American League. I mean, how the hell did you guys go from what you were to what you are now when it comes to hitting that many home runs?
It's hard to answer that with one thing. I think the best way I answered it up to this point has been like, it didn't start that way. It started as playing a better brand of baseball. How do we find ways to score runs when we're not hitting for power? So that's where, the bunts and the moving the runners and the safety squeezes and all the different things that we did. And then when you start winning games and then and you feel that as a team, and then some guys start to find their swing, and then you start to put those together. And I really think most sports, but baseball especially, when your confidence starts to go north, then your true talent comes out. And I think there was always players in this team that had the ability to hit more home runs and things like that. We just needed the confidence to get there, and it's there now.
Well, speaking of that, Chad, a lot to get to, but last night, Rafaela, the hottest hitter on the planet, shows bunt in his first at-bat on the first pitch. Do you endorse that? I mean, is it just trying to play games with the other team, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's in some cases they're doing that on their own. Sorry, I had to turn away from the mic. But in some cases they are. There's other cases where I put it on. But I think Rafa and everybody has gotten to the point now where we've talked so much about the identity of the team being like, hey, like if we get opportunities to score runs early, like let's score the runs. And in his case, there's just like, I'm gonna try to bunt for a hit and put two people on base right out of the chute here. And he ended up, not getting that down, and that's gonna happen sometimes. But the mindset and the mentality is like, let's score first, let's get a lead, let's stack on the lead. And I think Rafa knows, like, I'm not going to hit 5 home runs every week, and this is a part of my game too, and he's trying to use it.
You talk about confidence. I'm always been fascinated about how that affects the team, the collective confidence. Like they always say in baseball, though, it's one thing doesn't lead to. It's like everybody's got their own job and they don't feed off of each other. Is that total BS? Like, don't you guys feed off of each other, seeing each other do well, seeing improvement, and I don't know, just there's a synergy. There's got to be seeing other guys do well that it raises the level of every player. Is that true or false in this game?
That's very true, extremely true. It's a 9-man lineup, and you always hear the term in baseball. It's like pass the baton. And when you're passing the baton, it's like, oh, he did his job. When you pass to the next guy, oh, he did his job. And like, no doubt about it, like a lineup when it's functioning that way, and you see people having success before you, and it gives you confidence. Like, man, he hit that hard. I think, I feel good stepping into the box right now. And then he hit that hard. That's always been the case in baseball, and the same going the other way when things aren't going well, and this guy's not having a good swing, and it can go the other way too. But baseball more than any sport, absolutely is that way.
We're talking to our manager, Chad Tracy of your Boston Red Sox, and boy, we were talking about Adley Rutschman, and his teammates in Baltimore love this guy. We were talking about how yesterday they were being asked about him leaving, and some of the players were close to tears, according to reports. And obviously, we're excited as fans. First of all, do you have any indication as to when Adley's going to be playing? Do you know what the timeline is on that?
I don't have a definitive timeline. I just know that was in the process of already starting his hitting progression, and he's in the middle of that. He's 3 or 4 days into that. So. And that's when the trade was made and he came over here. That had already begun in Baltimore. So he's in the midst of hitting, doing catching work. So I can tell you he's getting closer. But as far as definitive timeline, I don't have it yet. He's also in the midst of doing this, also meeting with our hand specialist and things like that, just to kind of get a real clear look of what that could look like. So hopefully we know that soon, but not a clear answer on it yet.
As a manager, how does that feel when you know that the powers that be got you an all-star? How does that affect what you think and what the rest of the locker room thinks down there about, it looks like, hey, they're really trying to help this team win. They believe in us.
Yeah, it has a huge effect. I think the biggest effect is on certainly me and the staff, but the players in the locker room, the work that they did over the last month to get in the position we were, and then to see the deadline come and the front office work hard to go out and make changes that are additions that everybody in there feels pretty good about. This can help our team a lot, and in so doing, they were really, I feel like they threaded the needle nicely of what can we do and how can we do it and not, overly affect what is already on this team and what's made it go for the last month and a half. And they threaded that needle nicely too. So I think it was extremely well received in the locker room.
What did you say to Craig Breslow after the trade deadline? Was there a high five moment?
Yeah, there was. I just shook his hand and said, congratulations. It's you guys did an amazing job. And, Eddie Romero was in there. I said the same to him. I know, I don't know. I'm not in their job, so I don't know what it's like to sit in that room for probably 3 days. That you can see Brez's face. He's probably not a lot of sleep, working so hard to get something done, and they get it done. And you also have to acknowledge, we gave some players away, some talented players, in order to do it and go for it, and that deserves a handshake and a job well done. It's about winning at the major league level. So I just shook his hand and said congrats. It's a good deadline.
Do you get the sense, Chad, that now that the trade deadline's come and gone, that maybe great, home run last night, maybe there's going to be relaxed. He'll be a little bit more, I don't know, at ease, knowing that he's here for the rest of the year. Do you think that should impact him and bode well for him the rest of the way?
I hope so, because he's really good. He's a lot better than he sometimes puts it in his own head. But this started even before the LA series, a little bit in Oakland. So you started to see signs even in the end of Oakland, he's starting to swing the bat better. Mm-hmm. LA looked really good. Obviously looked really good last night. And I've said it before, obviously Jaron would tell you he's not had the year he wanted, but when you kind of look at the numbers and go what that could be if he had another month like he did in May, which he's more than capable of doing, and you look up there and go, that's a pretty productive season. So, and if he does, what that does to lengthen our lineup even further beyond the additions we've made and the ones that we could still have, that'd be great. So I think I've always thought he's a really good player, and when he's relaxing his head and you're getting the best out of him, he can be electric, and I think there's still a chance for that to happen.
Well, Chad, you gave us some good news the other day. It sounds like with Roman Anthony, we might be past the dry swings and now into big, wet, sloppy swings off the tee. Is that right? Is that what we're looking at with Roman's
Yeah, he's swinging. He's swinging. It started with a few days of tee and flips. That you guys would know the natural progression is a few days of tee and flips. And then here the last couple of days, it's been overhand BP in the cage. So he's actually hitting off overhand BP, which is great. We'll kind of see how he goes with that for a few days. And then the next logical step from there would be to get Machine involved, with some higher velocity pitches and things like that. So we're still taking it one step at a time. Obviously, there's no timetable on it. You gotta cross each of these little bridges here and make sure that nothing flares up. So far, so good, but we'll keep progressing him. But he has definitely got a bat in his hand, a real bat and a real ball, and he's swinging and he's hitting, and things are going okay so far.
Can you give me the check? I'm sorry, real quick. Can you give me the checklist? I know you don't want to put a timeline on it, but will he definitely need a minor league rehab assignment?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever we get through these other checking off these other boxes, as far as get to the machine, right? Just a regular hack attack, velocity, and then we have a traject machine. If you guys don't know, that's that real image pitching monitor where the ball comes out of there like a real pitcher at 95 miles an hour. We got that down there that he can get to. But yeah, he's been down for over 3 months. So whenever he gets to that point, he's certainly going to have to go out and play some games.
What are your first impressions of the new guys? I'm sure it's tough after one day, but were they also taken in by the atmosphere last night and to come into that 14-run game?
Yeah, I think everybody's been paying attention. Even if you're a baseball player, you follow the league and everything. Those guys too. They know, they were aware. You guys are killing it. So the league is paying attention. Other players are paying attention to what's happening. And then you have some of these guys that have not only paid attention, but they've been at Fenway before as visiting players and probably have been in Fenway when the team is performing well, and they know what it feels like here when things are going well. So you could we talked a little bit about it and said you're getting inserted into something pretty fun right now, and they're like, I can imagine. So they're aware, and then got to see it last night. So again, for us, the mindset is just one day at a time, and we have to keep going. But I think those guys are happy to be here.
Your thoughts on your bullpen? I mean, they get off the bus, and then it looks like holy crap, this is going to be a long day with Chapman, and now the addition of Eric Miller. Just your lineup and your bullpen. I mean, would you trade your bullpen for any others?
I think we have the best bullpen in baseball. I really do. I thought our bullpen was great before we added Eric Miller, and then you add that in there. You kind of watch the video and look at the underlying metrics of what he's done the last 2 years, and you're like, man, that's another back end guy to a back end that we already had that was pretty deep. So I think when you look at the performance of our guys that have been here, and then you watch Miller get added to that, plus you add in oh, by the way, if we need to chew up some innings like Brian Bayo and the job he's done, and Weiss in short stints what he's done, to wipe out some righties, we're very deep. We are deep enough where even if some of those guys are down, these other guys, Giovanni Moran, another one who's been excellent. So it's not just the back end; it's what all of them can do. And you feel really good about and then couple that with the starting pitching. Hey, if our starter goes out there and gives us a good game, we can grab a lead. It's going to be difficult to score against us, and those guys have shown that.
So, Chad, from the outside, when fans are watching, all we really get to see is the games in front of us and the post-game press conferences and interviews like this. But behind the scenes, who's the player whose impact on this turnaround is much bigger inside the clubhouse than fans realize?
That's a good one. I don't know that I could pinpoint one person. I think it's been so collective. During the run, right? There was a lot of commentary. It's true. It was somebody different every night that was doing something special to help you win a game. I do think Sonny and Wilson at different times have really stepped up as far as so many guys were hurt with Crochet down and Trevor goes down, and some of these guys, Izzy, some of these guys you look at as definite veteran leaders of the team, and all these guys go down, and Wilson and Sonny are two that come to mind, at least as far as veteran players that have been around a really long time that have stepped up and definitely taken on leadership roles of hey, when something needs to be said, it's said, and things like that. And that makes your job in the manager's office so much easier. The pulse of the team, and guys that are overseeing out there that if something needs to be done, I don't have to go out there and do it. They'll take care of it. That's a comforting thing to know. So I'd call those two guys out, but with also saying that, man, everybody in there right now, they're together, they're friends, they're pulling for each other, and they all know this is my job to do tonight. I'm going to go do my job.
Nesson had a shot of Ranger in the dugout last night eating a sandwich with his feet up. Is he as relaxed as he appears? Is he just the slowest heartbeat ever?
Yes, he is. I don't know how. Yes, he is. Yeah.
And does that rub off on the team? That calm?
For sure. It's the Uncrustable. It's a great snack.
Oh, it's the best.
It's a really good snack. So
put it in the freezer. They're better
frozen. Peanut butter gives you some energy in the game. But Ranger is. Ranger's. you know, he can throw it in third gear, and that's just where he operates. And he's tremendous, man.
But you have
awesome.
You have the Uncrustables. Then you have pickle juice, right? Is in the dugout. What's the craziest thing you've seen in a dugout that guys use as fuel through a game?
All of it's crazy to me because, like, when I came up as a player, 20 years ago, the thing was no food in the dugout. Like nobody ate, and then the food, the spreads in the post game, none of it was like it is now.
Yeah.
And then people slowly started to come to realize and understand, like, hey, you're athletes. Like, no, you need to fuel, and sometimes fueling in the middle of the game is what. So like all the stuff, we got a little briefcase in there of different bars and snacks and things, so you can grab something in the 4th, 5th inning in the middle of the game and kind of give yourself a boost. But there's all kinds of things in there.
So, Chad, the media was obviously very, very tough on this team at the beginning of the season, and now I think the majority of people have realized that this is one of the most epic turnarounds that people have seen. But when it comes to the media, whose takes about this team have been the most wrong that you want to shove in their face?
I would never do that. No way I'd answer. I would never do that. I'll be.
You can say Bradford.
Number one, I would never do that because, like, we weren't playing well. So, like, it's understood in Boston. Like, if you're not playing well, the takes are going to be a little ruthless because we weren't playing well. And secondly, and I don't mean this just like I try to stay away from that. Like, I try hard to. I see stuff. Abby's here. She keeps me informed if, like, hey, this is one you probably need to be aware of. But, like, for the most part, like, for my own mental health, it's like I try to, unless it's like something I need to read, I try to, like, keep my focus on what's going to happen today. But I know that was going on out there, and it was right. It's just like, I guess that's most proud of our guys with all of that noise going on, that they were able to do what they've done to this point. And turn it around, and we have to keep going now.
I think one more win. You passed on Mattingly for best record of interim manager this year. Can you, like, call him up and trash talk if you get there? Like,
no.
Just one more? No?
Will not be trash talking Don Mattingly. No.
And I will have you know, Chad, it was after the Braves series that I called this turnaround, and the guys can back me up on that.
Yep. Yeah, but then you bailed the next day.
That may be true. Chad Tracy, great stuff, and congratulations. I mean, this has not only been an epic turnaround, but every night it's been so entertaining, and the amount of bombs you guys are hitting, it's just been a lot of fun, and congrats. I just don't know really at this point. It's like I don't know what's next because every night seems to be another. I can't believe because you're beating that you play better against better teams. It's almost like the better the team, the more ass you kick. It's
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job. I know you guys know I'm going to push it to the players play the game, So, like, I'm in the same boat. Like, I'm looking forward to going and doing our work this afternoon, getting prepared, and I'm looking forward to going and watch them play. That's awesome. How I view it. Like, they're playing great baseball, and if you're a baseball person, even if you're the manager of the team, like, I enjoy watching them play right now. So I look forward to see what they have in store for us tonight, and win or lose, we'll turn the page and prepare for the next one like we've been doing.
Awesome. Well, interim manager Chad Tracy, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Chad. That is Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Ken for Kalshi.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. Thank you, Chad Tracy, for joining us. It is very dumb that he's still considered an interim manager.
He doesn't seem like he gets upset about anything. Do you think he is? Like, does he even say anything to his wife, like, that he's pissed about it, or, like, why don't they do it, or have they talked to him about it, like, behind the scenes?
No way. I think he's good. He's cruising
just fine
right now.
See, that's what Stiz just doesn't want to mess it up. Things are too good. Don't touch it.
I told you guys, I'm not changing my underwear.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's going to get it. Let me ask you this. This is an interesting question here. Do you I don't know what his contract situation is with the Woo Sox and whether or not he has some sort of commitment to the Red Sox organization. But at the end of this season, if they haven't offered him a contract or made him the full-time manager, could another team come in and offer him a bunch of money and take him away?
Be like a bidding war. It could be. I mean, I guess. I mean, absolutely.
I honestly don't know. I mean, if you are the manager for a team in the Red Sox organization, is there something in your contract that says that the Red Sox have like first right of refusal? Like they are someone that, if someone makes you an offer, you have to match it, or do they have your rights? Because if not, they're being really dumb not offering him the full-time manager job right now, because what's happening is he's just building up his cachet. If he ends up winning American League a Manager of the Year, dude, all of a sudden every team that needs a manager is going to go after him. So I don't know how that contract works, but it does seem like it could be problematic if they don't do something while they can, where he's still kind of as cheap as he'll be, because it seems like he's just going to get more valuable.
Watch the Yankees come in and steal him away like Johnny Damon. But I mean, that would be dumber than not re-signing Drake May. If they somehow let Chad Tracy go after all this, that's probably not true. Probably an exaggeration, but I don't see that happening. They're going to give him the full deal before the end of the season. That would be, and maybe right before the playoffs start.
It could be. That's actually a good question for Greg tomorrow. Maybe he could ask Craig Breslow, because Craig Breslow joins their show tomorrow morning. Is it 9 a.m. that he's going to be on with him? Yep. Okay, 9 a.m. All right, that will be must-listen radio. I think that to me is interesting, and maybe that's why you go ahead and get this guy a contract. Lock him down. Take away that interim tag. It's so stupid that he's still an interim manager. I don't know. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with that. It just seems weird to me. All right, you have been leaving messages. What's that? Okay, we have been.
Sorry, Rich. I was going to say we should go to break because we got up against it.
By the way, there's nothing I find better than hearing Jackson.
The Jackson laugh? Yeah.
The Jackson laugh. Because it's always for the most random things that Jackson always laughs at. So, all right.
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
I got no problem with it, Jackson. You do not change the way you are. I will never stifle your instinct to cackle. It makes me laugh every time. All right, we will be back with your take grenades. Also, we will do, is it Ken versus everybody? Oh, no. We're having a little switch up. We will do that and also take your calls on the Red Sox, 617-779-7937. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleib, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and we got your Boston Red Sox coming up in just a few as we broadcast from Fenway. And this drive home was brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. By the way, speaking of Chris Cornell, did you hear that Soundgarden is getting together and releasing some unreleased stuff? Yep, that Chris Cornell recorded before he died.
I thought you were saying they were going to go on tour with like a new singer.
Hologram.
I don't know how you can replace Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell might have the best voice in rock music. It might be the most perfect. Just when it comes to just pure singing ability, he might be number one. I can't think of anybody who has like a stronger voice in modern rock than he does.
There's one who could replace him, but he just retired from live shows, and that's Glenn Hughes.
Was he the Iron Maiden guy, or what was he?
Oh, he was I can't remember his original band, but he was in a band called Black Country Communion, and that album is really good, and he sounds a lot like Chris Cornell on it.
I just think that when you hear him and Eddie Vedder together on Hunger Strike, it's like he's just murdering Eddie Vedder. It's like the sound of
it's the
Eddie
greatest thing ever. And he's like, and then Chris Cornell just comes in like a.
It's like he's just dancing on top of his grave. I know that Eddie Vedder, that's the way he sings, but it's just hearing the two of them compared. Cornell goes for it on that song, just absolutely goes for it. All right, speaking
Journey's
of going
on tour, and there's no Steve Perry. They got Arnel Pineda, so the greats can be replaced. Just saying.
God, yes, it's exactly the same too. It's the same experience.
It's pretty good sometimes.
He's fine, but dude, Steve Perry's one of the greatest voices in rock ever.
Of course.
But it's like, sure, they've got, the dude that they found on YouTube. I'm sure he's just as good, which I've seen him before, and he's perfectly fine. But doesn't it look like everyone in the band ignores him? Like, you're not a real member. It doesn't seem like anybody really cares about Arnel Pineda or whatever his name is. Oh, boy. All right, let's go to the taker, shall we? Let's launch it. Incoming! Oh, yes. By the way, have I said that this drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire? Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. You've been leaving us messages right there in the Odyssey app, pressing the microphone button all show, and we unload them here in the 5 o'clock hour. You guys have been great lately. You've been giving us some good ones. Let's see if today is as strong. Let's go, Stiz. Pull.
Hey, Mr. Lord of the Rings, Teddy Three Rings. You might want to take a little bit of that Boston Prolotherapy sponsorship clout you got and go head on over there and have them examine your eyes. Because if you think the Odyssey sucked and you think Spider-Man was better, you gotta go.
By the way,
I don't think Ted saw Spider-Man.
No, I don't believe he did. Spider-Man printing effing money. Like, I think it hit $1 billion worldwide in 4 days.
Yeah, but I will go to that, and see, the thing with that is I don't have any expectations it's going to be a 10 out of 10, so I probably will just enjoy it more on default. I think the Odyssey was just built up too much. It's the mercy of its own hype.
I guess. I don't know what it is. I mean, Spider-Man's perfectly fine. You know what? I'll be honest. Here's a confession. I think that those Inside the Spider-Verse movies might be the best thing Marvel's ever done.
Yeah, they're cool.
Like, they are. I sit and watch those, and I just think, first of all, someone's brain exploded to make that. That's something that AI couldn't figure out. It was so original and so unbelievable, like the way that they did it and the way it went from live action to not live action, and it was just so unbelievably creative that I sat there and I got frustrated. I'm like, this is like amazing how someone could be this talented. Whereas Spider-Man is Spider-Man. The regular movies, we've seen action movies before. It seemed perfectly fine.
Yeah, they had to take it to the next level. Speaking of AI, I stopped following Elon Musk for a while, but now that I'm fearing the singularity, I started following him again. So he put out something today. He was asked if the price of a trip to orbit fell to the price of a great vacation, would you go? And he responded, it will, and then the moon will also. So we throw that question to you. If it's like $5,000 to go into orbit at some point in our lifetime here in the next 10 years, would you pay that to go to orbit?
No. Sounds like hell on Earth.
Oh, really?
Or off Earth. Not technically. Oh, my God. Yeah, be trapped in a can and just get shot up like there? No.
I'm assuming it would be a little more comfortable than a can. I mean, I hope they would, safety reasons, on top of it as well. But before you die, you wouldn't want to go to the moon? I mean, it is tempting.
No.
Would you want to dive down to the Titanic? I mean, it's kind of like the same thing.
That's not the same at all. I mean, that's like...
I think they're both equally as
dangerous.
dangerous.
Down there. I don't know.
It's like I hear people like, maybe one day we'll live on the moon. Who would want to live on the moon?
And why not just fix Earth? Why are we always like, we gotta leave Earth, we gotta go to Mars? How about just fix our own planet? Let's do that.
I should mention Elon. I know I'd get Stiz off
see,
track.
see what you did.
Get on that, Stiz. Fix Earth.
Yeah, like I don't think I've ever been to like Montana.
Okay, we'll go to Montana. Yeah, you'll have plenty of time once the robots take
We
all
were
our
talking
work.
about the bayou. We gotta go to
New Orleans, baby. New Orleans. You go down there. That's a place I used to go a lot because my sister-in-law lived there, and then our show used to syndicate there, and that is a great. I'll take it. Stiz, if you go, I'll give you some recommendations. That is a good. Nice. It's a great place, but you got to leave after 3 days. It's like Vegas. It'll chew you up and spit you out, and you'll smell like jambalaya. All right, let's go to the next one. Pull.
It's 3:04, and Rich just said. They crapped the bed, and it left a bad taste in their mouth. Ew. Ew.
Yeah, you've been very graphic lately. Last couple days.
Well, listen,
you had
I've been watching
a
John.
couple days ago. And
Sure, I've been watching Pink Flamingos by John Waters. You know, I just sometimes the brain goes scatological when you spend too much time with that genius. All right. Here's another buttload of calls. Let's do the next one. Boom.
Life pro tip that I just discovered. When talking about the amount of home runs that the Red Sox have been hitting, avoid some of these key phrases. I've never seen so many dongs. Or, look at the dong on that guy. Or, we need more dongs in our lives.
Yeah, you can't underuse dong.
Dong Report, Arcan Show.
Listen, I do
Coming up
like
at 6.
that. I do like that. Not bad. I thought that I had a very underrated line today when I said if you're feeling like the Red Sox are a lot like a Rush concert lately and that there are a lot of dongs, well, you're exactly right.
But not as bad as Fish. You would admit that, which was just here at Fenway. I mean, that's
No,
more
chicks
extreme.
go to Fish. Like smelly chicks go to Fish.
I don't know about that. More at Rush than Fish.
Well,
Arcane went to Fish the other night.
Okay,
Did
we'll
he?
ask him.
Okay. Yeah, well, women go to Fish. They're just not the kind that groom. I went to Fish one time just to see what was up, and I saw a dude just like touching the wall and talking to it. He was like whispering to the wall, and I'm
sounds like a good time.
Sure.
It's on that Jeffrey.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, let's let it roll.
Man, in college, our cup checks were wildly different. The coach would go around and size us out by cupping his hands. And if you overflowed his hands, he would cut you a check. Cup check.
That's my favorite one so far. So like, we were talking about cup checks, which there was a friend of mine who said that when he used to play, it wasn't even football, it was his baseball team, and they would go the coach or the manager would go by and thump each guy in the crotch to see if they had a cup, and I'm like, dude, that's awful.
Yeah,
and there's
could
no way
probably
you would
sue
do
that
that
guy
now.
today, right? And get some settlement.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, absolutely. He would be front page news. Man, things were weird back when we were in high school. Very strange, the stuff they got away with. Like, I mean, high school football was basically assault. Like, they wouldn't let you drink water. They said you were like a P word if you did. And then they just make you do Oklahoma drills, which is basically brain damage the game. I don't know.
Well, you survived.
All right.
You're better for it.
Yes, I taught all those lessons the way that I only played a couple games because I wasn't that great. Let's go to the next one, shall we?
Hey, real quick, I just want to shout out Miller Heavy, a.k.a. Miller High Life, a.k.a. Killer Miller, a.k.a. Hoss, a.k.a. Big Country, a.k.a. the Clydesdale, for striking out his first batter as a Boston Red Sox. Let's go, baby. World Series or bust. Bring out the duck boats. Woo!
I love all of them, but you're right, Ken. Something about dump truck just
The dump
fits
truck,
Eric
yeah.
Miller.
Let's
Fits
bring in
him.
the dump truck, and just to do the sound of it backing up before he comes in with some kind of killer tune. He came in with a high. It might change. He's going to, but Weiser came in first, then Miller. He's already in basically a high leverage role.
Yeah, definitely, and he looks exactly the way I thought he would in a Red Sox uniform.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy he's just like disheveled, just a big Paul Bunyan looking dude, a dump truck.
Like we
Let's
had El
keep it.
Guapo. This is like the opposite of El Guapo. It's It's
El Floppo.
It's El Floppo.
He's El Floppo.
He's El Floppo.
Just flopping all over the place.
Perfect.
All right. Well, Ken got humiliated yesterday on Ken versus everybody. Arcan came in. Arcan owns this game. He absolutely
really does.
owns this game.
It's sad to admit it.
Well, listen, he's pretty ridiculous at how good he was. But I also think that there was someone talking a lot of trash on you, Ken, while you were gone, and that is our own Dale Ordway, Jackson, the mystery laugher. And I think we give him a shot today against the listeners, all right? So if you want to go head-to-head with our own Dale Ordway and Dale Ordway versus everybody, a category of my choosing, 5 questions, we close out the show with it, 617-779-7937. There is no prize, just glory. Radio glory is yours, and we will take caller number 3, 617-779-7937. Dale Ordway versus everybody is next. It is 93.7 WEEI, home of your Boston Red Sox, which you can hear right here on this very radio station. The pregame starts in just a few with our guy Christian Arcan. It is Rich.
Arcan's here. He's ready. He's loose. He's fired up.
Oh, he's
ready
loose.
to go. Oh, yeah.
Is Rich,
guys.
Ken, and Ted Johnson, and, of course, Christian Arcan, who's hanging out here, who's just going to peacock. He's just going to sit back and go, I've already mastered this game. I didn't even need to play.
Oh, he sent me a trash talk GIF after the show yesterday. I mean, he lasted about 10 minutes, and he was already rubbing it in. So, but that's fine. He's earned it. The guy is talented.
He's earned it. He's definitely very good. You can call
yes,
us
my
617.
incredible talent. It's really
As a 978
you know your
texter
stuff.
puts it, Arcan is so street smart, he's stupid.
That's very, very true.
You're so smart, you're dumb. All right, but Christian Arcan, every time he wins, there was even a little bit of cocky talk in the other room. Our own Jackson, our own Dale Ordway says, I can take all these guys out, so it's time for a little Dale Ordway versus everybody. And who will be taking on today is, let's go to Dave in Southampton. Dave, what's going on, my man?
What's happening, boys?
What's up, Dave? All right, are you feeling good? Have you heard this game before? Do you know how it works? Are you feeling confident, my friend?
I think so. I've caught it a few times. I was hoping I'll go up against Arcan, but I'll take what I can get today.
Oh, so you want to take on the best?
Arcan. Yeah,
you said you want to take on the best, right?
You got to work your way up. You got to get the
Dave,
talent.
you dodged the cannonball, my friend. Just be happy.
You know what? I like Dave's cockiness so much that I might call an audible. I might want you to take on Christian Arcan. I like this cockiness. You know, Dale Ordway, we're going to wait one day for you. Christian, would you want to do this?
Absolutely.
All right, hell yeah. All right, so we're going to do it. Dave, you're going to get your wish. You're going to take on the best of the best. So, Christian, I need you to go into the soundproof room.
Okay.
I need you to walk out of the room for a moment while we talk to Dave. All right, Dave, so here's how it works. I give you a mystery category and then 5 questions. You just got to answer them within 5 seconds, and if you get as many right or more as Christian Arcan, then you, sir, can talk all the trash that you want against the greatest that's ever played it. Does that sound good, Dave?
Sounds good.
All right, Dave, your category today is food mascots. Food mascots. All right, here we go. Number 1, this cartoon vampire decided that rather than murdering people and drinking their blood, he would dedicate eternity to selling chocolate breakfast cereal.
Count Chocula.
That is correct. Number 2, wearing sunglasses, gloves, sneakers, and absolutely no pants. These spokes candies spent years convincing us that cannibalism is hilarious.
Oh, man. Pass.
Number 3, this homicidally enthusiastic pitcher of sugar water is famous for smashing through walls instead of simply using the damn door.
Kool-Aid Man.
That is correct. Number 4, this little doughy bastard's entire career consists of being sexually harassed by strangers who repeatedly poke him in the stomach.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
That's good. All right. And number 5, this guy has committed thousands of attempted robberies on national television, yet Officer Big Mac, an actual police officer with a gigantic cheeseburger for a head, has apparently never managed to put him away.
The Hamburglar.
Dude, great job.
Excellent
4
job,
out
Dave.
of 5. 4 out of 5,
Pretty
Dave.
good. Pretty solid.
I'll
And
take it.
four,
Take it.
if Arcan only gets 4, he wins by tie, right? Correct?
That's right. If the
Put
caller,
Dave on hold.
the tie goes to the caller. Stiz, how'd you do on that one, buddy?
5 for 5. Yep.
All
and,
right.
Dale Ordway next to me, 5 for 5 as well.
I would have
All
gone
right.
4 for 5 as well. I would have missed the same one he missed. So let's see.
Okay. Christian Arcan, you got some tough competition. This guy wanted the best. He got the best. He got
Okay.
4 out of 5. You got to be perfect to win it, buddy.
All right.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Your category is food mascots. Food mascots. Number 1, this cartoon vampire decided that rather than murdering people and drinking their blood, he would dedicate eternity to selling chocolate breakfast cereal.
That'd be Count Chocula.
That is correct. Wearing sunglasses, gloves, sneakers, and absolutely no pants, these spokes candies spent years convincing us that cannibalism is hilarious.
The California Raisins.
That is incorrect. This homicidally enthusiastic pitcher of sugar water is famous for smashing through walls instead of simply using the damn door.
The Kool-Aid Man.
That is correct. Number 4, this doughy bastard's entire career consists of being sexually harassed by strangers who repeatedly poke him in the stomach.
The Pillsbury Doughboy.
That is correct. And finally, this guy has committed thousands of attempted robberies on national television, yet Officer Big Mac, an actual police officer with a gigantic cheeseburger for a head, has apparently never managed to put him away.
That would be the Hamburglar. What was
That is correct. We have a tie.
All right,
my
Dave.
goodness.
All right.
I consider this a loss, by the way, when I tie.
Yes,
I'm like,
it is a loss.
It is a loss. It is a
M&Ms.
loss.
That's the rules.
Well, Ken, when he
wearing-
tied, he was like, "Oh, I actually won. I'm going to keep going." I consider it a loss when I win.
Don't pivot. Don't add.
Who are the? What was his number 2?
Wearing
M&Ms.
sunglasses, gloves, sneakers, and absolutely no pants, these Spokes candies spent years convincing
Spokes
us that
candies.
cannibalism is hilarious.
Spokes candies, the M&Ms. Oh my
The
God.
M&Ms.
It
Dave?
confused me as well, Dave.
Dave, a tie goes to the winner. You have defeated Mr. Christian Arcand, who has yet to lose, my friend. Congratulations.
Dave.
Okay.
Hey, man. Hey, it was an honor, Christian. Thank you.
Dave,
We'll take it on
good work.
take it on technicality.
Let's have a rematch sometime.
Oh, whoa, rematch.
All right,
Sure
very,
you
very
earned it.
good.
Losers.
You got to
So-
beat Jackson now.
All right.
So I have said this, Christian, is that a tie goes to the winner, but you are still undefeated.
Okay. That's
you have
fair.
not technically lost.
Which one did he get wrong?
Same one.
Same one.
What did he guess?
Nothing.
He said pass.
Oh, okay.
He ju-
And I was
he just
confused
passed.
by the wording as well. It was a tough wording.
Yeah, it was
when
your fault, Rich.
When I
I
heard it
didn't
the
go
second
five.
time, it was more obvious. But
Yes.
it's, you got to be sharp. You got to be quick.
gotta
I
be
know.
sharp.
All right. Hey, listen, I talk a lot of smack, so I take it when I lose. But it was technically a tie.
Well, for a minute I was
Which
like,
you just
hang
ripped
on.
me for.
I was like, for a minute I was like, hang on, could that actually be the same description as the California raisins? I went, nope, Spokes candies.
You said candy, yeah. Candy was. I must have missed that the first time around.
You missed that right there. Hey, how about them Red Sox, huh?
How about him? I mean, geez, how about that last night? That thing. This place is now the happiest place in the world. It's unbelievable. It's
Disney.
Disney, forget it. I mean, this is Disney World right now. People come here, they are beaming from ear to ear in the first inning, and they don't lose that look off their face for the next 3 hours. It's really pretty remarkable what's going on here, Rich. You're missing a great season, buddy. I got to tell you.
I know. It's I'm telling you. Let me ask you this though: are you as obsessed as I am with the fact that they continue to insist that Chad Tracy is an interim manager?
I don't think anyone is as obsessed as you are, but I do think it's weird because there's like the season's over. Like you got less than 2 months left. You're not going to fire him now. You know, like we all sort of get it. At this point, it just kind of seems like a petty or superstitious thing that they're doing, and it's kind of dumb to do. I just, you don't have to give them some big extension, but you can at least take the interim tag off and, give everybody a little bump right there with that one. But I don't know. I don't know why they're not doing it. It's weird. I agree with you that it's weird. I disagree that it's the most important thing in the world.
well, here's why, and this just occurred to me today after we talked to Chad Tracy. By the way, if you want to hear the Chad Tracy interview, great. You can hear it over there at WEEI.com. We've got it downloaded on the podcast or go to the Odyssey app. And the one thing I thought about is, I don't know with his contract with the Woo Sox whether he's got some sort of right of first refusal by the Red Sox to stay with the organization. In other words, that could this season end and them not give him the management, the actual manager position, and another team come in and swoop up and get him, because he's going to be a hot commodity if they don't tie him down, or if he's not tied down contractually already. That's something that I think that Greg Hill should ask Craig Breslow tomorrow. Does he have some sort of commitment to this team because he was the manager of the Woo Sox? Or can another team come and get him at the end of the season if he hasn't signed a contract as the full-time manager?
Mm-hmm. It's a fair question, and the only thing I would say is the Phillies have done the same with Don Mattingly. They've let him dangle as the interim guy. Now he's 65. It's a different situation, but he has said he's willing to remain the manager long-term, and they haven't done it either. So it seems to be kind of a baseball-y thing to just let this ride to the end of the year. And I do wonder if the lockout plays into it. Like if they can save a few bucks, why are you going to pay a guy if you don't have to? I mean, it's unfortunate. That may be the way they're looking at it.
That would piss me off. Now that legit. Yep. If I'm Chad Tracy and they're going to let me dangle through the lockout, someone else comes in and offers me a job, I'm taking it.
Well, that's a better scenario for him, though, than Breslow has a manager that he wants, and he's going to just get him no matter what at the end of the year. That's the other side of this, right? That's the other potential reason why it's the interim manager, is that Breslow's really appreciates what Tracy's doing, but now that he's fired everybody else, like he has a guy in mind and he wants to search for him and he wants to vet it, all that sort of stuff.
That
like
wouldn't
most
go over well.
GMs get to do. It definitely wouldn't, but
Rich would riot.
That's the only other explanation I can think of.
Well, Stiz is right. I mean, it's like that's one of those things that all the goodwill that I'm
Oh,
talking. It took a lot to get the goodwill back, and Breslow has earned it. But man, if he lets Chad Tracy walk, yeah.
And especially if they finish strong.
Yes. Yeah. Right. If they finish strong, if they win a couple rounds of the playoffs and then they let him go. Oh, I mean, come on. Because Brez wanted his guy, that would backfire. But you're right. All good vibes at Fenway right now. Christian Arcand takes you into the game. You could hear it right here on WEEI. Maybe Fleming will once again give you a nice Flemgasm, a nice Flemcano. If you got Caleb Durbin just doing what he does with his grand slams, it'll be Lemmy Flemmy right there. A little Motorhead in the background, and you can smoke yourself a cigarette. Everybody have yourself a fantastic evening. Let's go Red Sox. Christian Arcand's going to take you into the game. Thank you, Stiz. Thank you, Jackson. We will get to you tomorrow. That guy was so cocky. I had to see if he could go up against Christian and see how he would do.
Yeah, and rightly so.
And rightly so. Everybody have yourself a fantastic evening. Listen to us on the Odyssey app, all that stuff. We love you. Goodbye.
Evening, welcome in. It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. We are live in our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. We are Boston Sports Original, and tonight we are here with you for
5 seconds.
Just about that, actually. About 5 minutes here, taking you into Red Sox pregame, the Mass Mutual pregame show. I'll be handing that over to myself, as I will have pregame for you tonight. And I got to be honest with you, folks, I'm still kind of coming down from last night. Really, I mean, that was, if you were here last night and you were in the park from the very beginning of that game till the end of that game, it was a party here. It was a party here in the park. It was a party outside the park. Lansdowne Street was buzzing on a Tuesday. And that's how we're living in Boston right now. That is how the Red Sox are living right now. It is a complete reversal, as we've mentioned. And when you think the hot streak may be starting to cool off, sweep the Dodgers, come home, and put up 14 runs against a team. And I mentioned this last night, but I feel like it bears repeating. The Chicago White Sox were supposed to be the team in the American League that everyone fell in love with because of their big turnaround, right? I mean, that the White Sox kind of had that market cornered. This is a team that for 3 years was the worst team in baseball, like historically the worst team that ever played baseball. And now here they are leading the Central, and look at all these other teams that are looking up at the White Sox, and wow, what great will they have, turning their fortunes around here from over the last 3 years. Meanwhile, the Red Sox get off to the kind of start you have nightmares about, 14 games under 500, and now here we are, it's August 5th. These two teams are meeting, and by the way, the White Sox had won 4 out of 5. Like, they were hot coming into this series. They've been playing well. They took 4 out of 5 against the Rays and the Yankees, the two best teams in the American League, or so we thought. The best team in the American League right now is the Red Sox. The best team in the major leagues right now is the Boston Red Sox. And there's not a team out there that would disagree. I'm not saying they have the best record. I'm talking about who's the best team right now, who's playing the best baseball. It is not really a conversation. There's no debate, certainly. It's barely even a conversation that you can have. And again, that is how the Red Sox are living right now. I'm struck mostly by, in last night's massacre. That's what it was. It was a massacre last night. Chicago, they had no idea what they were in for. Davis Martin's out there. He's floating these breaking balls right into the strike zone. Grand slam, back-to-back home runs. It's 6-0 in the first inning. They had no idea what they were in for. The Red Sox just cut through them. It was unbelievable, really, just to watch this team who, offensively, for the first couple months of the year, was such a problem. Watching this team give away at bats, watching this team strand runners on base, you started thinking that that's the way it was going to be, that that's what Craig Breslow had built, and that's the type of offense we have. And even though the pitching was admittedly very good back then, as it is still now, it was such an unbalanced roster, an unbalanced set of talents and skills that made it impossible for this team to get any momentum. They had several 4-game losing streaks in the first 2 months of the year, like more than 3, I think. It is remarkable to look at that team, think about how we observed and consumed that team, as opposed to what we're seeing right now and how things are going right now. It really is surreal. It does kind of feel like a dream. I've said this before as well, but I keep expecting my mother to come in and tell me it's time to go to school, because that is sort of where we're operating right now. The month of July, the Red Sox had a team OPS of 765, the highest in any calendar month. We'll have more numbers like that for you in the Mass Mutual pregame show. And as Stiz pointed out with this music bed, I was dead wrong about this team through the first 2 months.
Oh, you see what I did there.
I did. Christian Arcand here, Mass Mutual pregame show, live from Fenway, coming up next. Don't move.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. LifeSource, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for LifeSource water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo. Both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster. Served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.